Thank you everyone for tuning in to our overnighter live stream. There's quite a bit of content on here, so should keep you engaged over the next 6 hours while we don't have any cameras on runners until 6 a.m. approximately. We might go on a little bit earlier than that. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the stream so far, and I'm recording this a couple days before the race, so I might be a little tired. Maybe you are too. But hey, you can always come back, rewatch this overnighter stream, get some excellent content. We've got stuff from the pre-race podcast, stuff from my podcast called Aid Station Cuisine, as well as some other Huron recaps. So yeah, enjoy the content. Please subscribe to PawAnRepeat Media LLC if you haven't already on YouTube and Instagram. And yeah, hope you all have been having a good day or whenever you're watching this. And yeah, take care. Enjoy.
So I'm going to say something that might sound superficial, but I would say stay present, which is something that I think I try to remind you of a lot, but we really only ever have this moment. Like, we're only guaranteed this moment, and it's going to come and it's going to go. And it's something that you've been working for a really long time. You've been imagining it and living in it, and you've been building it up in your mind, and it's going to be different. It's going to be its own unique thing, whatever you had set out in your mind, but it's going to be exactly what was meant to be. So just stay right there in that moment with it, and it's going to bring you everything you need.
Hi, this is Dan Hughes, and this is the Huron 100 episode of the PRP featuring Lauren Hughes.
Oh, hot mama. Actually hot mama. It's a little hot in the studio, but it's okay. It's beautiful. We'll have some pictures. We're finally recording in our studio at Ann Arbor Running Company. It's very exciting. Today's edition of the PRP is the Visionary edition, the Huron 100 edition. Today's episode is extremely unique and one that I have been waiting for a long time. Why, you might ask? Why is this so special, Lauren? She knows why. Because today's guest is running the first inaugural edition of the Huron 100 completely and totally by himself. That's right. The race we are chatting about on today's episode is the thought child of our guest. He has been working to put this course together for the better part of 2 or 3 years, probably? Yeah. And tomorrow he will attempt to run it all consecutively for the first time. But before we dig into that, some housekeeping shout outs of the episode. The PRP listenership is getting a collective shout out on today's episode, all of you. Whether this is your first time listening or you have the PRP in your ears frequently, thank you for tuning in. If you listen to the show and you've never contacted me to chat or potentially join the PRP for an episode, you should. It's so much fun, and I'd be thrilled to connect and hear more about what you like and what you don't like. And at the very least, if the PRP isn't inspiring you, I hope you are at least learning a little bit more about bananas. I know our guest is. Failing all of our fact quizzes this season so far, but he's smarter, and I'm filling your pockets with a bunch of awesome party facts, guys. So thanks for listening. Welcome to the PRP. This is the pre-race podcast. This is a show where we connect with runners within a week before a big race they've been preparing for. Guest hosting with me today. She's not nervous at all. She's very in her element here. She is the wife of our esteemed guest. She is perhaps one of the nicest and most gentle people I have ever met in my life. She is a proud mother to 2 wonderful daughters. She is a crew chief extraordinaire, and she is an aspiring ultra runner herself. Big L dog, Lauren Hughes. Lauren, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
How you doing?
I'm good.
You doing good?
Yeah.
Dan made me call you L dog. I don't think you like that nickname so much.
It's a personal name, I think.
It's a little more personal, not for the podcast.
Well, that's okay.
The girls don't call you L dog?
They do not.
Okay. So that's just I'm in the L Dog Club. I'm feeling very good. Lauren, first question. You nervous to be on the pod? How you feeling?
I am definitely nervous.
You're doing okay though.
Yeah, it's hard to talk about yourself.
Most people get nervous on the pod, and I still get nervous sometimes when I'm hosting. I'm comfortable because I know you guys really well. Yeah. I get more nervous when I'm talking to people I've never met. Also, talking to people you've never met on like Zoom, really hard. You really got to carry the energy, but I'm getting better at it, getting more comfortable. Second question: are you nervous about what your husband's going to be doing tomorrow? Or are you feeling pretty good?
Oh, I feel great.
You feel pumped?
Oh yeah.
You guys got these like all the details dialed in.
Well, I mean, as much
as you can predict.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. So you're feeling like overall. Give me like a scale 1 to 10. How confident are you feeling about tomorrow?
Oh, an 11.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Lauren.
Yeah, he's awesome.
I love it. I love it. Okay, let's do a little bit of. I wanted to intro you before we did some of the rest of the housekeeping because I want you to weigh in on some of this stuff. Okay.
All right.
So, fact of the episode. Huge shocker. It's another banana fact. I keep promising you guys facts that aren't bananas, but maybe it'll never happen. Maybe it will. Before you get upset with me, though, and say, Adam, another banana fact, just hear me out on this one, okay? This is coming from the BBC.com, okay, across the pond. A study out of the University of Exeter. I'm not really sure how you would pronounce this. How do you think you would, Lauren? Yeah. Exeter.
Yeah, Exeter.
Exeter,
yeah,
okay.
Totally.
Dr. Dan, that's kind of a coincidence, huh? Dr. Dan Beber, who is leading a global food security project on bananas. Side note, I need to meet this guy. Listen to this. Here we go. Bananas make other fruit ripen because they release a gas called ethene. This gas causes ripening or softening of fruit by the breakdown of cell walls, conversion of starches to sugars, and the disappearance of acids. Some fruits, like oranges, because of their coarse skin, don't respond as much to the ethene, but there are many processes in plants that respond to ethene as a signal. So, again, some of you may be asking me, that's not very cool, Adam. Why did you tell us this? Well, you can use this fact for your own utility. If you're like me, and you always have 2 bushels of bananas around, which we learned a couple episodes ago that it's actually called hands of bananas, but we don't like that. We're going to go with bushel. If you've got 2 bushels around, one is super ripe and one's not, you can use the super ripe bushel, place them on top of the green unripened bananas, and it will speed the process along in your banana ripening journey.
Yeah.
How do you like that? It sounds like you knew that fact.
Yeah. In fact,
okay.
If you have an avocado that's not ripe, you can put it in a brown paper bag with a banana that is ripe, and it will ripen it.
Speed ripen it?
It will, yeah.
Oh my gosh, dude. Wow, Lauren. Yeah. All right. She knew that fact, and so there you go. PRP listenership. Use that one. Back pocket. Either for avocados or bananas or maybe even some other fruit that you need to get ripe. Joke of the sode. This one's written specifically. I didn't write this, and I kind of changed it a little bit. I altered it. But our guest joined his father-in-law, I think, on the Pacific Crest Trail last year. Yeah. So this is a trail joke for you. And your father-in-law. What's your father-in-law's name? Mike. Maybe Mike will listen to this and get a kick out of this. You meet a man while hiking on the Pacific Crest Trail. He tells you that his name is Terry. Terry, you say, laughing. Isn't Terry a girl's name? Without any hesitation, Terry pulls out a gun and shoots you dead. You have just died of dysentery.
Oh.
Yeah, my dad's name's Terry. So.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's appropriate.
Wow.
I mean, not.
I wish I would have known that. That's amazing, dude. How relevant. Okay, don't diss Terry. You'll die of dysentery. Sewed quotes. Episode quote. This is a unique one today. Goes in line with our unique episode. Today's sewed quote is a poem. And guess what? The poem is written by our very special guest that is joining us today. And it is entitled Goodbye to an Old Friend. And I think, Lauren, we were talking about this before. I think it's most appropriate that we have our guest, even though we haven't formally introed him, we're going to have our guest read the poem.
Absolutely.
So, Dan, take your time and take it away.
Today I said goodbye to an old friend. R.I.P. dead poto tree. Despite dying years ago, you've stood there present for years, awaiting runners as they finish their grueling poto loops or their long Waterloo Pinckney Trail treks. For me, you are a symbol of perseverance. Every time I passed you, I'd say hello and ask, still standing? And you would reply, yes, and you? And I would be. Running on dead legs, you taught me to keep on going despite what my exterior may look like and despite how I felt on the inside. You served as a reminder of my mortality. And though you may have finally fallen, I will take your lessons with me on my adventures decades to come. One day, too, I will fall, and the great gift of life and movement will come to an end. When that happens, I will return to Source to find you there, where we will rejoin.
Damn.
I know.
That's fire.
He's deep.
When he dropped that on Strava, so he posted that on Strava. I'll link it. I'll link that activity in the show notes on Instagram. But I was very impressed with this. Mm-hmm. It's a good poem.
It is.
And then you wrote a poem like a couple days after, didn't you?
No.
No.
Oh no.
Did you not?
No.
I like your Strava.
I think you quoted something.
You did some quote or something like that.
Yeah.
You got good activity. Like, I like to look at your activity descriptions.
Oh really?
Yeah, you really do a good job of making me feel what was in your head during your run, and I like that. So
I'm a little visceral, I think.
Good job.
Yeah,
good for you.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's like an emotional poem, dude. Everyone was giving you love on Strava too.
Yeah. I mean, obviously as a poem, it affected me when I saw it, and it was at the beginning of my run, and so that whole entire run, I just was thinking about it, you know, and kind of the impact it had on me. So
Jesse Sweeney had a pretty funny comment. Do you remember his comment?
I remember.
Everyone was being pretty serious.
Yeah.
And Sweeney's just a goofy guy. He said, he put like the little asterisk and then said, pours out 40 ounces of fertilizer. pour it out for the dead homie. Okay, Lauren, what do you think? Should we introduce our special guest of today's show?
Most definitely.
I think we should. He's a good dude. He is a proud father of 2 wonderful daughters, just like our guest host. He is an emergency veterinarian at an animal hospital by day and sometimes by night. He is a very well-seasoned ultra runner, Mr. Dan Hughes. Dan, thanks for being here, bro.
Thank you.
How you feel?
Pretty good.
You've been plotting this for a long time.
Yeah, this has been in the works for some time.
Yeah, you brought me into the plan like over a year ago, and I've kind of watched it evolve slowly, one step at a time. You sending me the most complicated Gaia fucking GPS file I've ever seen in my life.
It's not super user friendly.
It's not super user friendly out of the cuff, but I think it's a good tool. It's really helped you design this course, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. First question for you out of the gates overall, same as Lauren. 10 out of 10, or scale of 1 to 10 rather. How are you feeling about tomorrow?
I feel really good. I mean, physically and mentally, I think I'm definitely ready. I think the big thing that's kind of stressing me out a little bit is the weather.
Yeah, weather's not in a good position for us. So give the listenership kind of a. Today's Friday, May 20th. It's 1:00 p.m. You're going to kickstart this thing pretty early tomorrow morning. What's the weather kind of look like throughout the day?
Yeah, so it's the forecast has been evolving, over the past week. I mean, a week ago it was sunny and 60 degrees. And then as you're getting closer and closer to the race, yesterday it had rain and thunderstorms practically the entire day from like 7 a.m. to 5 a.m. the next morning. And I'm like, man, I don't mind a little rain, but thunderstorms the whole time. But basically, I think a lot of those weather apps, they just put those icons on there if there's a possibility of the thunderstorm.
Yeah.
From what I was reading about it, it's not going to be too bad in the morning, but then towards late afternoon, evening, I think we're going to get some pretty wicked thunderstorms.
All right. So right when it's getting real fun, it's going to get really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Before we jump in and start talking more about this race, you know how it goes. You've listened.
Oh yeah.
We're doing rules of the pod. Okay. Rule number 1, Dan, you have to be vulnerable. You down?
I can do that.
He's between 2 ferns on accident. Okay. Don't trademark, copyright me, Zach Galifianakis. This was not on purpose. But you got to be vulnerable when you're around the ferns. Rule number 2, you have to be honest. Can you make that happen?
Oh yeah.
You found a pretty honest one, Lauren.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think he could lie even if he tried.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah. We got the inside scoop, Dan. We got the inside scoop. Okay. And rule number 3, guest host Lauren L-Dog serves as primary arbitrator. So if Dan and I get into it, you got to drop the gavel. Just like tomorrow, you're the crew chief. I'm going to be pacing for a little while. Dan's going to be running. You're in charge.
I can do it.
Yeah. You're ready. She's ready for that responsibility. All right, Dan, tell us formally what race you are training for and When is this race occurring?
It is Huron 100, and it's tomorrow, May 21st.
And this is the first time anyone's ever done this.
I would expect, yeah. It's a pretty unique route, so I'd be surprised if anybody.
Talk to us about where it starts. Well, actually, hold on. Let's reel it back. Let's talk about the genesis of this idea. Take me through all that.
Yeah. So
because you knew, like when I met you, this was already on your radar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and it's a constantly evolving thing. It's changed even within the last few months. I make little minute changes to it, so it's a evolving thing. But it was a COVID baby basically. Okay. So I was training for my first 100 miler. I had done a few ultras before, 100Ks, 50 milers, and I wanted to do my first 100. So I signed up for Eastern States 2020, and that's in August. And of course, then COVID hit, and I had all this training. And they didn't cancel the race right away. It was sort of every other race was getting canceled, but they were kind of holding out. And as we got closer and closer, I was getting nervous. And so I said, "Man, I want to have something in my back pocket here." And I ended up registering for the Ozarks 100, which was later in the fall. And that race ended up happening. That was my first 100 miler. But even that one, we didn't know that would happen. So during that whole summer and fall, I was obsessively kind of crafting this route, which I already had kind of been looking at as a really interesting linkage of these trails that I run all the time. And so I realized, I think I had a 57-mile training run in there where I started at Waterloo.
Sorry, 57-mile training run.
Yes.
So that one was really fun because Lauren, she dropped me off at like 5 a.m. or something out in Waterloo State Rec area. And I did the Waterloo Pinckney Trail, which I think a lot of the local people around here will know is a 35-mile trail from Waterloo State Rec area to Pinckney State Rec area. Okay. And once you get to Pinckney, you got the Poto Loop, which is kind of a rite of passage.
Definitely.
This kind of 17 and a half or whatever it is loop that everybody does. So then once you get to that, I figured out, okay, I can run up one of the sides of that Poto Loop, get to the Lakeland Trail, which is a bike path that kind of cuts east-west. And so then I was able to take that Lakeland Trail all the way home because we don't live too far off of it in Whitmore Lake. And so that I said, okay, yeah, drop me off at 5 and I'll try to be home by dinner, and just ran to my doorstep, which is kind of neat.
That's pretty awesome, actually. Yeah. What time did you get in? You remember?
God, I want to say it was it 6 or 6 o'clock?
Was that the time when I had to drop the burrito off?
All the shit blends together for Lauren, dude.
It does. It really does. I've dropped him off at so many places in the middle of the night or in the wee hours. I don't remember which is which, but if that was true. The burrito time, it was after dinner that.
Oh, that might have been a different one. I don't know. I was bonking pretty hard when I called you for that burrito.
Yes, you were.
An emergency burrito drop? Great.
It was only like 5 miles from home, but I was starving.
Yeah, you needed it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, that training run got me thinking when I looked at the Strava app afterwards. I'm like, oh man, this isn't that far from Island Lake. If I just go kind of northbound, how would I get there? And then from Island Lake, you can easily get to Kensington. And then from Kensington, which I didn't know at the time, you can get to Proud Lake. And so over the next several months, I was like a kid in a playground. I would just go out to explore, and I'd discover these little connections. I mean, honestly, most of it wasn't even on like apps like Strava or Gaia. It was just going out and running the trails and poking around, and that was just so much fun to discover.
That's just doing it old school, bro, the way it's supposed to be done.
Yeah. And then I'd come home and I'd burst through the door and I'd be like, Laura, I figured it out. I connected this segment, or when I figured out the South Trails on Huron Meadows. There's just a lot of gems that I think even people that have lived in Michigan for a while, which we've only been here, 9 years or so?
I guess. No, that's not possible.
8 years?
Yeah, it's hard. It's, time is hard to pin down.
Oh,
anyway.
Trust me.
Yeah. So to this day, this is why Michigan is so great, is that I'm still discovering new trails. It's just pretty awesome.
Yeah. So it's just been one discovery after another that has kind of led you to think like, okay, we can actually make this 100-miler.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting about it is when I was in the initial stages when I was putting it together, it was sort of this debate in my head where I was like, okay, I'm putting a course together for myself. Like, this is my 100-miler that I want to run as my, first time I'm going to run this distance or whatever, just for fun. But then another kind of opposing voice was like, what if you want to make this into a race someday?
Yep.
So like, how would other people feel about this segment? Or like, what would the city think about this? Or what would this be safe? And then I made that decision of, okay, whatever course I put together, I have to put it together with that in mind, that someday, what if I do decide to make this a race? I want to make it where a lot of people are going to like it. And then, then I started putting in aid stations, like where the ideal aid stations would go. And just one thing led to another, where it's like, okay, I got a pretty firm plan here of where everything is going to be mapped out. And I think it works pretty well.
I love it. I love the evolution of it being like initially a personal project, and then you thinking through it, like making it, like thinking through the event lens and thinking like, okay, because that's how as soon as I met you, you were already kind of thinking of it through having other people do it. You were thinking aid stations, you were thinking safety, you were thinking all these different things.
Yeah, and you were one of the first people I bounced it off of, and you're like, man, that's awesome. And I'm like, okay,
I'm biased though. You can't be telling me that anything. I'm like, oh shit, So, but yeah, it was a great idea, and I'm still very impressed by all the work, and like you said, the fact that you go out and just like discover these trails on your own. It's pretty cool, dude. There's not a lot of people that would do stuff like this. So you just got a big kid over here. You got a big kid that you're managing. He's a sweetheart, though.
I know. I definitely know.
She's like, Dan, be home by dinner. Most of the time he is. Okay, so let's talk surface distribution, because you have all these facts.
Yes.
You spouted them out. I'll let you respout them. I wrote them down, but he's got this surface distribution down to decimal points.
My goal here, if you think about the Southeast Michigan area and ultras, there's not any point to points in Southeast Michigan. There's a Lighthouse 100 up north, and I think there's a Veterans Memorial, which I think is mostly like paved bike path. That's like 150. But then you get the loop, like the big one here is Woodstock 100, which is a bunch of loops, which is great. But I was really looking to say, okay, what makes this race unique is point to point. But at the same time, I want to kind of prioritize the trail, like as much as possible. So we ended up getting about 81% pure trail. So whether that's single track or a little bit of a Jeep roads or kind of double track, I guess. But 81% trail, and then 11.7 of it is bike path, which a lot of that is the Lakeland Trail, but there are some other areas too. And then 4.3% is dirt roads, and then about 2.9% is like paved roads or parking lot areas.
It's pretty good distribution, dude.
Yeah, I think it. I'm very pleased with it. But obviously, I've only run the sections, so it'll be nice to put it all together and kind of then put that into perspective of how did that feel.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a river crossing in it too.
Yes,
perhaps the personal project version of the race and the event version of the race vary there. But what's the plan tomorrow for the Huron crossing? I'm
going to try to do it. I'm going to, I've demoed that a couple times.
No bridge, right?
There's no bridge. A lot of the great ultras out there, we think about Western states and the crossing of the American River. I think it's just so cool. It
is.
And this is, the Huron's a big river. I mean, it gets kind of small at some points, but this crossing, I go waist deep with it. So that's where I get a little nervous about, like, okay, well, pretty tall guy, and if a lot of people are going to be running this race, are they even going to let me do that?
Right.
So that's a concern. But yeah, as of tomorrow, you and I are both going in that river.
I know. I'm a little nervous for that, but I trust Dan. I got his back, but he's going to have to his energy will have to guide me in, and then I'll make sure he's good.
I'll try to be on the other side of the river.
Okay. You going to be down in that area for that?
If I can get there, that's the idea.
Good. I think that's a good idea.
Park might be closed.
Yeah.
So that might be an issue. And there might be a guide rope too. We'll see.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're going to get a rope today.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
great.
because, with all the rain,
it's going to be rushing there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so.
There is a backup if we can't cross.
Yeah, there's a backup, right? Workaround?
Yeah.
We head over to a bridge or something, or what is it?
Yeah, we got to pop out onto the road.
Okay.
And cross the road, so a little less exciting, but it'll.
We're going to cross that sucker, dude. We're going to cross it. Okay, and then the only other part of the trail the course I wanted to highlight was Southeast Michigan, pretty flat. But how much gain have you put into this 100-miler here? How much feet are climbing?
8,100 feet.
That's pretty good.
Between 8,000 and 8,300, I would say.
Where do you pick most of that up? Waterloo Pinckney, then the Potto, and then crazy torn shirt area in Brighton State?
Yeah. So the Waterloo Pinckney up through the Podo gets you about 4,200. So that's the majority of that. And that's, within, I want to say 40 miles or so. Then you're Pancake Flat on the Lakeland Trail. But then you go up through Brighton State Rec and Huron Meadows. There's definitely some hills in those places. The last 25 miles of the race is not too bad at all. I think there's only 1,500 feet in that section. So,
okay. Well, this is crazy, bro. I'm so excited for you, and I'm very impressed with the way both of you have gone after organizing this. We're going to talk more specifics soon, but let's first, Dan, talk about you a little bit more running specifically. Do you know what race of your career this is?
I knew you were going to ask that.
Do you know, Lauren?
No.
Okay. There's a lot of them, huh?
He runs a lot.
I know.
Yeah.
I would say that I started running.
Yeah. When did you get into this? Did you do it in college? I forget.
Yeah. High school and college. I was trying to think if I did anything in middle school. I don't know that I did anything competitive, but obviously, if you're counting up high school and college races, that's a ton.
You did cross country in both those?
Okay. Cross country and track.
Okay.
And then, of course, after college, or even the last couple of years of college, I was getting into marathons, and so I've done 20 marathons so far. And then, you have an agenda with these marathons, don't you? Yes, yeah. I'm trying to do the 50 state thing with them.
Nice. So 50 marathons in 50 different states.
Yeah.
In your lifetime, right? There's no
exactly.
No
I'm not on I've earlier in the endeavor, I think I was kind of maybe forcing some of them, like, I'll just do this one because I'm traveling to that area.
Just to check the box, kind of?
Yeah, but now it's like I'm very I'm more strict about it. Like, it has to be one that really is, mostly they're trail marathons. But it's like, hey, I got all the time in the world, just enjoy it, you know, and try to pick the best marathon in each state and just do it slowly over time. I still am trying to pick off maybe 2 to 3 per year. Okay. So.
And ultras, that's my favorite part, I'm pretty sure. You don't count ultras, right?
No, they don't count.
He's very strict.
He is.
He wants it to be just proper marathons, huh? Mm-hmm. I thought that was funny. Yeah. Okay, so 20 marathons.
20 marathons, and this will be my 8th ultra. Well, yeah, 7 official ultras. Of course, as in training, you'll pass the 26-mile distance several times. But, a couple 50-milers, 100K, a couple backyards where I went, I think, in the 60 to 70-mile range.
And only 100-miler, right?
2.
That's right. Huh?
Yeah, Eastern States and Ozarks. So this will be the 3rd 100.
Number 3, big number 3. Okay, this is a non-running question. I've been liking this question. People get thrown off on this one. Dan, if it was your last day on Earth, what would you do and who would you spend it with?
Yeah, I heard you ask this question to a couple people.
It's a crazy one.
Yeah, no, definitely. Just like I think a lot of the previous guests have said, you got to spend it with family. And I definitely want to be outside enjoying the outdoors in some way or fashion, whether that's, in the woods or in the mountains or somewhere beautiful. It doesn't have to be a run. It could be. I think that would be fun. But eating good food, I don't know.
Just hanging out.
Yeah, just hanging out.
Yeah. Good answer, bro. All right, here we go. Now we're going to start. We're not going to go right into the vulnerability stuff, but we're going to start working our way. There's a fork in the road here, and we're headed toward vulnerability town. So, the show. Before we talk about your training and how you prepare for all these things, we like to talk about the other parts of your life, work, family, all those things. And we got jingles. You're a jingle guy.
I love the jingles.
So we're going to talk about
work a little and live a little too. Work-life balance.
How do you balance everything that you do, Dan? Let's talk about your job. Let's talk about Lauren's here. Let's talk about the family. You guys have a lot of responsibility with the girls too. So let's talk about all that. You choose where to take this, and Lauren, you chime in.
Sure.
I would say poorly.
That's accurate.
Hey, it's not poorly. You guys are just living one day at a time.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's hard. My job is I work.
Your schedule's crazy, bro.
It's a crazy schedule. It's the shifts at the ER like 10 hours or 14 hours, and that's scheduled. So sometimes you're there later, finishing up notes or doing.
How far out in advance is your schedule published? A week?
It's a month out.
It's supposed to be a month out. Like, what is it? we don't have our June schedule, and it's May 20th.
Right, but it's also irregular month to month. There's no like set weekly schedule or repeating pattern of any kind.
No consistency.
None.
So tough for you guys to plan trips and stuff, or
It's a little bit better with that. The job's really good. Like, I can request a weekend off and be like, hey, I want to schedule May 21st off for this 100-miler. And I did that months ago, and it's fine, and I get that day off. But in terms of training, like, I can't have a decent training schedule, like where, every Tuesday I'm going to do this workout or wherever, or my long runs will always be on the weekends. It's completely random.
yeah.
You have to be opportunistic.
Yeah.
Like, take the moment while it's there. Yeah.
It's true, because like sometimes doesn't he like work all night and then he'll go run in the morning before he comes home?
He's been known to do that. I don't know that he's done that recently. Just, I think there's a lot of fatigue going on right now.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I've done that. I prefer, my ideal time to run would be like in the afternoons. So maybe like before going to work for a night shift, or even if it's a day off, I hate to get up right in the morning and run.
It's fun to like hang out. I got mad respect for all you crazy morning runners, but I enjoy just like a nice cup of coffee and maybe hang out for a little bit. You a morning gal?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, you beat the flies.
Yeah, you do beat the flies.
You get up before they get up. That's like a good thing.
And it feels good. Like once you're done and the box is checked, you're feeling great. And it's only
Totally.
like 9:00.
Yep.
Yeah. Dana and I don't live that life, unfortunately. So let's talk about when you're at work. Is your, like, how intense, I don't even know if you and I have talked about this. How intense is your job? You're an emergency veterinarian?
Yeah.
That's got to be pretty intense, bro.
It can be pretty intense at times. It's the multitasking and the juggling, because often you might have, 6 cases going at once. One that you just kind of examined and you're coming up with a treatment plan for, another that's in the diagnostic stage, another that's getting its treatments and you have to get discharges for to get out the door, and then you might be omitting another one for surgery, and so a lot of kind of people coming up to you asking you questions, and then you have hospitalized patients too that you have to answer questions on and make sure you do your exams on. And
are you the only doctor that's staffed during a shift?
it's one doctor per staff as a primary doctor, but then most shifts will have an overlap doctor that does surgeries and procedures and kind of helps back you up a little bit. But
Okay.
there are some shifts where, you're just the only person.
And then some veterinary techs in there, like help, like there's like, is there people in there helping you?
Yeah, there's techs, there's assistants. Right now the veterinary field is taking a pretty hard hit with COVID. We had shortages before COVID, but I think that just made it worse. So yeah, sometimes you're just working with a very kind of skeleton crew, trying to see as many patients as you can, but then having to turn people away, which is kind of a new thing for veterinary medicine that didn't really happen before COVID, but now if your animal's sick, this is my public service announcement. Don't wait, because sometimes you'll call the ER and they might say, hey, we're just too busy right now. Call back in a few hours or check with your regular vet tomorrow, which is unheard. I would never have predicted that 5 years ago.
Pre-COVID. Well, there you go. You heard it here. Don't hesitate. If the little pup or cat or whatever you got is sick, make the call. Yeah. Is this field what you envisioned when you got into it? And what drove you towards, like, have you always had a love for animals, or are you just more like a science-based guy and this is where the career trickled out? Or like, how did you get here?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird genesis to that. I mean, yeah, I always liked animals growing up. And I think as a little kid, I was like, oh man, I'm going to be like a wildlife photographer. That'd be so cool.
Oh, that would be cool.
And of course, you're just picturing Africa. I'm like, I'm just going to go out and take pictures of these elephants, and that's a job. Like that was it. But then later in life, I'm like, oh, what about, being a veterinarian or something? And then I just thought, no, I'm not smart enough for that. I'll never be able to do the schooling that's required for that. And I guess I didn't have enough self-confidence in that regard. But then it was actually in college. So I was a biology major in college, and I did really love the science aspect of things, but biology and plant biology and things like that. So I was really kind of in that kind of scientific area. Still liked animals a lot, but wasn't really thinking medicine at all. And then we did a semester abroad in Australia. Lauren, you were there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys were dating at the time or married?
Yeah, we were dating.
Yeah. We
Just
were
dating.
from like day one of college.
Oh, really? Did you guys meet as freshmen?
We did. We met because we were both on campus for cross country.
Oh, wow. It's a cross-country romance.
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
So what year was that when you guys met then? Do you remember?
It was,
Early 2000s?
2001. Was that?
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's
Is that
right.
the year we graduated high school?
Yeah,
Subsequently.
2000.
So fall of 2001.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, we've lived with each other longer now than without.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we've crossed that threshold.
We have.
So that's a landmark crossing there. How long did you guys date before you got married?
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
5 years, 6
No,
years.
6 years, I think at least.
So 2 years out of college, then you guys got married?
Yeah.
And then how many years until you had Lila?
Adelaide.
Adelaide's older.
Adelaide's older. Yeah.
But I thought Lila was older. Well, obviously you guys know.
Yeah. No, Lila.
Let me test your knowledge on this.
Lila's 10.
Okay.
Adelaide is 11.
Okay.
They are 11 months apart.
So they're Irish twins.
They
That's
are.
what- yeah, great.
Yeah.
Was that like on purpose or was that
No.
no? Yeah, cool. That's all right. Look at Lauren being vulnerable. Okay. But they're great. They're great kids.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
They're a
Met
little
them.
weird sometimes, but I love them.
I mean, they're very nice, and it seemed like they had fun last weekend with us too. Did they?
Yeah, they did. I mean, Lila, she's an aspiring runner. She runs cross country and track, and so I think being in that environment was cool for her. Adelaide, running's not her thing, but she likes.
She loves volunteering.
Yeah, she loves being helpful. She's volunteered at. Was it Bonfire?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she loved it.
She was at
loved
the
it.
finish line handing out bananas and water and
Great.
stuff like that. And we're like, okay, Ellie, we talked to the volunteer person. They said we can go now because it was like 3 hours. And like a few of the, there were like 5 more runners on the course. She's like, no, I'm staying.
Yeah, she was committed.
She was committed.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, this is a perfect liaison then to talk about your guys' family life at home. You guys are a little busier than others, perhaps.
We are?
Yep.
Okay.
We have some homeschooling.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
I'm sure that's a majority of what you do during the day, Lauren, or like walk us through a traditional day for you with the girls.
Yeah, I mean, so they go to a virtual Waldorf school.
Okay.
So their teachers, they actually have. I'm not their primary teacher. They actually have teachers.
Okay.
Through that virtual program. And so they just have a typical school day.
Okay.
They get up and they start their day when they're ready to go, which we hope is sooner rather than later.
Yep. Classic.
And then they work through all of their videos and work and projects, and then the day wraps up.
Nice.
And if they're done, then they're done.
And they're getting older now. 11 and 12, you said?
11 and 10.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
how much like supervision do they require when, I mean, I'm sure when they're in and doing their classes, it's fine. They're plugged in, but like, do you got to kind of herd cattle sometimes?
So, yeah, I mean, I think in general it's nice to be a loving presence. So I function more as maybe a teaching assistant.
Yes.
I'm there in case they don't understand something, they can't find something, they need help with a project. Then I can sit down. And there are some subjects that are us specific. So, for instance, Lila was doing work on the state that she lives in. So her teacher is not going to teach that to her.
Right.
I have to do that.
Okay.
Yeah. So
It's like a little bit of a hybrid, but you try to get the
Correct.
majority of it through the Waldorf, and then you kind of supplement where you feel like is
yeah, that's
appropriate.
right. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's a good fusion, and it works for us because it takes the pressure off of me. I was doing it all before, and that was
How was that? Crazy?
That was really
unsustainable.
stressful.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was very
Because I'm sure you had to like study and brush up on stuff before you were teaching it.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to come up with a plan. Waldorf is wonderful, but it's very open. It's very teacher directed. So it's whatever I want it to be. So they would give you a loose framework, and then I'd have to fill everything in.
Yeah.
And that just,
It's a lot of work.
I mean, I don't know if I'm like lazy, but that was just too much. It was too much.
You were
It
up
was-
at night, like trying to, like every
Yeah.
like Saturday or Sunday, you're like
Cramming.
cramming
Getting
to get
ready.
the next week of prep in. It was hard.
Well, I'm also like, I'm not really great with my memory. So I was the kind of person that I needed to have every single thing that I was going to speak about written down.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking like hours of writing down like lectures that I'm giving. Yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah.
And also I realized as a parent, I was not engaged with their education beforehand. So I didn't know where they were at.
Yeah.
I didn't know what they knew and what they didn't know.
Right.
So we started homeschooling during the pandemic,
Okay.
and we just have transitioned. That's the way we are now.
And what's
Yeah.
in your mind's eye now? You may not have like a view of this, but what like into the high school years, are they going to go back into in person, or like how do you see things going?
You want to answer that, Dan?
I hope they go back.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to push them out, man.
I mean, so yeah, I would like them to have the choice, whatever they want, whatever they feel comfortable with.
Okay.
I'd actually like them to have that choice from middle school, but as we're looking at middle school right now, that's not really an option.
Not as realistic.
Right now, we're doing another year of what we've been doing.
Okay.
But yeah,
Okay. And then they'll get the option if they want to do it, they can, and I'm sure they will. I'm sure they'll want to go.
I think they will. Yeah.
I
It's
think,
just what
you know,
school.
we started off with the Waldorf and
Yes.
with a Steiner school in Ann Arbor, and it'd be great if they can go back to high school there if they make that choice.
I think that's the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
You
So
guys
it's
are
a good
cool.
school.
You guys are cool parents. I like the way you guys roll.
Oh, thanks.
I like how you give them the freedom of choice to kind of, they're young, but you still give them tools, and then you let them make decisions for themselves.
Yeah, well, you hope that you've given them all of the facts that they need, and the skills that they need to make the choice that's best for them.
And then when they start making decisions at a young age, when they have to start making bigger life decisions, they have experience making their own decision, which I feel like sometimes isn't the case, and then people struggle.
Yeah,
You guys are getting them ready to rock.
maybe.
I love it. Okay, Dan, let's talk training now. Let's talk highs and lows.
Okay.
You're kind of always training, so I don't really know if you've really turned the dial up. I mean, it seems like your preparation for this has been more refining your route and understanding the course, and a little bit less fitness based. But take it away and let's talk about how things have been going.
So there's a little uptick there. So after I ran the Chicago Marathon back in the fall, and
Oh yes,
that was
glorious.
Yeah, and that was actually not that many weeks after the Eastern States, which destroyed my body.
Yep.
And so then now I'm trying to train for a marathon, which was just too much. And so I ended up having, I've been having some chronic knee issues, but it was during that marathon. It didn't inhibit me at all, but I just felt like I was limping when I was running. I'm like, okay, I got to figure this knee stuff out, because it had been 2 years of it kind of swelling off and on.
Okay.
And so after that marathon, I kind of backed off over the winter, more so than I usually do, maybe only running 20 to 30 mile weeks. And I started doing physical therapy. And my PT guy, got the knee back in pretty good shape, to the point where the swelling actually went away and hasn't been an issue. It came back after that 50K that I ran a few weeks ago, because I kind of pushed myself with that one. But since that, I've done a couple marathons, or was it just the one marathon? Yeah,
Just one.
Just the marathon and the 50K, and I was able to push myself during those. And
You took second in one of them, didn't you?
yeah, the 50K was second place, which was great.
Awesome. You're so humble.
I know. You did a 50K too between your 100 miler and Chicago.
With
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah, with
Oh,
you.
yeah, with her.
Yeah, but I mean, I know it wasn't a challenging race for you, but it was still distance.
Still 50K.
Oh,
yeah, it's
definitely,
still- yeah. So just, as a broader picture.
We're giving you credit over here.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. We're the credit. We're on credit patrol. Okay.
Right.
We'll get you dialed in.
Yeah. So, but since that, my training has been, how I like to train for 100 milers is, or what I find works for me, I guess, is doing these kind of longer training runs that are kind of in that 6 to 8 hour range.
Okay.
So that usually is around 30 miles or so.
Less focused on distance and more focused on just being out there for that long.
Yeah. And in this instance, because I was doing this course, I just chopped the course up into thirds and ran each third.
Okay.
And then if you added in that trail marathon and the 50K, that's basically, 5 runs of that distance in this training block. And I thought they all went really well. So in that regard, I know, in the beginning when I did that 57-mile training run, that's I thought that's kind of what I needed to do, because I hadn't run 100 miles, so I didn't know what to expect.
Yep.
And I wanted that kind of confidence boost. But now I know it's okay, I don't need to run for that long. I don't need to, because that really takes a toll on your body.
Yeah.
So as long as you get your body and your gut and the rest of your mind accustomed to being out there for a good 6 to 8 hours, and you do that a few times, plus you have a decent base mileage going, I think to me that's kind of what I need to be in shape.
So that's how you prepare in general for races. We've already talked, your schedule's crazy. So Lauren put it perfectly. You're an opportunist.
Yeah.
And I was going to say opportunistic, but that would work in just a different use case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So your whole thing is, when you're getting ready for an ultra, getting some big runs under your belt, and then getting base mileage when you can. Because I like your way you run, similar to the way I run, and it's a little bit less by the book in terms of like putting out a schedule. Mondays is a workout, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. It's all great if you can do that, but that's not my style, and it's certainly not your style.
Yeah, if you look at my Strava the last couple months, it's like
pretty
spikes.
It's pretty chaotic.
It's just like 20-mile week followed by a 60-mile week followed by a 20-mile week followed by like a 65-mile week, and I'd love to be like straight 40 to 50 miles a week with a couple stronger weeks in there. I think that would probably overall give me better fitness, but it's just not realistic with our lifestyle. So it's you take what you can get,
and it works for you.
Yeah.
Boom. Okay, let's talk favorite run of training camp. Have you had a favorite run, one that really sticks out?
Oh man, there's
a lot.
So good ones.
He just loves running.
He does.
He can't choose.
I know.
It's crazy.
Maybe favorite run if you can really pick one of organizing this course. Sounds like when you connected the Huron Meadows thing, that might have been
that was
up
nice.
there.
I'm gonna go with when I started in Pinckney around the 35-mile mark and ran to right before Huron Meadows. So that would have been mile 70-ish. So it was about 30. It actually turned out to be like 31 miles, but it was a beautiful day. I had run a marathon, 26 miles, 26 miles right before the Torn Shirt Trail of the Brighton State Rec area, which if anybody's run that trail, that is
it's a clusterfuck.
Lots of twists and turns, lots of ups and downs, a lot of elevation in there. And I was having a real bad low at that point. I'd already run out of water like once.
Great.
And luckily the bathroom was open at Brighton State Rec area. So I filled up my bottles and kept on going. But then I was running low on water again. And I'm just like huffing and puffing through this. And I'm going, man, I'm at mile 25 and it's pitch dark because I started at 4 o'clock on purpose because I wanted to kind of mimic the race conditions. And so it's like 11 o'clock at night. And I'm just like, I'm going to be at mile 60, not mile 25 for the actual race. And so I was starting to get really discouraged about that.
Right.
I'm like mentally.
Beating yourself up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so then I got through that section and then I had my life straw on me, which I love that thing because I ran out of water. So then I found a little creek with little flowing water in there, and I took some big swigs of that water, and it's kind of rejuvenated.
Did it taste good?
Oh, it was great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then then just finished up the last few miles down the dirt road to Huron Meadows, and that was, I would have a few weeks ago I would have said that was a low point of my training, like that was such a hard run, and that didn't do well for my confidence. But then getting through that, in retrospect, I'm like, oh man, that was a great run. Like, I don't know.
You turned a low into a high.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think having those hard workouts sometimes sucks in the moment, but retroactively actually boosts your confidence a little bit.
Yeah, it was definitely a practice in kind of the mental strength, because there's one point on Torn Shirt where you pass right next to the aid station, which is sort of a shortcut, but no, you still have 2 miles of Torn Shirt to go. Mm-hmm. And I kept on telling myself, God, I hope I don't see that little notch in the woods, because if I do, I'm going to want to just say, screw it, and cut the cord,
bail. Right.
Yeah. And luckily I passed it without seeing it. And I'm like, would I have taken that shortcut? I don't think I would have. But when you're in a low, it's like, it's a lot easier to be tempted by that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I always see the spin scooters when I'm on a low, and I'm like, I'm just going to cruise this thing home.
Yes.
I'm over it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So new section again. I think I might know the answer to this question. I'm going to ask this question to you too, Lauren.
Sure.
So he'll go first, and then you can cue it up. What's in your ears? You a music or podcast guy when you run? I feel like you're all natural, dude.
Yeah, no, I don't listen to anything.
Never, huh?
I've done it a few times, and it.
You also strike me as a guy. If he was listening to something, he'd have corded headphones. No pods. Is that true, or does he have some pods?
Well, he doesn't have Apple products.
Okay.
So
do you have any? What if you were listening to music? Is it on corded headphones?
She bought me.
Okay.
So this is because it comes from her. So
yeah.
She bought me sunglasses that have speakers in them.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Bluetooth.
Yeah, they're from Bose.
Oh shit, bro! You
Yeah.
gotta whip those out. I need to see these things. Dude.
Yeah, I don't have them with me.
But he probably never use those because he never wants music.
No, he does.
Okay.
And then sometimes, if he doesn't need the sunglasses portion, he'll remove the lenses and just wear the frames around.
as the headphones.
Yeah.
Solid.
Just so I have the headphones.
Solid.
But yeah, it's a very rare thing when I'll listen to them. Like I had one run. This was probably a year ago. It was at night, and I was doing the Waterloo Picnic Trail at night, which turned out to be extremely challenging. And I was like, man, I need something to distract me. And I popped in. I don't know if I listened to a book on tape or music. I can't remember anymore, but it was definitely a nice distraction. But for the most part, I got enough going on in my head that I don't need anything else.
Yeah. Okay. What about you, Lauren? You jam?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually probably I struggle without it. I'd say.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm always listening to music or a good podcast.
Nice.
Yeah.
What is there like 50-50 on music to podcast, or just the mood? Just kind of how you're vibing that day.
Oh, it's total mood.
Yeah.
It's mood. Although I do like to build a good playlist around an event.
Yeah, that's a great.
Yeah.
Me too. I'm a big playlist guy.
Yeah.
You gotta have a good playlist, just to lean on, just in case things get crazy. Okay, so Dan, we talked shifting gears a little bit here. We talked about your activity background. You ran in high school and you ran in college, and that's where you and Lauren met. Can we, pick the like layers back and talk about what originally inspired you to run? Is there something that drew you to run? Did you do other sports before you ran, or has it just always been a running thing?
Yeah, I mean, as a kid, I played a lot of soccer.
Yes.
And then I remember specifically in grade school, it was a physical fitness test where you had to run the mile.
Okay. Did you like that?
I did.
Wow.
And I didn't know, that's
unique.
the first time I ever tried to, because I would run all the time in soccer on the playground playing football. I would just run like crazy, and I was terrible at pull-ups, and I was terrible at the agility stuff and the V-sit and reach and all that other stuff. But the one thing that I could be competitive in was the mile. And I remember that the first year that I ran it at school, I got like second place or something. I'm like, oh man, I'm actually good at this or whatever. But it wasn't until like middle school where I thought of it as doing a sport.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I might have done track in middle school, and then didn't really when I got to high school, it was all about being on the football team.
Right.
So then, I played football freshman year, and I was terrible.
What position did you play?
I was like defensive end.
Okay.
And I'm like a lanky.
That's funny.
100 and, I think if you just looked at the body weight on a piece of paper, you'd be like, oh yeah, this guy's a defensive end. But I didn't have any upper body strength or anything. And I wanted to be a receiver, but they're like, you're way too slow to be a receiver.
Yeah, right.
So after about a year of football, I was sitting on the bench, and anytime we did any type of running in practice, I would just blow everybody away. And then in track, I did the track team, and my coach was like, man, you got to do cross country. And so then it just took off from there.
What events did you do in track that made him?
It was longer distance, so like the 2 mile.
2 mile.
Yeah, I probably did the mile and the 2 mile. I might have tried the half too, but I didn't have that kind of speed.
Okay.
So.
And then found some success, and then from there.
Yeah.
Did you get a little scholarship at your college too, or did you walk on?
No, it was Division III.
Okay.
So you can just walk on. It wasn't anything big, and I was okay. It was decent. It's a little bit of a bigger pond situation, but I'd score points for the team. Finishing top 5, and but not like winning races. Like sometimes I had a couple wins in high school, but not in college.
Nice. What college did you guys go to?
Denison.
Oh, Denison.
Yeah.
Shout out. I got a cousin that went to Denison.
Oh yeah, it's a great school.
That's cool. And what about you, Lauren, with your progression? Like, how did you, were you a big cross country when you showed up to college, or did you just kind of say let's give it a go?
I was a brave soul.
Okay.
So I started running in my junior year of high school.
Okay.
And I tried to join the cross country team, and I failed.
Okay.
It did not go well for me. I ended up with shin splints and a coach who wasn't sympathetic, and I didn't have anybody supporting me.
And it just wasn't a good experience.
No, but I kept running by myself.
Okay.
And then I went to college, and like you said, it was, Division III, so I could just walk on and join the team. I was never allowed to race, but I showed up to every practice.
Good for you,
Yeah.
dude. I love that.
Yeah, I'm not fast, and I'm okay admitting that.
Yeah.
I own it. I'm okay with that. I've never been fast, and
She's
great.
a very fast hiker.
You are. She is a fast hiker.
She has fast twitch hiking muscles.
Yeah,
that's what we say.
Did you do all 4 years at Denison then? In that kind of fashion, just kind of like being part of the team, all that kind of stuff?
So we went abroad, was it the second semester of our
Junior year?
junior year? And when I came back from that, I was in a different place. And
Okay.
so I didn't want to mess around with the cross-country team.
You got enlightened. You were enlightened on your travels?
No, I think I learned a lot about myself in the sense that I wasn't in, I lost a lot of confidence, I think.
Okay.
And I didn't want to mess around with feeling second fiddle, knowing that I was going to be going out into the world and I had to make something of myself.
Yeah, okay.
And I didn't want to deal with
You didn't want something kind of like bringing you down kind of as you were taking the next step in your life.
it. It felt like bullshit.
Yeah, okay.
It did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
and-
that's valid.
And my brother was on the team too. It was a family affair. And
Okay.
he's really great. So that felt like he could take the reins there.
There you go. Okay. Your brother, is Jake your brother?
Jake is my brother.
Shout out to Jake.
Yeah.
I want to meet Jake.
He's awesome.
I almost met Jake and the whole crew, and then I got hurt last year. Okay, so for both of you then, you go from Denison, you guys are dating, you're cross-countryers. How does this affinity for the trail running start, Dan? Where does that... You marathoned out of college, but then where did you first find the trail, and how'd that unroll?
Yeah, it was I was very into road marathoning. I wanted to qualify for Boston and get kind of the fastest time possible. So that's kind of where all the focus went. And then I got injured in that. Probably didn't have a big enough base, or the training with work-life balance just didn't really work. And so I think I ran my last marathon at that time in 2013, and I had some bad knee issue. Like my good knee became swollen, so that's when I had to stop. And at that point I didn't think I'd ever run again.
It was dark.
Yeah, is it?
It was dark. It was dark because he had a hard time going up and down the steps.
Oh, man.
You could see the atrophy in his leg. Like one leg was visibly smaller than the other.
Oy.
Yeah.
How long ago was this?
That was, about
2013.
10 years ago.
Yeah.
2013-ish,
Yeah.
kind of those years.
Yeah.
And so then I didn't know that I ran a race other than maybe a 5K here or there until 2017, where Jake, we'll bring him up again, he said, hey, why don't we do a half marathon with my dad, Mike, who's a marathoner, and he had been out of the game a little while. So he said, yeah, I'll do a half marathon. So we did the Grand Teton Park half marathon, and it was just gorgeous.
Great selection there.
So in preparation for that, I started running again, and I gravitated towards trails with the thought that, okay, well, maybe this will be easier on my knees. And then it was at that time where I also started I'd already been listening to a lot of books on tape, and so I got into, some of the popular books that are out there. And I remember that what really opened my eyes to ultra running specifically was The Ultra Marathon Man by Dean Karnassus. I think that's the gateway book for a lot of people. And then from there, Scott Jurick's book, Eat and Run, was a huge influence. But yeah, then I just kind of snowballed from there.
And now he's designing his own 100-mile courses.
It's awesome.
Whew. What's next? I'm happy to see it. Don't answer that question yet. Okay. We're on to another section of the pod. Are you ready?
Yeah.
We got a jingle.
And now it's time to talk about Strava. Strava. Oh, I really like Strava.
Thanks, Jake. Strava. You guys are both Strava. On Strava.
We are.
Strava enthusiasts, perhaps?
Yep.
Strava users. Dan, let's talk about your relationship with Strava. Things you like, things you don't like, and then we'll kick the mic to Lauren.
Yeah, no, I really like it. I think it's really neat to see sort of the other runs that people are doing, especially like in the area too. Like there's other times like, where the heck is it? Where is this person running?
Yeah.
And then you like discover another trail.
Always.
And then same thing with yourself. I mean, it feels good to get kudos from people or comments, and so I like that sort of community atmosphere about it.
Nice.
And posting pictures and seeing other people's photos. I follow some people that live in different countries, and it's like you see, oh wow, these are what the trails look like in Japan. That's kind of neat.
Yeah.
So it's
writing poems, perhaps.
Yeah.
Posting them.
I don't post a whole lot.
You don't.
In the comments.
You don't.
So when I do, it's usually like something that really, I guess, touched me or influenced me or something like that.
Nice. What about you, Lauren? You a fan? I love your Strava presence.
Seriously?
Yeah. Lauren Hughes, she's a great follow. Anyone listening. You're just so genuine.
Oh, Well, thank you.
And when you have like you're going through an injury right now,
I am.
and when you have days that don't go well, you're very vulnerable about the fact that, hey, today wasn't great, but
Yeah.
I this is what happened, and we'll move on to the next.
I just own it. I put it out there.
Good for you.
I think that's the best way to go.
I can just, like I said, I told you this before the show, or maybe while we were on the show, but I can get a really good sense of how each one of your workouts goes. And and it's not like you're not like a 3-paragraph gal.
No.
It's like 2 or 3 really pointed sentences, and I'm like, okay, I see like,
Yeah.
Lauren had a good one today, or like, shit, she's struggling a little bit again today.
Yeah. I mean, it's mostly from my own memory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I can't remember from day to day, but if I go back and look at it, maybe it's more like a diary.
Yeah.
In a way. And I don't really mind that other people see it. Really, it's just for me in the end. And I don't follow a lot of people, and not a lot of people follow me, and which is cool. I mean,
Keep it intimate.
I can keep it, about what's going on in my head.
And not have to worry about any of the
Right.
other distractions.
Yeah,
Nice.
totally.
I love it. Anything you don't like? Anything you guys don't like? I feel like you guys are pretty genuine on it and pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I mean the competition part. I mean, I'm a very competitive person by nature, so sometimes I'll see some of that stuff. And I think when I first signed on to Strava, I started following a bunch of people that I really admired and that were really great athletes. And then my entire feed was people that were really a lot faster than I was, which doesn't do a lot for your self-confidence. Like, man, this person's easy run is like at 7-minute miles.
Right.
Like I can't.
And their like heart rate is like 140.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So actually what really helped is I broadened my follower. So I just like, okay, I'm going to follow people that are my pace and slower than me, and just like get a wide swath of people on there so that you're not constantly looking at people that are just killing it and making you feel bad about yourself.
Yeah, I feel you. What about you, Lauren? Anything negative, or for the most part positive for you?
Well, I'm not really a social media person.
Yeah.
So I think I don't engage with it, the platform, the way maybe it was meant to be engaged with. I don't know if I pay attention to the challenges and all the things and the clubs, and the segments kind of baffle me.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a kind of a crazy world.
So I guess maybe I'm not a competitive person, like outwardly competitive like that, So yeah.
You just make it your own.
Yeah.
Good for you. Yeah, good for you. I don't really get into the segments that much either. And the challenges, I kind of stopped doing that too. But that's how you and I met, bro. Strava.
That's right. Yeah.
Crazy, huh?
That's crazy. Yeah.
And I just started hitting you up because your last name was Hughes. Seriously.
Yeah, no, I think
And then we just met up for a run. And we're not related, by the way, just for everyone. We might like deep ancestry, but we're not related. Hughes crew here. Okay. Here we go. Are you guys ready for the most vulnerable part of the episode?
Yeah.
I need a little
Like bring it on.
I need like a buckle up sound. Maybe I'll put one in post production. Buckle up. Here we go.
Now it's time to get vulnerable.
So vulnerable.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Dan, what is your goal with this race tomorrow?
My goal is to listen to my body, listen to the earth, and listen to my wife.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes.
Ooh, I like it.
She's scoring a little brownie points there.
Yeah.
I like that. So it's a simple goal. There's no time goals.
Yeah,
There's
no time goal. I think what's great about this is that, it's not a real race, and at the moment.
And you've talked to me about that. Mm-hmm. To when you're in a space, when you're in a real race, even if you're trying to be chill,
it's hard.
The spirit of the race gets you going. Mm-hmm. So you're actually looking forward to tomorrow because it's a race, but it's your own. It's your own.
Yeah, I get swept up in the competition of it, and I think I've always started them off too fast.
Way too fast.
And so,
I'm always saying that to him.
I feel
you
like
need
I'm
to slow
doing
down,
fine.
and then he's a little sassy.
Yeah, of course he is.
Like he knows.
Yeah, of
right?
course
I feel great. But
Come on,
then,
babe.
Even those beginning aid stations, it's like I can't spend more than 1 minute here. Like I just need to get my stuff and go.
That's funny.
And,
I'm so opposite.
yeah.
I'm so down to hang at an aid station longer than I should. They'd be like, all right, get out, leave. I'm like, no.
Yeah, no. Later in the race, I do, but that's out of necessity. But like in the beginning, tomorrow, what I'm really looking forward to is, first of all, the two only other hundreds that I've done, I've only been able to see my crew or Lauren. I mean, once every 20 some miles, maybe 3 times the whole race. And now I get to see her like every single aid station. It's only a couple hours, you know.
Yeah. What's the biggest gap? I mean, seen each other every 10 miles at least?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's more than that, isn't it?
I think the longest gap between aid stations might be like 9 miles. They're pretty close together.
Yeah, they're close together.
But yeah, so I really look forward to kind of soaking it in, and you know, I love this trail, and so you know, you go back to the sort of the dead podo tree poem, but I got friends out there. You know, I pass these trees. I have in my mind right now, like I know right where they are on the trail, and I just say hi and I keep on going. And why rush that, you know? And so I'm not looking. You know, when I look at the course and what I've done in other hundreds or whatever, I feel like, oh, I can definitely go sub 24 on this. And that is an ultimate goal of mine, like someday to do sub 24 on a 100 miler. But that's not what tomorrow is going to be about.
Okay.
You know, it's just going to be, if that happens, then great. Or if it's getting close to that and I want to push for it, okay, I'm fine with that too. But, you know, I'm fine if it takes 30 hours, you know. So I'm just going to have fun and enjoy it. And that's on the personal goal level. On the more race director, hey, I want this to be a race someday level, you know, my goal is to look for any problem areas, you know, see if there's any issues, or maybe this isn't a great spot for an aid station, or maybe this was too long between two aid stations, or just kind of get some feedback there.
Yeah, good. Has your goal changed at all since you first started putting this together? Or has round one on this thing always been to kind of be present and connect the dots and then look at what's next afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that that's the case. You know, I think it's, you know, maybe I think previously, maybe I was having I can also do sub 24 on this. You know, maybe that was a little bit a few months ago at the forefront of, let me go for that too. But I think it's smarter for me to do away with that 100%.
Yeah.
Because it's going to get in the way of the more important thing.
Yeah.
So maybe that's changed a little bit on that level, but yeah, that's pretty much.
Wow. So mature of him.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll start worrying about time tomorrow? Do you think he'll start turning the dial, or do you think he'll stay slow?
Well, I would say that probably I think he'll stay true to what he said.
Okay.
Only because it's not a race environment. You
Right.
know, you don't have other people towing the line with you. So you don't have that excitement that gets drummed up.
Mm-hmm.
It's just him. And then, you know, there's the joy of meeting people at aid stations and running with people. And yeah, I don't know. I think that this is just something different. So he's going to look at it differently.
I'm so excited. I
Yeah.
can't wait for it. I know you guys both are too. Dan, what are you most worried about tomorrow?
Well, on a, I guess, literal level of what I'm concerned about, the weather is a concern. I think I'm a little bit more comfortable with that today than it was yesterday when I was kind of freaking out about it. But because Lauren made the good suggestion, because I almost moved this to Sunday.
I also realized that I reread my text to you yesterday when I texted you this morning, and I was just on the fly yesterday. I was like, my text to him yesterday did not do any soothing. You were like, yo, weather's bad, thinking about it. And I was like, yeah, weather's worrying me too. Do what you got to do. And I looked at it this morning. I was like, oh, fuck. I probably should have at least give him one little nail. Like, it's all good, bro. We got this.
No, I was ready to go till I was going to push it till Sunday.
Okay.
And I'm like, you know what? If you're a race director, if you want to do that, and this race is on Saturday, you know, like you got to figure that out. You know?
Yeah.
And so I think the good compromise here is bumping it up. So we're going to start at 7:30, but we bumped it till 5. And I think that's going to, you know, obviously shorten the day up a little bit and maybe avoid some of those overnight storms, or at least I'll be
further along
when the bad stuff hits. So I think that'll be easier, and it allows more time. So if a thunderstorm hits at 7 o'clock at night and I want to stop at an aid station and get in the back of the car and just weather the storm, then what am I in a rush for? You know,
Yeah.
I could totally do that and not be afraid about, you know, finishing super late in the day the next day.
Yeah,
So,
I like that. Yeah. What about your feet?
yeah, so that's the other big concern. So after weather, and this kind of ties into that, because each 100 miler that I've done, it's crazy, because before I ran 100 miles, I would be like, oh, no, I'm not a guy who gets blisters. Like, that's not a thing I ever have to worry about. I can wear any shoe, any sock, I'll be fine. And then both 100 milers now, as soon as I get past mile 80 or 85, that's when I get the blisters. And so, and that's even for Eastern States, which was my second go at it. I had done a lot of stuff to try to prevent it, and it still happened.
Yeah, you have like a book about
I have a whole book.
blisters,
Yeah. What's the book called?
Fix your feet.
Fix Your Feet. John Bonhoeffer. Yeah, I think.
How fitting.
It's like the Bible.
It's the Bible. Yeah.
The blister Bible?
On anything foot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I recommend it for anybody who's having foot problems. And so I've adopted a lot of those things, and I have a very specific way to take care of my feet. And I think a lot of it has to do with the courses that I ran on, like the Eastern States and the Ozarks are, I mean, their footing is pretty technical. And the course tomorrow is not that technical at all. There are some rocky areas, but there should be if it wasn't going to be wet tomorrow, I wouldn't be as worried.
Yeah.
So I just want to stay on top of that and see if I can finally figure it out and finish the race without huge hot spots around the balls of my feet, which is what happens.
Yeah. Okay. So weather and feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We can do it.
Yeah, I think we'll do it.
I think his feet are going to be good. Do you have any intuition on his feet?
No. I'm not really good with foot care.
She's worried
So,
about doing the foot care. I'm like, I can do it. It's
I'm a
fine.
little worried about it. We had like this foot guru named Will.
Oh, Will is the foot guru.
Yeah,
Shout out to Will,
Yeah,
too.
Oh my
help
God.
out last time. And
He's a 200-mile guy, isn't he?
Yeah, and he did a great job, but he kind of took over. So I didn't really get to like learn from him.
Yeah.
So I'm a little worried about that, to be honest. But like you said, it's not that technical. I think that there was a lot of issue with the upsizing of his shoe. So the theory was you run that far, your foot is going to expand over time. So let's size the shoe up. And it was sized up maybe too much, so that his foot had a lot of room in the toe
shifting.
box. Yeah, exactly. And also, I mean, there are different brands that have wider, toe boxes. So finding a shoe that fit your foot better, I think.
Yeah,
is-
I mean,
yeah.
running downhill, I can feel my foot slide forward in the
yeah,
shoe.
right.
And I was like, oh, that's not helping.
Yeah.
Right. So there's some specific things that don't rely on me at all. That
Yeah.
hopefully will help him.
There we go. Well, I'll be there. I'll be there in the late stages. And
Yeah.
I'm down to jump in on some grody foot duty if I need to.
Awesome.
Dan, what's next? Big picture, what's next? I know you have some plans for the rest of the year.
Yeah, so I guess I can answer that two ways in terms of if you're interested in the Huron 100, and then also personally. So in terms of my personal race schedule, the big one is the Bear 100, which we're doing.
Yes, together.
So that's going to be awesome.
It's going to be great,
Yeah.
dude.
I don't have anything major before that. I think there's a marathon here or there in between. But yeah, that's going to be, it's got a lot of vert and a little bit of elevation. So that should be a new challenge, but I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah. And then in long term, I mean, I have so many little projects I would love to do. We talked about this a little bit before, but running the North Country Trail through the Michigan Lower Peninsula from the Ohio border to the Mackinac Bridge. I mean, that would be
That's amazing.
awesome to do that. I don't think that's anywhere, next 5 years. It might be even. You
I
think so?
bet he does that within 5 years.
Oh yeah, I think so.
I mean, that's a whole nother beast. I mean,
I know, but-
once you conquer the 100-miler, then it's like, okay, well, let's get into this multi-day running thing where you're doing 30, 40 miles a day. I mean, that's a whole nother.
But you could also do the Michigan, you could do that trail and do 12, 15 miles a day.
You could.
Just make it a few week process.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, I think even with 30 miles a day, it gets you about 15 days.
Whew.
So it's, you got to take off that time from work and stuff. So
Yeah.
that's kind of the restriction.
But
on
the
that
girls are getting older and able to kind of take care of themselves as they become teenagers, which might free you guys up a little more for stuff like
one.
that.
They got to be crew members.
Yeah, they'll be. Yeah, let's be honest, they'll be out there. Okay, so what else? You got that in mind?
Yeah,
Anything else crazy?
That's a big thing. I'd love to do a 200-miler someday. So that's in the future. And then, of course, I got a whole bucket list of 100-milers and of course, you got a lottery into half of those. So yeah, it's all exciting. And, I don't do a whole lot of racing. Usually it's just one or two big runs a year.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's on the horizon.
What's next and what's on the future for the Huron 100?
So the Huron 100, I mean, obviously the real goal now is to make it a race, and that's got some challenges, and obviously doing this podcast and then being able to post the run to Strava tomorrow is going to get the word out a little bit, and I'd really be awesome to get some other people involved. That's going to help me kind of develop that, and this is just my brainchild, but I want to see feedback from other people. Like, I'm very open to changes and things like that when it comes to the planning and the course itself and that sort of thing. But the permitting process and getting the volunteers and funding it and all that stuff is so intimidating to me that I guess one of my biggest fears is that, I do all this and then it just nothing happens. 10 years go by, 20 years go by, and this just was a kind of a pipe dream.
No, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because it means a lot to you. Yeah.
It's a cool idea too, bro.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of people
Have you ever seen the Field of Dreams?
Yeah.
If you build it, they will come. Yeah. If you put this race together, people will come, dude.
Well, that's the thing. And I got to take a real hard look at my work-life balance because, I wear a lot of hats and I got two jobs and family commitments, and the girls are in their teens. So that's going to be a lot of, so I don't want to start something that I can't then make a yearly event. So
you've talked to me about that before. It's like you want to be strategic with when you start it, because as soon as it starts, you want to be able to do it on an annual basis, and that's valid.
Expect it, and so I don't want to do it like, next year will be the first year and 20 people run it, and then it doesn't happen the year after that, and then the interest wanes, and
right.
I want it to be big out of the gate and be 100% committed for as long as possible.
I could see next year being a group of people doing it, still in an informal way, and then potentially, what would that be? 2024, taking it to actually be something as like a registerable event at that point.
I thought about that. I thought about, what if I get about 5, 10, 15 people that are just kind of interested in it?
Yep.
And I can mark some little places on the course. Of course, they'd have to have a pretty strong knowledge of where to go, but I wouldn't be able to mark the whole course like it would be for the race. But then get that feedback from them and be their aid station.
Workshop it a little bit. Yeah, exactly.
That'd be a good intermediary step.
Wow, exciting. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Stay tuned to see what happens. You have any thoughts on what's next for this thing, Lauren?
For the Huron 100?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I know you talked a little bit maybe about first starting with just the first 50 miles. And then I think you kind of switched and thought maybe I should just do the whole thing as it. But I think you kind of thought of it as a multi-event sort of situation where there would be 100 miles, but there'd also be like a 50 mile and there was something else maybe. So
there's a couple distances I think would be very achievable. So the Waterloo Pinckney segment, which turns out to be, it's not the exact Waterloo Pinckney. It's got some modifications in there, but it turns out to be like 35 miles.
Okay.
So I think that'd be a neat ultra distance that you don't see a lot. You see the 50K, you see maybe a couple 40 milers, but mostly you get this huge gap between 50K and 50 mile. So to do that at 35, I think a lot of people would see that as a nice stepping stone.
Yes.
So that would be, and then you can finish right in the Silver Lake area, which will be a nice finish line. And then there's a really good ending spot for the 50 miler. And then I haven't figured out the 100K, and I haven't figured out the marathon. Those would be harder.
I think from like a entrepreneurial perspective, if you're going to be getting permits for all this stuff, I think having as many events as possible to help pay and finance everything is going to be definitely the route. So, making it proper and not like over, like you said, you're very mindful about not biting off more than you can chew, but having 3 different distances that many more people can register for, because all those smaller distances are going to be part of the bigger cookie anyways of the 100 miler. Makes a lot of sense, but we'll get it figured out, bro.
Yeah.
We'll go to all the municipalities. We'll make the relationships, dude. I'm excited. I hope you let me help you on all this stuff.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I need your help.
Okay. Love it. And Lauren will be there. Lauren, you'll be you'll be the race creator, but Lauren will be the race director. I don't know how she feels about that.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I love it. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, Dan, last little piece of the vulnerability, and then we're done. We're talking fun stuff. This is a good question I've been asking on the pod this season. What would your advice be for someone who just started running or who's just getting into running?
Oh, I would say, do the running that makes you happy. It's just like everything else in life. It's sort of a journey where, if you would ask me 10 years ago, would I ever run 100 miles? I would have been like, no, that's ridiculous, and you just got to just be very open to where it takes you. And if, I'd encourage everybody to try trail running because I love it. And I think it's a bit more connected to the world than just running on roads. Nothing wrong with road running. And I think there's a true passion. And if you have a passion for just the strict kind of running and being in love with the form of that and the challenges of that in terms of getting your pace and everything, I think there's definitely a place for that. But as you're getting older, at least as I'm getting older, I find that, the process of getting out there with nature is the big draw for me. So yeah, somebody first starting out, if they want to make it fun, I would say, hit the trails because that's where it's at.
Yeah, great advice. Lauren, what about you?
Oh, I'd say stick with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've started and stopped many times for lots of reasons in my life. And if you're always in that beginning phase, it's sometimes painful. It's not always comfortable, but the comfort does come. You do get more at ease with yourself over time, but you got to stick with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great advice from both of you. The Hughes crew coming at it, dropping knowledge. Okay. Oh, we did the vulnerable stuff. We're good. It's actually not that hot in here. Are you hot?
I'm a little hot.
Yeah, he's in
I
the
think
sun.
I'm in the.
We're roasting the
sunlight.
racer over here on accident.
all right.
But hey, the lighting's better for the video. Okay, next section. It's like we're already in this kind of, but we're gonna do it anyways.
What's the plan for the big race weekend? What's the plan? What's the plan?
What's the plan? It's Friday. We're doing the podcast.
Yeah.
You guys are maybe gonna go look at the river crossing on the way home. It sounds like.
What are we?
No. I think we're going to go to REI.
Okay.
Last minute, we need a
some gear?
headlamp and a rope and
We need some food.
Yeah.
We've got some
grocery
supply
shopping.
stuff to
Okay.
take care of.
So some errands happening later today.
Yep.
Getting to bed. What time are you trying to
get?
get to bed?
Man, it's going to have to be early. If we have to wake up at 4 a.m., it might be like a 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's not going to do that. She's
I
gonna
won't
stay
do
up
that.
late.
That's okay. You can let him crawl in. What's for dinner tonight?
We're thinking some pad thai.
Nice. Solid.
yeah.
Are you into that? It seemed like you weren't into that.
Oh, no, I mean, that's his choice.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'll support him in whatever he wants.
Nice.
Yeah.
Are you a fan of the pad thai?
I like pad thai.
Yeah. I think everyone likes pad thai.
Yeah, I did that before the Umstead Trail Marathon. It really worked well.
It sits well.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's back it up. You're gonna wake up tomorrow at 4 a.m. Are you a coffee guy?
Yeah, definitely. But that early, I don't know that I'm going to have any. Sometimes when I wake up early for a big run, and if it was 7 o'clock, I probably definitely would. But that early, I'm probably just going to go without.
Okay.
And I have caffeinated gels for later in the race, so
Caffeine's not a worry.
yeah. Sometimes I feel like I'd overload too much if I did it.
Okay. And what about Code Brown? You have any issues with that in the morning? You're on a trail, so you can take care of that whenever. But
Yeah, usually
you hope to convert before everything starts.
there's a porta potties or outhouses at Waterloo State Rec area.
At the starting line?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then, there probably isn't one until mile 18 after that. So, yeah, hopefully I go at home or at that first place. But it's usually not a huge concern. I'll just
Whenever
do
it
what I
comes,
need
it
to do.
comes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So who's going to be at the starting line tomorrow?
Oh, I don't know. I think obviously me.
I'm going to be there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. You don't mind waking up that early?
I mean, I mind, but I'll be there. Who else?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Honestly,
it,
it's a small crew.
Cool.
I know my parents they're watching the kids, but they're not able to be there. So
Yeah, let's talk about the crew overall. Who's involved here?
So it's like 80% Lauren. That's it.
It's me.
Yeah.
It's Lauren.
And then her dad is going to join in probably at this point. We're thinking maybe mile 60, right?
Yeah.
Right in State Rec.
Yeah, because we pushed the race to an earlier time. He's got to help my mom set up the RV.
Okay. So and they're going to be camping at Proud Lake, which is the finish line, correct?
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And the girls are with them.
They are. Yes.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So it's basically Lauren,
It's me.
Yeah.
I'm all
crew
the,
chief. Crew Chief Hughes.
I'm all the aid stations and
Yes.
all the crew.
She's a good crew chief to have.
Thanks.
You guys have a good je ne sais quoi together. You guys just like
Do we?
yeah.
Oh.
And then I'm coming out to run with you.
Yep.
I'll be there. When am I going?
I should probably tell you that, right?
We'll figure that out. But when do I join you? I join you
at Brighton State Rec. So that's going to be mile 55.
Okay.
And you're going to be with me for 20 miles, so about mile 75.
Okay. And we'll cross the river, and then I'll drop you.
Mm-hmm.
And then is Sweeney coming out?
Yeah. So
Jay Sween.
He should be there mile 74, 75. Yeah. So right when you leave off, he'll be there.
Amazing.
Depending on the timing of things. So I think it's going to work out, unless I'm way faster than I should be, which at that point, Lauren will tell me to slow down.
Yeah.
I'll just sit in a car for a while.
I'm glad that Jesse's coming out.
Yeah.
Because I was like a little bit thinking about like, I'm be getting off the trail with him around mile 75 in the middle of the night when he's probably starting to struggle the most.
Right. Yeah.
It'll be a huge psychological boost to get past
the river.
Once you get to Legacy, and it's sort of literally all downhill from there. Like, I think, yeah. I mean, the weather might be bad. I might be tired, but at that point, I strategically put the aid stations like 5 miles apart.
Okay.
So, and I did that with it because I remember doing the Ozarks 100, and towards the end of the race, those suckers were like 8 or 9 miles apart. I'm like, oh God, I wish these were closer.
I know.
So from a race director, like some of those aid stations maybe probably overkill.
Yeah.
But I'll see. I mean, we can always eliminate one of them, but it's like I'd rather have too many than not enough.
Yeah.
And then on one of those segments, Lauren is going to pace me.
Ooh.
I know.
Yeah.
When are you jumping in?
I don't know.
Okay.
He hasn't told me yet.
Okay.
No, that would be from mile 81 to 86.
Yeah, I can't.
How the car logistics going to work with that? What's that going to be? Is Mike going to help out with that?
Yeah, he'll drive it. Yeah.
Yeah. This is in Island Lake. Is that what you're referring to?
That'll be the Island Lake.
He doesn't have very far to go, so he can't get lost.
Yeah. Good. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the shortest two aids. Yeah.
And of course, I would love to do more with you if I could, but I can't. So.
Okay.
But maybe most importantly, you're going to run with your daughter.
Yeah.
That's the hope. If we can get her out of bed at whatever time that's.
Oh, she'll be there. Lila will be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that'll
last 5 with Lila is the
that
plan,
would be
right?
ideal. If
They-
for some reason.
Maybe 2.
Okay.
Depends.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see how things are going. We'll see. That's a vibe check thing.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the weather, the time of day, that's going to play into it. But
Yeah, I mean-
the initial plan was the last 4.5 miles or something like that, but it might just be last mile.
That's because it would have been in the morning of the
Yeah.
next day. But now, especially with the thunderstorms, I don't think we want her running in that. So
Yeah.
we'll see.
Hopefully it clears up, and hopefully he's a little slower than we think he's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, for all we know, I could be hunkered down in a car for 3 hours
Yeah.
as the thunderstorms pass
Yeah.
by. So
Yeah.
And that's okay.
That is okay. Absolutely. And then who's at the finish line? I'll be there. You'll be there.
I'll be there.
The girls will be there.
The girls will be there. My parents will be there.
Parents will be there.
That's about it.
That's the crew.
So his family lives out of town. He's got a sister in LA, and his mom kind of splits her time between Florida and Ohio.
yeah, they're still in Florida. They're coming
Yeah.
up. Later.
So, if they could be here, I know that they would be.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay.
But they'll be sharing for him like virtually.
Yeah, of
So,
course.
Yeah,
You're gonna be like you're gonna have a big text of like people, like a group text that you're gonna be dropping updates into.
definitely.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Yeah.
And then what's the plan Sunday post race? You thought into it? You're gonna like chill at the campground or go home, or what's the plan?
It's so hard after both my other 100 milers. I was pretty destroyed and tired, so I'm probably gonna sleep.
Lauren's rolling her eyes.
But then I'd like to return to the campsite and hang out with people.
I feel like
Are the in-laws there Sunday night?
Yeah.
Camping Sunday night too?
they are.
Great.
I feel like, at least for you, after a huge race like that, you don't know what you want. It's
Indecisive, kind of?
It's like he's very contradictory. So first moment he might want to sleep, and then he'll go lay down to sleep, and he's like, no, my body doesn't want that, and he'll get up because you've just thrown your body for a loop.
Yeah.
So food sounds really great. You go to eat it, and you're like, no, this is terrible.
true. Yeah.
So in the same way with sleep too. Oh, nope, it's not gonna work.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Yeah, it gets weird after the 50-mile mark. Things get a little weird. Okay, let's talk about Lauren's overall plan for what is she going to be throwing you at aid stations? Are you changing clothes? You change shoes?
Yeah.
And what's your nutrition pick up and drop off each time you're there? You eat with her, or you pick up and eat on the go?
So I kind of want to treat it as if I'm a runner in the actual race.
Okay.
So even though she'll be there at every single aid station, only some of those aid stations are crewed aid stations.
Oh.
So this is where it gets a little weird.
I like
because
this, though.
At a non-crewed aid station, I don't want her giving me a new pair of socks.
Yeah,
or,
exactly. Right.
You know, even if I really need a wardrobe change, like a new shirt, I'll be like, nope, I got to run another 7 miles to get to the crewed aid station.
Yeah.
So I want to kind of be strict in that regard. But yeah, at most of the aid stations, I'm going to be just filling up Tailwind and water and getting some more gels, eating real food.
What kind of gels do you take?
I got a variety. So I do have Goos, I do have Huma gels. We got a couple new of those. I've never tried the spring ones before.
Spring gels are amazing.
Are they good? Yeah. So I'm going to try some of those. I don't mind experimenting with this. Again, it might be different if this was a race I really wanted to be like super competitive in.
Right.
Try to eat as much kind of real food as possible.
Yeah.
Especially the salty
What do you
stuff.
get him for real food?
Well, it depends on the time, but especially in the evening hours when he needs something salty and warm, we'll do miso, like ramen soup.
Ooh. Okay, so something with high sodium, sippable, kind of easy to take down.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, being able to replicate all the fare that they have at a standard ultra is just not possible. So that's something we need to really figure out. Actually, tonight, it's not that we've had conversations about it before, so it's not like a complete unknown. But yeah, I think sometimes. So he has a sweet tooth. I think sometimes we've relied too much on sweet stuff.
Yep.
And that's not been balanced, and then he needs a salt tab or something. So we need to keep the salt and the sweet in balance.
Yeah, I do have a tendency to do the sweet stuff early in the race, and
then you're oversaturated,
salted, and I can't take anything sweet later on, and then I'm doing all salty stuff in the end. And on my last training run, I did salty and sweet from the very beginning, and that actually worked out really well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I hope to replicate that.
You like the Uncrustables. This is like a secret thing. He loves
Love
those things.
Uncrustables.
Love them.
Have you had those?
Yeah, I love it. With the grape jelly or strawberry?
I like the strawberry or the honey.
Ooh,
There's a
the honey
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. But I should also mention that you are a plant-based person. So finding food at an aid station has always been a challenge for him. So we've always had to kind of
Supplement a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So it's not going to probably be anything different than what we have been doing.
Okay. So what else? What else solid food aside from Uncrustables? What else? You have like hummus and wraps for him at all, or just like?
No, I mean he doesn't eat big stuff like that.
Yeah, you don't eat that much, do you?
I find it, I don't know. Yeah, I tend to not eat a huge quantity of food. I try to eat more frequently. So I might definitely like carry a bag of potato chips in the bag. In my bag or
Something salty if you need. Yep.
Right.
What do you eat in the morning before you run?
It varies. You know, for tomorrow, I might eat a banana and some toast, that kind of thing.
What kind of banana? What ripeness?
Well, the ones we have currently have a few more brown spots than I really like. But
No, that's called a ripe banana.
So it's a little too ripe for you?
Yeah.
You like it? You like some brown spot or no brown spot?
I would say no brown spot.
You would like it to be yellow, but not
Yellow,
green.
but not green.
But also no brown.
Wow.
Where
So it's
that's-
like the unique period of like 1 day period.
I can
Right.
tolerate some brown, but
It's
yeah.
not ripe.
Yeah. What about you?
I want it to be ripe.
Yeah, me too. I like a little brown. I like actually quite a bit of brown dot. Maybe 50%
Yeah.
banana saturation brown.
Yeah, that's
Totally.
what she likes. Yeah.
I do.
And the green ones are just,
They're terrible.
I'm sorry for you guys out there that are eating the green bananas. Y'all are crazy. Those are horrible.
Well, they're just not sweet yet, so
Yeah.
they're not ripe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll eat them. I'm not going to be happy about it, but I'll eat them.
No, I'll pass on it.
Yeah. Okay. So you like him. He's just a pitch perfect prime yellow guy.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. So banana, just maybe a bar before you get out there, but you won't do anything huge, will you?
No, nothing too big.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What about hydration?
Yeah. Tailwind is kind of my big thing with water.
Okay.
I mean, in the beginning,
Any plain water with you as well? Or is it all tailwind?
no, I'll probably have a bottle of Tailwind and a bottle of plain water.
Okay.
And then that should be enough to get me through each aid station.
Okay.
I might have to, for some of the longer ones in between, carry a third bottle just to have enough.
So this is the first time you're doing just all bottles. I mean, in a 100-mile distance.
As opposed to
No bladder?
No bladder. just
I
bottles?
don't think I did a bladder for Eastern States. I did.
Yeah, I got it, bro. You got it when you're out in the mountain.
Yeah.
And you're out there like in the middle of
I don't
nowhere.
think I did.
I think you did. But we don't need to argue about it.
I trust Lauren.
Anyway, I don't. Yeah, and the other thing with that, I mean, for the Pinckney section or for the Waterloo Pinckney section, I'm going to do a vest with hiking poles.
Okay.
You know, get some practice with them for the bear, and then at mile 35 at Silver Lake, I'm going to switch over to my running belt, and then from there, then I might switch back into the vest like later, like in the Brighton State Rec area. I might put that back on, but I want to kind of go swap them back and forth. There might even be a couple segments where I just carry handheld water bottles because I've had issues with my back, like with the pack, like wearing a pack 100% of the time is hard on my back.
Okay. Well, it's perfect liaison. Last section of the pod. Are you ready
I
for
forgot.
it?
Yeah, I
This is
jumped the gun.
I think this is the best jingle. No, you didn't. You didn't jump it. You just you liaisoned it.
Look good,
What you wearing?
run good.
Tell me about it.
So tell me about the drip.
Oh, the drip, the delicious drip. So let's talk. So we already talked a little bit. So not pack the whole time.
Yeah.
Some belt, some pack, some handheld supplementing, with some poles. But then let's talk about what you wear on these epic adventures of yours.
Yeah. So I have my lucky shirt.
He's not really about the flash, huh? He's a pretty basic guy.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's got his lucky shirt. I think he wants to be old school.
Yeah, he is old school.
So there was this guy at a race once who was just like had nothing on, like no shirt, like barely a pair of shorts, and like a water in in each fist.
God,
and
I
he
don't
was
even
like,
think he ran with water half the time.
yeah, he was
And
like,
just
I want to be
killed
that
it.
guy.
Yeah, I love those people. I got passed at World's End by some old guy in denim jeans.
Yeah, this
I was
guy-
like, what the fuck?
He was at the end of Eastern States, like half naked, just wearing shorts and nothing else, and casually talking to people and drinking. Like he just did a 5K,
Yeah.
and I'm like writhing on the ground.
Yeah, of course. So what's your lucky shirt? What is it?
It's a shirt I got from my grandparents.
Okay.
They lived in Wisconsin.
Okay.
And so they pulled out. We visited them the one time. I was a little kid. I mean, I was like, I don't know, grade school, middle school. And my grandmother pulled out these shirts. She's like, we're going to get rid of these, but you can have one if you want. And so it's this white shirt that has a cow on it, and it says Wisconsin
Oh, amazing.
instead of Wisconsin.
I love a good pun.
Yeah. And so I've worn that shirt. I don't know when I started using it for racing, but
Is it white?
it's mostly white, yeah. And in ultras, it's the first shirt. It's not the whole shirt, you know.
Okay.
But then my dog, Sadie, she got to it.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
She had a small hole in it.
Okay. Well, you're still going to wear it,
The
right?
collar's all messed up. But yeah, I'll still wear it.
Good.
Yeah.
You got it. It's a lucky shirt.
So I'm starting off in that shirt. And then I got some other shirts on a similar playing field. Like they're cotton, but they're so old that they're so thin and like they don't chafe that
It's
much.
like almost dry fit now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Like polyester-ish kind of. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have a series of shirts that I'll use for these ultras that are just really comfortable.
Okay. What kind of shorts are you in? Oh, go ahead, Lauren.
I was just going to ask, are you going to do the button down?
Yes.
He got a button down
I
recently.
did.
That's classic.
Yeah.
That's classic. Just raunchy trail guy.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I did one training run and it was really nice.
Felt good. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to use it.
I'm going to use it.
Is it like flannel button down or like a solid color button down?
Well, it's got a plaid print to it,
Yeah.
Okay.
which I found funny.
I love it.
It's funny.
It's like a lumberjack. He's like a fit lumberjack.
Yeah.
That's great. I got you. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's nice. It's made by Kuhl, Kuhl,
Okay.
and I got it at REI.
Classic.
It's
long sleeve or short? Long.
Short sleeve.
Oh, short.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
short.
wow. It's amazing.
Yeah, but I think it will be nice. I think it will be. We'll see how it goes.
Okay. What else was like? Oh, what kind of you do a Injinji sock or?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And that's a toe sock, right?
Yeah.
And is the genesis of it's Injinji, right? Am I saying it right, or is it
Yeah.
Jonji? No, Jonji's a different
it's-
brand.
No, and Gingy.
Injinji.
Yeah.
Okay. Did the toe socks become a thing after your 100-mile blister brigade, or were you always in Ginji?
I had them before and I hated them.
Okay.
The first time I wore them, I'm like, oh, they make my toes feel weird, and I think they actually make things worse.
Okay.
And so then, because they were like the thing to do, like I think my mother and everybody bought. I like ended up having like 12 pairs of these Injinjis that I was never gonna wear.
She bought them for you because I recommended them. 'Cause
Yeah.
I bought them for you because I think Courtney DeWalter wears them.
Oh.
Don't quote me on that.
Okay.
But I thought so, and that she was that really helped.
Okay.
So I thought, oh well, this will really help.
Perfect for him.
You got blisters.
We love
burning
Courtney.
Issues.
We love Courtney on the show. So
definitely.
Yeah.
anything she wears.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wore those for like a year and I didn't like them. And then I don't know, at some point they started really working for me.
Okay.
Well, so you may not know this, but some of them are cotton and some of them are wool. Well, cotton, I mean, not cotton, but whatever the blend is. And then some of them are a wool blend. And so you may have been wearing something that was he would say that his feet were too hot.
Yeah.
So you might have been wearing wool in summer
And get hot feet.
and get really hot.
Hot feet sucks, bro. It makes me feel sick to my stomach.
Right.
Yeah. You
'Cause
better
you're-
take a look at that then.
You're
can't tell
doubling
the
the
difference.
layer between your toes,
Yeah,
right?
right.
So, yeah.
Even more. And what kind of shoe you in? You dabble in the trail shoes.
I
but what
have
do
a
you
lot
in?
of different shoes. The one I'm going to do tomorrow is the Peregrines. Saucony.
Saucony Peregrine?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I really like that one. It's got a nice firm fit to it. I don't slip. And like I tried the Timps a few weeks ago. I bought a pair of those thinking that would give me a little bit more padding. But
Is it Timpa Ultra?
yeah.
Okay.
And it's okay. But I do slip a little bit in them, and the tongue is really weird on it. So
The new
one.
reiteration. I loved the Temps, but now not so much.
They're always, I get it. It's a business model, but I do get a little peeved with the constant releasing of editions of shoes because they take away shoes that work and they force you to, go through the reins on finding a new shoe. And yeah,
Right.
my New Balance that I've worn forever now is officially like gone. I can't get it on
really
Amazon.
frustrating.
I've combed Amazon for years and it's finally done. And now I'm like, okay, I'm at a crossroads where I got to get a new shoe.
Well, Killian's starting a new company.
I was just going to say that.
Killian's company's sick, bro.
Yeah.
And
When do they
that's-
start dropping merch? I know, like I've seen that. What's it called? New Normal or Normal?
Oh, gosh, I don't remember.
Something. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
But yeah, his whole thing, one of the big things of that is if they come out with a model, like it might be 5-6 years before, like they're only going to replace it if they find a better technology.
Okay, great. And they have a lot of sustainability focus on,
Yeah,
on that brand.
that's a big part of the sustainability is like they're not coming out with a new model every year.
I love that. Good
So
for them.
If that shoe works for me, I'm definitely going to.
So are you going to try to stay in the Peregrine the whole time? Will there ever be a use case where you change?
I'm going to have lots of
It's going to be wet.
pairs with me. Yeah, because it depends on how wet the course gets. I'd like to stay in them as long as possible, but obviously for the river crossing, I'm going to switch into a different pair.
Okay.
And then, it just kind of depends on how things go, I think.
Okay. How many pairs of shoes do you have? How many pairs will he have
For
ready to
tomorrow?
go tomorrow?
I mean, ready to go. That I don't know, but
think like 4.
I mean, they've taken over our house.
I'm sure they have. It's a classic running
Yeah,
a side effect.
yeah.
Well, all right. So,
Thank you for
Lauren,
your shoes.
I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit, but you can take your time.
Okay.
I'm going to give, and I keep forgetting this. I've forgotten all this on every episode. I want to give you the opportunity to wish Dan good luck or give him any last pieces of advice that you won't be giving him, or you can repeat or give different versions of tomorrow morning. But, give the mic is yours, the floor is yours to wish him good luck on this amazing adventure that he's undertaking tomorrow.
Wow.
Take your time.
I guess I don't have a lot to say because we know each other really, really well. So I'm going to say something that might sound superficial, but I would say stay present, which is something that I think I try to remind you of a lot, but we really only ever have this moment. Like we're only guaranteed this moment, and it's going to come and it's going to go. And it's something that you've been working for a really long time. You've been imagining it and living in it, and you've been building it up in your mind. And it's going to be different. It's going to be its own unique thing, whatever you had set out in your mind, but it's going to be exactly what was meant to be. So just stay right there in that moment with it, and it's going to bring you everything you need.
Wow, Lauren, Lauren on the spot. Yes. Oh my gosh. I want to end with that, but I have a small thing to put on top of it. Dan, I'm excited for you tomorrow, and I've watched you build this over the past couple years. And my piece of advice to you is you're only going to get to run this thing for the first time once, and that gets to finally happen tomorrow. So along the same lines of what Lauren said, just stay present, man. Enjoy it. The weather might fuck us over. It's okay. It might, we might not be able to cross the Huron the way we wanted to. It's okay. Whatever happens, happens. Enjoy this first time, and I'm very confident that there will be several more versions and occasions for you to do this, but you'll only get to do it for the first time once. So soak it in tomorrow. No pun intended with your soaking wet feet.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty wet, I think.
Anything else that you'd like to say? Overall, no worries if you don't. Anything you want the people listening to the pod to understand about this project? Anything else, or just good luck and get after it?
Yeah, it's I don't know, go out and explore. There's lots of cool things to explore out there. So this was my little project, but I think everybody's got their little thing. So
amazing. All right, Lauren, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having us.
This was great. You're very well spoken.
Oh, thank you.
You did a really good job.
Thank you.
Dan, thanks for being here.
thank you.
Good luck tomorrow, bro.
Thank you.
Crazy. It's gonna be fun. All right, guys. Thank you.
Run, 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 run. You better run.
Well, I have a treat for all the PRP listenership. I traditionally record these outros alone, but I drug Mr. Dan and Lauren into the studio, and they're here for a quick debrief. Dan, you did it, bro.
Yes, yep.
How you feeling?
Pretty tired.
It was pretty wild out there.
Yeah.
Things went well for about 80 miles. 75 miles maybe.
Felt pretty good through, 74. Starting to get tired, 74 to 81, and then hit the wall pretty hard.
Yeah.
So not sure quite what went off the rails there. Could have been a nutrition thing or a caffeine thing or hydration, but was kind of in a dark spot for the next 15 miles or so.
Yeah, which the last 15 miles took you how long, Lauren? How long did it take?
Oh my gosh. I honestly don't know. I think I picked him up. So I was with him for all of that time.
Yeah, you talked on the pod about maybe only going for 4 miles. And how far did you end up going with him?
Well, it was at least 15. It might have been, it was always 5 and some change. So I don't know what it added up to.
Amazing.
But yeah.
Good
Thanks.
for you, dude.
Yeah. But yeah, I think I picked you up about 4 a.m. But we just don't know the finish time.
Yeah. That's a really unique part of this whole experience is that sitting here talking, debriefing, it's Tuesday morning. You got off the course Sunday late morning. No one's really looked at a time because that's not what the point was.
Yeah. Because I wasn't really racing to the full extent of, I'm competing and I want to get the fastest time possible. So I don't have any doubt that I could have done it faster, but at the same time, it's just, there's always this unknown with a 100-miler. And, what I felt at mile 80 and those kind of 15 miles there was kind of a surprise and gave me a little bit more, I already admired the course quite a bit, but now I kind of respected it. It's like, okay, this kind of rocked me a little bit. And it was, I don't know that there's any such thing as an easy 100-miler. So
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
No, yeah. So it definitely made me work for it to get it done.
Okay, amazing. Well, let's touch on a few quick things before we drop some call to action for the people listening who are interested. So, river crossing.
Yeah.
River crossing was honestly pretty chill. Chiller than we thought. A little eerie to cross 40 yards in the pitch black.
Yeah.
But was pretty chill. Current, it was high. It was in between belly button and chest.
Yeah, a higher river. Of course, we didn't have a guide rope, which for an official racer definitely would be guide rope and safety volunteers and somebody in a kayak and all that fancy stuff. But honestly, it was a very doable crossing.
It was very doable.
Mm-hmm.
However, after the crossing was a nightmare.
Yeah,
we were knee deep in sinking mud.
Mm-hmm.
We got stuck in these thorn bushes, briar patch. I don't even know what to call it.
Yeah, a lot of, and that and planning out the course earlier, that wasn't such an issue because of there wasn't as much rain on those other days that I took a look at that part, and just the spring growth really complicated things. So it's definitely something we gotta troubleshoot in the future.
Nice. Lauren, you want to talk about weather?
Oh my gosh, the weather was all over the board. We thought that the storms were going to be a really big issue. There was an instance of thunderstorms. You ran through it. You were actually surprisingly really excited about it.
It was exhilarating. It was great.
Yeah, he was really living in it. But then it kind of cleared up and it got a little warm.
Yeah.
And I think that took us by surprise a little bit. I think that we weren't expecting the heat, and so I think that might have contributed to the later portion of the race.
Yeah, a little bit of the fatigue.
Yeah.
Maybe some dehydration from that too.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Yeah.
But you got wet. I got wet in the river, but I didn't get wet by any rain, dude. I was blessed.
Yeah.
We thought it was going to be
lucky.
soaking all night. It rained in the morning for 2 hours on Saturday, and then nothing.
Nothing else.
That's
So
right.
we lucked out.
Things were going well. It seems like for the first 50 miles, you had it locked in. You were, there were some ups and downs. I know you had a little bit of a low in the first 50 mile from that heat, Lauren, that you mentioned.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like mile 35 to 50. I was maintaining my pace, but kind of starting to feel it a little bit. And, but then, when I picked you up at 55, it was.
We were flying, dude.
Oh, it was great. That's exactly how you want to feel at that point in the run.
I wanted to give you a shout out on your ability to navigate when you were that deep into a race. I had no idea where I was, but I realized that I maybe should have looked or studied a little bit more the second we got out on that trail, but you didn't disappoint me at all, bro.
Yeah.
Your mind was going to mush, and you would know these turns like on the drop of a dime. It was insane.
Yeah.
So good for you, dude.
Yeah, we did kind of I don't know, we didn't get lost in the torn shirt, but I definitely thought that we had skipped a part, but I think we were just moving so well that it went quicker than I expected. So
Yeah, you
I was
thought
happy about that.
You thought we jumped the trail, but you were just flying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everything with me went well. Then you picked up Sweeney. It seemed like everything with him went well. He was only with you for about 6 to 8 miles or something like that.
Yeah, about 7 or so.
And he's a beauty. Jesse, shout out, dude. You're the man. He worked out he did an interval workout on Saturday. He came and met us at 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Ran with you for 8 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went and ran the Pato on Sunday. So he might be fucking crazier than you, dude.
Yeah, he's
a beast.
kills it. Yeah.
He's coming on the pod.
Yeah, you got to get him. Yeah.
And then things get tough with Lauren, I think.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, all the tough sections with
Yeah.
her. I don't know why that
Yeah,
is.
so maybe spouses should not be pacers. I don't know.
I don't think it was your fault. And I think it was good that the tough stuff came with you.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I think so.
For sure.
I think it's a blessing. Before we go, calls to action. If you are listening to this episode and are intrigued, we need your help. We're trying to do this in some informal capacity next year. Safety is a big concern, of course. We are confident that there's no way we're going to have a permitted race within the next 1 to 2 years, but we need to start building this thing from the ground up. So reach out to me, Adam@preracepodcast.com. If you have any questions, you can also find Dan and Lauren on Strava.
Definitely.
We also just got the Huron100.com. Nothing is there yet, but more will be coming on that shortly. Dan, what do you want to say to people who might be interested in helping out with this?
Yeah, I think the beauty of this course is that it's a point to point. Everybody loves that adventure aspect of a 100-miler as opposed to kind of a loop system. But what that does is it makes it quite complicated in terms of putting it on, because the amount of aid station help and support that you need for a race like that is pretty high. So that's, I think the hardest part of putting on a race like that is the volunteers, the need for people. I know we've already met so many people that are interested in helping, but if you're out there and you want to be part of this, and whether it's just volunteering at an aid station, that's great. Or if you're like, hey, I want to be tossing around some ideas and being part of that kind of development of the whole race. I mean, I'm definitely open to ideas and suggestions on that front. So,
and if you want to run it,
oh, definitely.
If you want to run it, come out. Lauren, anything you want to say to people that might be interested in getting involved and helping?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just echo what both of you have said, because if you have any interest at all, really, whether it's running or volunteering, really do reach out, because that really will help us gauge where we're at as far as community engagement and how people are responding to what we're putting out there.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to take a village, but
Yep.
we're going to do it because that was sick. That was really fun.
It's going to be
It was
awesome.
awesome.
I definitely want to be on the other side of the camera.
Yeah.
You know, seeing other people run the event, I think that's going to make it come full circle to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see your baby go from, you birthed your baby this weekend.
Yeah.
And now you must raise this child.
Raise it and be like, hey, I see what you guys are doing. I've been through it. I know what you have coming up, and you know I can, live with them through that. So it'll be exciting.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for coming back in.
Thanks for having me.
Congratulations to both of you. This was a really cool weekend, and really, I'm glad you got this under your belt, dude.
Me too.
You're a wild guy. I love it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Season 2, Episode 3 of the PRP was recorded in beautiful Ann Arbor, Michigan in the Banana Tree Studio located at Ann Arbor Running Company on South Ashley Street. PRP intro, outro, and jingle jams by Mr. Jacob Sigmund. Dan, what a guy. Loved this experience. Really hope you guys enjoyed this episode. It's a super unique one. We ran a little bit long, so thanks for tuning in and sticking with us. 2 quick things I wanted to sprinkle on the top of the post-race reflection there. First, remember the dead poto tree? The one from Dan's poem? Well, guess what? Lauren secretly went out and got a piece of that tree and made a finisher's plaque out of it for Dan and gave it to him when he finished. It was unbelievable. It was a surprise to us all, and it brought a tear to my eye. So Lauren, you're a fucking legend. You are one of the best and most genuine crew chiefs I have ever had the pleasure of being around. You are just as integral in this whole thing as Dan is, so shout out to you. Second quick thing, we really do need your help. If you listened to this episode and you had fun and you're interested, please do hit us up. Even if you don't live in Michigan, reach out, adam@preracepodcast.com, send me an email. Check out thehuron100.com. Like we said, we just purchased that domain. Nothing's there. I'm going to forward it to the episode link for this for now, but we're trying to make this a thing. We're going to run it in some informal capacity next year, and we'd love to have you join or help out in any way, shape, or form. All right, another episode dropping after Memorial Day. You guys take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your morning. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And we'll see you next time.
Thank you everyone for tuning in to our overnighter live stream. There's quite a bit of content on here, so should keep you engaged over the next 6 hours while we don't have any cameras on runners until 6 a.m. approximately. We might go on a little bit earlier than that. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the stream so far, and I'm recording this a couple days before the race, so I might be a little tired. Maybe you are too. But hey, you can always come back, rewatch this overnighter stream, get some excellent content. We've got stuff from the pre-race podcast, stuff from my podcast called Aid Station Cuisine, as well as some other Huron recaps. So yeah, enjoy the content. Please subscribe to PawAnRepeat Media LLC if you haven't already on YouTube and Instagram. And yeah, hope you all have been having a good day or whenever you're watching this. And yeah, take care. Enjoy. Welcome to Aid Station Cuisine, a podcast for connecting endurance athletes and their personal experiences with the intersection of food, culture, and athletics. The show is presented by PawAnRepeat Media LLC, and I am Kyle Petronio, your host, producer, founder, and owner of PawAnRepeat Media. So our show format is a bit more open-ended than other podcasts out there, so listen in and we'll give you a general rundown. So our guest, they are known as the chef. That could be the master example of a cooking legend, whether that be through food or athletic ability. That's up to you to decide, of course. And the host, typically yours truly, although that may vary, will ask the guest several open-ended questions before allowing them to discuss a topic of their choosing. So you're looking at about a 30 to 45 minute episode counter each time, which is a great duration for those of you who like to multitask or would rather intentionally listen. Nothing too crazy here. Now, to introduce our guest. Our chef today is Austin Lewis, a dedicated salesman during the work day, turned ultra runner and shutterbug the rest of the time. If you'll notice, we have 2 separate cameras that are kind of running concurrently. Don't know how that's going to turn out, but we'll find out. I had another note in here that you just don't know how to put down a camera, because we were talking about how amateurs are actually better than pros.
Well, that's just crazy. I don't even know how to work a camera. So even that,
Nonsense.
I got that kind of reputation from you guys is, I'll run with it. I'm just an auto shoot guy anyways.
Auto mode.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Did you ever play like the old Need for Speed games? I'm thinking of like Autolog.
Yes, absolutely.
Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, shout out.
Most Wanted.
Most Wanted.
Yeah.
What's the best Need for Speed game?
Probably Hot Pursuit. I used to play that on my PSP.
Okay.
Great game.
Okay.
Great game.
I think I played it on like iOS. Anyway, we're getting way off topic.
Already.
Man, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, bro?
I'm so good, dude. I like trying to not break out in laughter because we've known each other for a while, and we just went to a bandit run this morning. Is your first bandit run ever? Shout out.
Yes.
The bandit racing team here in Ann Arbor, Michigan, not Columbus. The Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah.
And you're from Ohio, I believe, correct?
Ohio boy. Yes, me and Quinn.
Yeah, you and Quinn Williamson, who ironically has been on another podcast that we're not going to shout out here. No, we're definitely going to call out the pre-race podcast right here, right now, because it's, Adam Hughes. Love that guy, but we got Austin Lewis first, so take it, brother.
You guys are crazy. I can't believe you guys were talking about me on a run together. That's just an honor I'll take.
No, that's fair. Well, I guess my first question for you, have you ever been on a podcast before?
No, never.
I wasn't sure if you had like a shadow one. It was actually I've been on 10.
I'm a chronic podcaster.
What are some of your other favorite podcasts to listen to?
I listen to a lot of sports, like
sports
news.
ball.
Oh yeah, I mean mostly a
Cleveland
sports
Browns.
guy. Yes, Cleveland Browns. I'm trying to think of Ohio
R.I.P.
State.
Nick Chubb's ACL.
Everything.
Yeah.
We need him healthy now. And a new quarterback.
What Cleveland Brown would be the best at ultra marathons?
That's a great question. Probably, Nick Chubb, even though with his injuries, that's what makes him a good ultra athlete. The resilience, right?
You just
keep
power
coming
right
back.
through. I have a little show note here kind of to just talk about our background on our friendship. I want you to start because I'm sure my perception is skewed. So I don't know.
It was perfect when you sent over the show notes, and I was like looking through it. The first one that you had was Mohican and Dog Stash, and I was thinking about it like the origin of it all is Trail Weekend now.
Yeah, Trail Weekend 2023 for context. It's a RF event. Shout out. RF Events does a lot of local kind of trail and road races around the area, I would say.
Yeah, it was
Southeastern Michigan.
That was my first ultra. It was my first 50K.
Really?
I ran at Woodstock. I did the marathon.
Yep.
I think I had like a 5:30 finish or something crazy like that. That was like one of my first trail races altogether.
Yeah.
And
I remember pictures of you from, well, not Woodstock, but Trail Weekend.
Yeah. No. Well, that's what I was about to say is it all started after that. You sent me like invite to a community. It wasn't even like
I don't think I'd even talk to you at that point. I was just like, this guy seems like really cool.
I posted about like wanting to get involved in the trail community a little bit more. You send me something over about Dog Stash and like, hey, let's get together for some trail runs.
I guess like I should talk about what Dog Stash is. So originally like the design for Dog Stash for PawAnRepeat actually was I'd been running at Milford Trail, and I was thinking like this would be a really cool, like there was a beautiful sunset, and it's like a 6-mile loop, but there's almost like this little mini valley that it cuts through, and I'm like, I had seen like a lot of the aesthetic photo shoots of the time, so like some Jim Walmsley stuff maybe, and Courtney and Katie Scheid, and I was like, man, I want to get like really cool photography. Granted, it was kind of from like a monetary perspective initially, which then I was like, screw that. Let's just like run with a bunch of people. It's kind of fallen off since, but
Dude, I loved it. I mean, that's exactly what I was even looking for,
Yeah.
is like some community outreach, because
Yeah.
in trails, you're just, if you don't have a squad that you're running with, every
Yeah.
now and then you're just out in the woods by yourself all the time.
Yeah. And
So it was
that's-
perfect to get like some, different people together, kind of network within the different
Yeah.
communities and get involved in some of the Ann Arbor running. It's been fun.
Yeah, definitely. So Dog Stash like has fizzled out a little bit, just due to life, right? Like 2024, it fell off a bit, but I guess we can just fast forward because we could talk about this all day. But where did we get the idea for Mohegan in 2024?
You brought it up. You brought it up because
Okay.
Nick Gap, you paced over there.
Oh,
You-
right. Yeah, that's that.
And
I
you wanted to
forgot
run a
about
50
that.
miler. And then it was ironic because my father-in-law also ran it the year before, didn't have the race he necessarily wanted,
Yeah.
and wanted to go back out there. So I
Yeah.
definitely wanted to run another 50 miler. I was looking for a little bit more hillier terrain anyways. And then you guys both suggested it, and I was like, okay.
All right. So we both get there. What was
Vibes
your-
are awesome.
Vibes were amazing. Like Ohio does it different. I'm like shameful to admit I actually really like that part of Ohio, but man, after like pacing Nick Gap at like 10 p.m. into 4 a.m. 2023, like this was legit. And yeah, our start time was what, 6 a.m. I think it was you, me, and Brad, your father-in-law.
Yeah, we even like rolled in hot at 6 a.m. We had some pizza the night before, I think from Pizza Hut, the local Pizza Hut down the
Nice.
street, did some tent camping. But the bathrooms are great there. Like I said, even on the run today, they have the best like state park bathrooms.
Mohegan Adventures does.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Not a publicity stunt for them, but like if it were,
That's where you want to be,
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it was a great day for it. Honestly, not bad weather at all. And my whole goal going into it was not to get dropped in the first lap by you, Brad, or like any of my, friends and family out there.
Yeah.
Like just hang on, keep the trailer attached for as long as you can.
Yeah.
And honestly, we had a very relaxed first lap. I was not chatting it up as much because I was laser focused on just not bunking
So
right away.
here's what's funny is like I'll get into how you drop me because that's always fun to talk about.
Kyle led most of the first lap just because, once again, I mean, he beat me in the 50K. I was like, been training with him in Dog Stash. I knew,
Yep.
where your fitness was. And I was like, dude, if I can just, hang around and be good the first lap, I can drag myself through that second lap. But, I mean, and even when you were at the aid stations, you were talking to people, bathroom, laughing,
Yeah.
good time. I was like, salt, gel, like, shake hand, I'm out, walking, you know, and then you kind of caught up with me. But we had a good game plan. I mean,
We did.
honestly, finished
Until
that
you broke
first.
it.
well, yeah. Honestly, it's good to hear your perspective coming into that
Yeah.
first lap, and then I can even share mine as well.
Yeah. So mile 27 hits. We're like, all right, we're going to go to the aid station. That's the halfway point. That's where like all your food is. That's where all your like nutrition, fuel, whatever.
You looked at me probably 15 miles into the 50 miler and you were like, this is awesome. I think I love this distance. I was like, that's mistake number one. I was like, that's when I said at the turnaround, we need to have Margaret take a video of you saying that because
Yes.
it never ends like that. It never
No.
ends like that.
So Austin left the aid station at mile 27 about 10 minutes before me. I think you went in and like got your stuff, got out, and I was just like chilling with Margaret and my dad, like taking my time. And I'm like, where's Austin? I'm like, whatever, I'll find him later. I like figured you were like a couple minutes up the trail, and I didn't see you for the rest of the race.
Dude, grab my stuff. I start walking on that little bike path right there. And I mean,
Yeah.
I walked the whole bike path, even
Yeah.
that first little section, and there's a little uphill right there.
Yeah.
Walking up the uphill, getting down the Red Bull, like making sure I get my carbs in, getting the heart rate down. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I'm wasting way too much time. I'm like, Kyle's way ahead of me. I'm like, veteran move by Kyle. He ditched me at the halfway, at the halfway point. He sped out of there and he's going to like just put me in the dust. So then I just start running, and I'm like chasing
running
Ghost
scared.
Kyle. Oh my gosh, absolutely. Because I'm also trying to figure out where Brad is, and I'm like, I bet Brad's right. Brad's beat me in every single race leading up to this point.
So once I didn't see you, I was like, I cannot get beat by Brad. That would just be absolutely like devastating for my ego.
Totally.
Which, shout out Brad. You didn't beat either of us that day, but
No.
also he's got like several years on us.
Totally.
So, suffice to say, we're gonna wrap up the Mohican section because basically you beat me by 45 minutes.
It's my claim to fame right
It's
now.
his claim to fame is he got me in the 50, but I got him in everything else. So,
Yeah, that's how it goes.
yeah. If you want to come run some sub ultra stuff, I can actually get you fast. If I do that though, you're gonna start beating me, and I don't want that. So maybe not.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
No. Okay.
Body doesn't do well with running fast.
Yeah. And then I guess the other big piece, which is the Huron 100. So, okay, I guess for Huron, you approached me after watching that documentary. From your experience, like, what was the scoping process like for the live stream? 'Cause
This was completely foreign waters to me. This was all Kyle's wheelhouse. I had no idea how this was going to happen.
I basically told you, like, hey, go to this location and hop on a Discord call with me and see how... Let's see if we can hear you.
And sometimes that location wasn't always the right location, but we won't even dive into it. It wasn't perfect by any means.
No.
It's a 100-mile point-to-point race. It's logistically a nightmare for a live stream crew. I think I had 3 hours of sleep. I ended up sleeping in the back of my car at the finish line.
Yep.
That way I didn't miss anything because I
So
knew
this
once
is
I got...
Saturday into Sunday because the race started Saturday at, 9 a.m., 10 a.m.? and
Amazing
then-
start time.
Amazing start time. Basically, we stopped streaming maybe 7 p.m. because I was like, it's raining. We're just going to get up early. So I think I got to Proud Lake at like 3 a.m. maybe. And I called you and you didn't answer. Unsurprisingly, probably needed your sleep.
I was sitting there in my car while I was running so I could get heat coming in as
Yeah.
well. And
It was cold. This was like, even in June, it was cold at night. Like,
it was
comparatively.
100%. I still have never been to the finish, so I didn't even know if I was in the right spot.
Me neither, actually, which is funny because I filmed that entire documentary and basically stopped at the halfway point and was like, I'm done.
That's hilarious. Yeah, we got everything set up. I got out of my car. You were there. Adam was there. Dan was there.
I remember Jack Miller was coming in at 4:30 in the morning. I was like, I don't think I'm gonna have time to get a stream going. Let's just get the baseline set up. So we set up the finish, I think, with the generator I brought because they didn't have another one at the time. And we plugged in that little tiny light, which somehow
Miracle Maker. Without that light, it would have not worked.
No, Jack would have ran into the dark and been like, great. And Jameson too.
Yep.
So
Dan and Adam didn't go to sleep at all, so they were still,
Completely
the Walking
zombies.
Dead, coming through. We were trying to get everything set up, and they both came through. So we were a little bit more prepared for Evan when he was
Yes.
coming through. I was able to get on the bike. I was able to kind of meet him probably a mile, a mile and a quarter, outside the.
Proud Lake is relatively flatter than some of the other sections of the course, so very bikeable.
Totally. Well,
But
not a biker, but I'm not a
you're
biker.
not a biker, not yet.
Yeah, so we were very sleep deprived with one hand following Evan White.
Don't try this at home, kids.
He was with his pacer, dropped his pacer, started to get a 6-minute mile at the end of his 100.
Yep, no big deal.
Almost outkicked me on the bike at that point.
I remember in the footage, there's his pacer is just go, because you're gonna die if you don't pass him. And the trail's slightly closing in.
And there's roots and rocks, and I'm trying to get all my energy.
It's
I
so
emptied the
hard.
tank on him just to catch up to him, but it was one of the coolest moments.
And that's one of the best footage moments of the year, I think, which actually is a very nice segue. That exact stream moment was reposted by Caleb Bowen, his coach at Marshall.
West Virginia god.
Right?
Yeah,
the West Virginia
absolutely.
guy who also went to Western States and also was on that West Virginia documentary when he was an assistant coach and did a 100-mile for the first time. So that was a very full circle moment for me when I saw
Baller.
that, and I was just oh wow, people actually care. This is So cool.
And it's just like that. One moment out of a whole like 100-mile race where you can capture that. Other people can see it. They can see like your finish and everything, and they can be a part of this experience. You can share it with them. I remember going up to him with his family like all around after, and I was like, dude, that was freaking awesome.
Yeah.
That was like so fun to be a part of.
Yeah.
But there was a ton of cool moments, and that's what I was even talking with Adam with is like those are the opportunities that anything that you can capture is better than nothing. Like something 100%. Is always better than nothing. So
I mean, the fact that we got most of the finishes for the 100 too were amazing. The thing I want to do this year is capture the 50 finishes because we really just got a few of them. So, okay, Huron. And then there's no real major event for each of us since then until today. So,
yeah, no, not at all.
So there's the intro. So, first real question that's...
Great.
I know, right?
Here we go.
Words, yeah. Are you a Michigan Wolverine now?
Nah, the hair just stood up on the back of my neck.
He's like, I'm about to throw my microphone at all the gear in here.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Good old state of Ohio. O-H-I-O.
I'm not even going to get into it.
Yeah, that's probably the best bet. You know, that's probably the best bet for everyone.
I'll start saying some things I don't want to say, and then it's spiral. All right.
It's good friendly competition. That's the foundation of our relationship anyway.
That's true. That's true. And it's not like this menacing thing either. So, okay, I guess first question, that's a real question. What inspires you currently in your day-to-day? Because I know we've been talking about ultras, but I know you work in sales. We haven't really talked into that. We don't even know what each other does outside of like this ultra space very much. So I'm just curious.
No, that's a great question, right? And I think it can change on a daily basis, weekly basis. Like, you know, it can change all the time, depending on when you ask me. But I think people overcoming adversity, people helping other people, optimistic people, you know, glass half full kind of people.
Yeah.
Honestly, a lot of people, you know, obviously, if you boil it down to one thing, I think people definitely inspire me. I enjoy like having people to lean on, you know, having different relationships, friends, family, they mean a lot to me. So even like when you think about trail running and not having, that was just an outlet for me for strictly like physical fitness and health. And then, you know, as you start to do dog stash and everything, it's like, oh, you can do this with friends. You can do, you know, have good conversation out here.
Different modalities of like approaching life, I guess.
Totally. So, I mean, that definitely inspires, even when you think about the trail scene, like inspiring people hitting the distances that they never could think that they could hit, you know, like overcoming challenges that they never thought that they could. Like that is so inspiring in so many different ways. And it like motivates me to go out and try something new or, you know, do something that I haven't tried before.
Than the usual. I do want to say, like, I like to bring it back to diversity too. Like, obviously, we're two white men talking like many other white men on podcasts have always done, and I think representation is super important, and that's why I'm trying to have like very different guests from very different backgrounds like on the pod. How would you recommend other people get inspired when, say, they don't see someone that looks like them or, you know, acts like them in sport or just in life, like, and we might not have that experience specifically, but I'm just curious like how you would approach it if you were looking at it from the outside.
There are definitely people that get into ultra running just because they're trying to overcome something, running from some demons, and like I think everyone to some capacity, like running can help that, especially their mental capacity. So you know, regardless, just like having a genuine curiosity, why are you out here? What brought you, you know, even to today's group run, or like, you know, what goals are you training for this year? Sometimes it's never to race or competition or anything. It's like, I'm just here to get some fresh air. And it's like, I love that.
That's amazing. That. And I think it was really cool. Like even with the stream, like we had just regular everyday people, all different, just kind of like popping by the stream and just like, what you doing?
Totally. I mean, and that's the beauty of ultra running as well. Like anyone can do it. And the crazy thing is like you're going to break boundaries the more and more you get around the ultra community. Like you set these limitations on different people and like, you know, hey,
there's like a little bit of a gatekeeping element, I think, that prevents people from going in. But I guess what I was getting at before is like we need like different ethnic backgrounds and different people of different colors like coming through and like we want you there. Yeah. And that's like it's hard to like explain that when like we're all white, you know. Totally.
So, no,
I don't know.
There's a place for everyone for sure.
There's a place for everyone, and I think like over time it will get better. It's just hard because I mean it's not necessarily hard for us, but like I gravitate towards people who are not like me. And I think that's, just something I enjoy. But, yeah.
Absolutely.
So curiosity.
Yeah. No, I mean, and having a genuine curiosity where you're not being, being respectful. I mean, like, and I think every time you have that approach in any kind of capacity of life, you're going to learn something where you can better use it later on.
Oh, definitely.
Rather than drawing, you know, some assumptions or anything like that.
Some assumptions, and like there's plenty of that in the world right now, especially. Won't name names, but you know.
Lead with love.
Lead with love. Oh, I love it. Haha. Next question on my actual list. What is your favorite recipe for workouts or cooking? We kind of talked this over.
Yeah, before, I know. This is where I give a shout out to my wonderful wife, Kate, for...
Shout out, Kate.
Yeah, just being a phenomenal cooker. And honestly, she makes sure I stay out of the kitchen. She likes having control over the kitchen. I usually mess things up when I go to the kitchen. So, I mean, you know, I'm doing dishes. I'm trying to take out the trash, other things like that. But, I mean, we eat a ton of pasta. We eat a ton of pizza. You know, she tries different TikTok recipes and cookbook recipes. She likes to dabble in a bunch of new different things and try this and try that. But
experimental.
Yeah. So whatever. And usually we definitely do some carbs on like a Thursday, Friday leading up to a long run. Yeah. Yeah. But other than that,
noodles in.
Yeah, I just sit at the dinner table, like eat what's in front of me, and it's the best life ever. Go. Yeah.
That's awesome. It's funny because I take on the cooking role with Margaret a little bit more. It's not that she can, I just don't think she enjoys it. So I don't know. And my mom, bless her heart, like all the Filipino cooking, and like she's just like Asian moms are just kind of like that. You know, sure. They're very like endearing. Like, oh, did you eat? So yeah, it's just always a good time. What's your favorite meal though? Like if you had to pick one, you're on death row. You're about to run the Barkley marathons 5 times over. I don't know.
That's a great question. I mean, before races, it's always like Olive Garden pasta. Okay. To be honest, and like spaghetti, red sauce. You know, and like try not to overdo it. I try not to eat too much. But dude, like
some pasta sounds so good right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's a comfort food. So like we definitely, Kate and I, enjoy pasta. We have pasta a decent amount, especially throughout the summer as we're carb loading and different stuff like that for different races, adventures, events, all that kind of stuff. I will say that I'm not like brown sugar Pop-Tart is definitely something that I also rock before like a Woodstock race or something like that. You're camping, you can't just like get your breakfast.
You just gotta get it in, you know, like whatever the thing is.
The thing about ultra running is it's better to have something than nothing, right? And then obviously you want to have a little bit healthier energy as better as you can, but it's better to have something rather than nothing. So even if you can get in a brown sugar Pop-Tart, that helps.
What about that weird spring
what? Spring energy? Are that what you're talking about? I don't. So the only gels that I use are Precision, to be honest.
So that's sorry, that was a terrible segue. And beef that happened last year and it's probably no longer relevant. Or maybe it is.
Did you use Spring Energy?
I did once and I loved it. That's the crazy thing.
You were bought in.
I was bought in and then I'm like, wait. So I don't know. I don't know what to believe. I'm just like, if I don't know, I'm going to avoid it and use what I know works. It was just a weird conundrum.
I stick with credible brand. Shout out Precision.
So we kind of talked this over already, but you talk fuel, so you like pasta before a run, or I guess before a race. What about during a run? Like, what's your go-to gels or fuel or?
I'll also give one more shout out that I saw that I absolutely love is pickle pops. Have you ever seen
Pickle pops?
Have you ever seen the frozen pickle pops?
That sounds amazing.
You can get them on Amazon.
Okay.
Even if you think about to the first dog stash, and it's probably very appropriate because Aid Station Cuisine, your question was an icebreaker was, what's your favorite Aid Station food?
Oh my gosh.
Remember that?
Yeah, that's where it originally came from, but I just forgot about it.
And I am not someone that like eats during a ton of ultras. Like I said, I go gels. I don't try to
What's
have
your
a ton
favorite
of
Aid Station food. Yeah, that's where this all started, isn't it?
I had
That's
a
crazy.
life-changing moment from one of those jumbo pickles at the Woodstock because I was dead, and that sodium and like vinegar
Just
like
kicks in. You're good to go.
it was amazing.
Yeah.
And so pickle pops, whatever, ended up having
Yeah.
a sweat test. I need a ton of sodium. It's like 1,000 milligrams in one pickle pop. And if you
So
think about
much.
it, it's really good for like heat as well because you're cooling off your abdomen to where it's not like overheating and everything. So anything frozen that you can get down is going to help you kind of like cool off, and you're going to get the sodium. So
We're not sports scientists, by the way. We'll
No, not
defer
at
to
all.
Jess Reynolds on that.
yeah, absolutely.
I love it. And then how about like after a run? Because I know like after Mohican, I just gobbled down that brisket.
Anything
with,
I can get my hands
yeah,
on.
just anything.
Yeah, I mean,
It's easy.
I'm someone that's extremely hungry. Like after my runs, I'm not someone that it's like, oh no, I need a little bit.
Yeah.
Like I need to let my stomach settle down. No. I
Yeah.
can stomach it all. Give it here now. Trying to get it in as soon as I can. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. I feel that. I know you're a traveled man. You've been all over the country multiple times. Low-key jealous. So I've also been to a lot of places, but it's like the same two places. So can you tell us like some of your best travel stories, or maybe just like one that's like really funny or pivotal for you?
I was about to say, it's funny that you say that because, like, honestly, growing up, not with like a super wealthy family, we definitely didn't do a ton of traveling, and I didn't see most of the country, especially west of the Mississippi, until I graduated college and finally was able to take some time out there. And honestly, it was because of ultra running. We ended up going out to Sonoma for Lake Sonoma.
Yeah.
Went out to Auburn, California for canyons. Went out to Arizona for Black Canyon. So like all of those were all ultra related. And I mean, that's a big reason why I got into it in the first place. Like I enjoy the outdoors. I like being outside. My friends always make fun of me because I'm not like a movie guy. I don't know any actors and actresses. I like just played outside when I was younger. You know
I
what
love
I mean?
it. Like you and Quinn are like from that. It must be that like what Southern Ohio cut.
I mean, dude, there's not too much going on. You know what I mean?
No.
We have Ohio State. We have LeBron James. Like other than that, you like go play outside in the cornfields. You know, enjoy whatever you can get your hands on.
Make honey
To-
from the bees.
Yeah,
So
make
it's
honey.
not a metaphor. It's legit. I'm poorly remembering my conversation with Quinn, and I just remember his dad was like a beekeeper. And
Yeah,
it was
I mean,
cool.
you gotta maximize whatever land you have. It's always flat. There's great sunsets in Ohio just because of all the cornfields. It sets over beautifully.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, most of my traveling has came from ultra running, but to be honest, like I want to travel and see the most that I can in my lifetime. Like if I can get to all 7 continents, if I can get to some of the most remote regions in the world, like that would be super cool to me because like not many people get to see that. And I think, the more that you get out to nature, you also like appreciate the little things. You appreciate like a good warm bed, a hot water shower, like all those little things. You go out on a backpacking trip, you forget something and, you're SOL. You can't do anything about it,
You're like I'm in it now.
You
and I think that's what
prepared.
ultras are, is like this kind of detachment from society in some ways, enough to the point where you're in nature, but you still have that like technological like piece still there in some capacity.
Totally. It starts, you start to dip your toes in it to it a little bit more, because what I like about ultras too, it allows you to get to a physical fitness to where you can go out on your own and be in the backcountry.
Yes.
And be like confident in your own physical fitness because you have done an ultra. And you know, ultras are a perfect time to fail because you have a whole support system around you. You have a medical staff. You have like aid
controlled
stations.
Chaos.
Totally, totally. But I mean, I always talk to Tomas, my buddy, about it because he's kind of like the adventure buddy. We all go on a ton of different adventures together. He's been around the country multiple different times, so he loves the desert. We went out to Moab as well. And like once you start getting out there and like you're all alone, you have no cell service, like you get under the stars that you haven't seen in a while, and you're like, I'm so small, I'm so puny, my challenges, my issues in life really don't
insignificant.
I mean, it all kind of melts away and you can really just enjoy it. And I think, you know, it forces you to have a little gratitude. So I mean, I didn't even answer your question there. You were telling me about the best travel stories. I don't have any too crazy travel stories.
Well, I feel like you're just living in the moment, so you're not necessarily like remembering specific, like, oh, I did this thing. You're very focused on the journey, and I think a lot of people are like, oh, well, I did this one thing this one time, and I'm never gonna do that again.
Totally. I mean, but I think the cool thing even about just adventures in the United States, and you think about even the Midwest, like there's so much beauty all over, and you don't have to go to a big city, you don't have to go to the Grand Canyon, you don't have to go to these crazy places that, you know, people have already,
even like Northern Ohio, Toledo, cool spots around there.
Michigan is an untapped state. I mean, it is because we all live in it now and we see the tourism that comes to the UP and to the west side and all that
Everyone
kind of stuff.
talks about like the lakes, and I'm like, that's cool. Have you noticed the trails? We're so lucky around this part of the Midwest. I feel like there's not, I don't know, and maybe it's just because it's the podcasts I do or don't listen to, but I feel like we have a very rich like topography around us, with watersheds, the lakes, the Great Lakes, and it's untapped. You're right.
Well, and you get more into the culture. That's what I like as well. Is like when you start to go into these more remote regions, you have to lean on the people around a little bit more to get around, to better understand like what you're getting into. Even when you think about the UP, like people lean on people up there, and that's the beauty of like the community aspect of it.
Have you been to Marquette?
I have not seen. Like, it's a place I definitely want to go. Pictured Rock. Like I want to. I have a paddleboard. Love paddleboarding. On the Great Lakes, and that's definitely a place I want to go. And the beauty is
circle tour on the paddleboard.
That'd
be wild.
That would be insane. That would be insane.
That's like the next ultra marathon type thing. We're gonna take a 5. We'll be right back.
Yes, potty break.
So real talk. Before we get into anything else. 2026, what 50 are we racing so I can get redemption and learn about calories or learn about fueling, and I don't know.
Oh, I'm gonna have to find the hilliest one in the Midwest. I'm thinking like a Kentucky one, you know, where it's just a bunch of gut punching hills. Whichever one is gonna tear up your legs, it cannot be flat. I will not do anything less than 5
Jokes
to
on
7,000.
you though, because I've been doing hill training since.
I know. Well, that's why I went and started doing speed work, is because it's like
we're doing the opposite modalities to beat each other.
Yeah, you gotta sharpen the dull knife. You gotta sharpen
the dull knife. I love it. So 2026, we'll pick something.
The Huron 50 miler. No, I'm kidding.
Waterloo Pinckney 50. Except that wouldn't work.
No.
One of these years, I am gonna race the 50.
In the Huron?
Yes.
Yeah, we have to.
We have to. Maybe that's where we race each other, but it's gonna be in like several years when like this live stream stuff is dialed.
35. When you're 35.
When I'm 35, so a while. You heard it here first, folks. So, all right. Well, how would you like to spend the rest of our time today?
I had a few questions for you. The first one, well, because we covered most of everything
Sure.
that we wanted to talk about.
Well, this will cover our bases if we didn't.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to figure out the origin story of Kyle. Like, you have to tell me about high school Kyle and your
Yeah.
relationship with running and skiing and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff to build context of where you are now.
Yeah. What about like more specifically? Like, do you want to know? Like,
So, I mean, I track or cross country.
yeah. So I did both, starting in 7th and 8th grade.
Which one did you like more?
I was way better at track. Ironically, I did the 4x1 and 4x8,
Wow.
which might explain why you can't beat me in the flats.
Yeah. Which runner were you?
What do you mean?
Like 1, 2, or 3?
Oh, relay
4,
leg?
yeah.
Usually pop off or what's the last one? Anchor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Depended. And when I got to high school, I dropped like 20 seconds in the 800 over 3 years because of the ACL tear.
Because you were it sounds like from good runs with you guys and everything, like you guys were a good running school.
We were a pretty good running school. I mean, in all fairness, like we were in one of the toughest regions in the entire country. No, I don't know about country, but in the state for sure.
Totally.
Milford, Brighton, Lakeland. These are places you know now, but like at the time, like these were workhorses in the Michigan MHSAA like running scene. So yeah.
And some notable runners from your school, like
Some notable runners.
Nick
Gap did not actually go to my school. He went to Milford. So Milford,
my
this is another
gosh.
thing. I went to Heartland. Low key, I don't know if I would go for academics, but I would have loved to have been on Milford's actual running team.
No, that's cool. That's good context because I thought you guys were all from the same school. So see,
No.
this is me learning more
I'm just
about you guys.
I'm a
and-
bandwagon Milford fan.
Yeah,
honestly.
there it comes out. It comes out perfect. And then
So I ran there all the time.
well, and even through high school, you ran cross country.
Yeah, so I was kind of like not a huge fan of like Heartland's cross country culture at the time,
Okay.
just based on our coaching decisions and a whole bunch of other stuff I won't get into. And it's old
Smart.
news at this point. Yeah, smart.
Yeah.
So ironically, like kind of what I'm doing now and why I reach out to people like you and just people I don't know very well is like I was the kid in high school like talking to all the other teams, just like bugging them. They're like, "Who is this Zuko guy?" Like,
Zuko.
that was my nickname. I was like Prince Zuko from Avatar.
Dude, I love Avatar.
Oh, really?
Like during COVID, me
Did you
and
binge through it?
oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we bought like all 3 or 4 discs for like $50. It was
Nice.
like way overpriced
Yeah.
even, and we were like, we have to
Doesn't
watch it.
matter.
Yeah.
Gotta watch it.
And so, your favorite sport was
So before, and I kind of mentioned this in the PRP, but it was downhill alpine ski
Yeah.
racing. I had done that. I basically started skiing at like the age of 2, and my parents put me through like the Mogul Mouse thing at Mount Brighton.
good for them.
Yeah. And then like at a certain point, I was like causing absolute havoc on the ski hill because like I was just out of control. Like I was like, oh, I can go fast. I'm a young kid, like whatever. And ended up like on my dad's surprise 50th. We were all skiing at Mount Brighton, like my sisters and I like was making these big like super wide turns and crashed into this other person. And like my mom thought we were gonna have to go to the ER. She was ready to kill me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Of course she was.
understandably.
Yeah.
And ended up okay, but then after that point, she's like, "Yeah, we need to get you into ski racing." So, if I had to make an analogy, it's like almost like speed training in running, where you're basically there's 2 different disciplines. There's slalom, and then there's giant slalom, and then I guess super giant slalom, super G.
Couldn't even tell you the difference.
Yeah, so it's really just how wide the gates are apart.
Fair.
With Mount Brighton, there wasn't always options to like get the gates wide because you're working with limited space. But the slalom being so narrow and like a lot of different combinations of how you navigate around the gates, I think really let me enjoy mountain biking first and then trail running much later, because it's like the same boom, 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 boom. You have to have the agility to actually like excel. And I made states my freshman year, but it was also because I started so early with the skiing and the ski racing.
Totally.
And then I tore my ACL 2014. And that was a huge paradigm shift where I had ran freshman year for college, not that old, freshman year for high school, and like had a great season. I was so stoked for track because I was coming off again the 4x1 4x8 season from middle school, and then it was like crap, like full reset. Honestly, like went into a really bad depression, as much as like a 14-year-old can.
Yeah.
So
how was that recovery process?
Interestingly, I'm gonna shout out Rob Basidlo on the pod. He became my coach. They always call me Junior. He was like a strength coach at that time. Yeah, Rob like got me into shape, made sure that was the first time I like learned about mobility and that sort of thing and how important that is, which is extended now into yoga. So you're right. You're making the dotting the T's, crossing the I's. I'm doing that backwards. Oh
yeah, no, it makes sense because I'm always like, Kyle, what are we doing? You have like 8 hours of yoga this week. Like,
yeah,
dude's putting in the time on the yoga mat. But also, I'm sure it helps out with, injury prevention, all that kind of stuff as well.
That's the only reason I was able to run basically and break all my PRs in 2023.
Yeah.
Like, was that mobility and trail running. But that combination was lethal.
Yeah.
So.
And then, okay, last question to kind of finalize this little portion is, okay, inspiration, and we kind of already touched on it, but just to even hear from your mouth, inspiration with all of the content creation around running.
Yeah, a couple sources. One of my favorite content creators out there is Billy Yang.
The man. Shout out Bill.
Shout out Billy. And Charlie Salami and Hillary, of course.
Amazing.
Yes. I think his documentary with Zach Miller, I definitely cried at that, and it's so stupid at the same time too. Like the film starts and Zach's like just crawling and like wincing in pain, and you're just kind of like, you're curious, right? You're like, why is he like what? Like, you're just so confused, and then you learn about his story and how much Billy like put emphasis and time on telling that story. I think storytelling is like what inspires me personally, and I have always aspired to tell stories but like never knew how, and I guess this is like one way I'm trying.
Dude, you have done a few different ways, even just like the short time I've known you, through live streaming, through YouTube, through this now. I mean, like, you have a ton of different mediums that you do it. And I think that even is what pulled me into it. Like, something I always talk about is the significance of storytelling, And so being able to do that well, like, is hard. Like being able to capture the stuff.
I don't know
at
how
the
I'm
right
gonna chop
moment.
this episode up, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
so
like,
much crazy content. Like,
it's gonna be perfect because, like, I think even it'll be interesting for me and how it like comes out as media and content.
Yeah, you nervous about how this will sound when it's released?
I mean, I probably just won't even listen to it. It's just like I'll get feedback.
I have to listen to it 1,000 times after editing, so that's always fun. Last question before we go.
Brilliant.
What is the adventure you're most excited for this year?
Ooh. Actually, here's a good one. Western States of 2025.
Oh.
I'm super excited for that because obviously being a trail runner and getting into the sport, Western States is like the Super Bowl of ultra running.
To clarify, you are not running it.
No.
What's the plan?
Just the luxury of going out, helping out crewing a little bit. Shea Acolano got in through the lottery this year. So it's super fun to just be a part of like one of those historical races, see the community. Like, that's where trail running is at its peak.
Yeah.
You're going to run into all of the Billy Yangs, the Jamil, everyone's out there, that week. All the biggest athletes, like, even when you think about just a competition standpoint, like, Hayden Hawks, Jim Walmsley, David Roche,
Rod, maybe.
like Killian's supposed to potentially get out there if he gets a golden ticket. And for someone like that who came up on those people into the trail running scene, I mean, I would be like a little boy in a candy shop. So I'm going to take the camera out there. I'm going to enjoy it as much as I can. I keep trying to tell Kate I want to go out there for Trail Con, which is like the Wednesday before. The weekend before is the VK race with Broken Arrow.
Kilometer.
I mean, like, there's just so much that you can get out there within 10 days. So I'm definitely excited for that. And plus, like, California, mid of June is going to be a fun time to be out there. So
I feel like I've always been inspired by your travel. And to hear you say, like, you haven't always traveled is crazy to me, because I feel like that's your spirit. And, yeah, I don't know.
Well, dude, awesome. I appreciate you having me. And, you know, a lot of my inspo comes from you, too.
Yeah, dude. Of course.
Well, perfect.
Awesome. All right, guys. We'll see you on the next episode. Take care. Bye-bye. Say bye, Aaron.
Adios.
Adios.
Love you all.
Love y'all. Peace. Thanks for checking out an episode from the Aid Station Cuisine podcast, Season 1. If you like the podcast, please share it with all your friends. Give it a rating on whatever platform you're on. And stay tuned to our PawAnRepeat Media Instagram for more information on upcoming episodes and other podcasts we may have available. Other than that, I hope you all have a great day. And, yeah, take care. Thank you everyone for tuning in to our overnighter live stream. There's quite a bit of content on here, so should keep you engaged over the next 6 hours while we don't have any cameras on runners until 6 a.m. approximately. We might go on a little bit earlier than that. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the stream so far. And I'm recording this a couple days before the race, so I might be a little tired. Maybe you are too. But hey, you can always come back, rewatch this overnighter stream, get some excellent content. We've got stuff from the pre-race podcast, stuff from my podcast called Aid Station Cuisine, as well as some other Huron recaps. So yeah, enjoy the content. Please subscribe to PawAnRepeat Media LLC if you haven't already on YouTube and Instagram. And yeah, hope you all have been having a good day or whenever you're watching this. And yeah, take care. Enjoy.
Probably started out more selfish, you know, you're just thinking of, oh, this route is, I mean, we're, you know, as runners, we're all like, oh, what if I ran from this point to this point? Wouldn't that be a cool run? And you're just kind of thinking of it in the context of, what if I did that?
Sure.
And so that's how it kind of started, but then kind of morphing into, oh, well, some other people might be interested in this. But then, you know, especially after the Pioneer version last year, like, what kind of smacked me in the face was the community that was created, you know, that, you know, the running community already exists, but it's just, you know, that, you know, community that developed was the part that I didn't really expect.
Yeah.
You know, that all these other people would be as excited about it as I am is, you know, shocking.
And then we kind of lost touch for a couple of years, and then somehow we found each other again on Strava, I think it was, and I was watching, like, this business going on with Dan, and like Lauren would comment, and I'm like, oh, he's up to something, and I kind of figured out what he was doing. Something was brewing.
The chef was in the kitchen?
Yeah. And then I listened to my first PRP podcast with Dan and Lauren.
Oh, wow.
And I heard all about the Huron 100, and I was hooked. I was like, yes, this is so cool. And somewhere along the way, I don't know at what point, Dan asked me to be medical director, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm in.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Huge learning curve for me. I mean, because maybe it would have been different if I had opened up my own business or something in the past, but like, this is I mean, I'm not even used to being in a leadership role, like to have to hold meetings and, communicate with teams and things like that is just all been very new to me. And it's, personally, that's, I'm very thankful for that growth because I think that's important and will help me in other aspects of my life later on. But definitely something that's been pretty taxing this last year.
Spiritually.
Yeah.
You've done a good job with it though, bro. I think I speak for everyone on this table, that everyone loves you and trusts your vision.
And you care a lot about the experience. And I think that's very evident in all the planning. And I just hope that in all the hustle and bustle of everything that you do take some moments and realize like this is your dream and it's happening. And there are so many people there that support you and are so excited about this happening. And there's going to be stuff that goes wrong. Fine, we'll learn from it and, adapt next year. But overall, I guarantee the vibe is going to be just like so excited and happy to be there. And so I just hope that you are able to enjoy it this year and eat something.
Hi, this is Dan Hughes.
And Meredith Hill.
And Jonathan Alsop.
And this is the Huron 100 episode of the Pre-Race Podcast.
Run, 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 run. You better run, 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 run. Yeah. Run, 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 run. You better run, 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 run.
Oh, shit. It's race week. It's finally here. Dan, how you feeling, bud?
I'm freaking out a little bit.
You're freaking out a little bit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know how we know it's race week? Because you and I have now spent 3 hours together in person, and we had a Zoom meeting this morning at 8 a.m.
Yeah, yeah.
We were both a little discombobulated this morning, but, we're getting it dialed in. Meredith, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
You're feeling psyched, huh?
Yeah, I'm so excited.
You're nothing but good energy, good vibes.
I'm so excited.
John, how you feeling?
I'm spectacular.
You're spectacular?
Yeah.
You ready?
I'm stoked. Yeah.
No fear?
No.
I love it. I'm like 50% of me believes that this is real and this is happening and is prepared. And the other 50% of me is like, I can't believe this is real. I feel like we're unprepared. Lots of emotions going on. But it's time to just see what happens, right?
Yeah, we got to just do it.
Pull the Band-Aid off, baby. This is the Huron 100 edition, if you can even believe it. Dan, we sat here in this very hot room 2 years ago, May 21st, 2022. And we did a podcast for all the PRP listenership. If you haven't heard it, season 2, episode 3, if you want a little more context to what we're talking about today, when you were going to very first put this whole thing together and connect these dots for the first time. Mm-hmm. Who would have, at that point, would you have guessed that in just 2 years that we would be formally doing this and have it permitted and have people signing up on Ultra Sign Up?
Yeah, I kind of dragged my feet a little bit. I would have said maybe 5 years, but even then, like, definitely was a little naive in thinking how much work it would take. Yeah, and just an insane amount of planning.
I think we all are.
Yeah.
I told you it was a good idea when you first pitched this to me.
You did. You were. And
at this point, I'm like, is it a good idea? No, it's definitely a good idea, but it's been a lot of work, dude. But we're here. It's kind of surreal. Excited to dig more into it. This is the 501c3 edition. Mm-hmm. Let's give it a little golf clap. So it's official. Amongst all the hard work our team has done, namely Dan and Lauren, we have filed all the correct paperwork, and the Huron 100 is officially obtained 501c3 status. So we're a nonprofit, and we're a nonprofit that all the proceeds after race expenses get donated back to the Huron River Watershed Council.
Yes.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and they do some really great stuff. And of course, this race being along the river and being named after the river and the watershed, I mean, we're better for the resources to go. So
yeah, it's amazing.
It's awesome.
So you're the proud owner of a nonprofit. How's that feel?
Yeah, I won't lie. I've bragged about it a little bit.
You should.
Yeah.
You kind of just like drop it into casual conversation now?
Like, I got my own nonprofit.
Dude, nice. Yeah. I'm proud of you. You're such a humble dude. You got to start bragging about that more. This is the coming at this thing from every angle edition. So let me break down what I mean by that a little bit. On today's episode of the PRP, for the first time in history, which is good for us, we are going to deviate from the standard script because why not? So joining us on today's episode, we have no guest hosts. That's right. You heard me right. No guest hosts and 3 guests who we will formally introduce shortly. But one of our guests will be running the Huron 100. Yeah, I'm looking at you. One of our guests will be acting medical director for the Huron 100. Pretty nifty. And one of our guests will be acting race director for the Huron 100.
I'll be acting like a race director.
I'll give you the rim shot for that one. So we got a lot of unique perspectives here. We'll see how this thing goes, but it's sure to be a fun ride and a fun episode of the PRP. This is the Sandhill Crane edition. So Dan, can we talk a little bit about your kind of love and obsession for the Sandhill Crane?
Well, I mean, it's what I think of when I think of like a Michigan bird. I don't know.
Yeah.
Something unique to the area, which I know goes to other states and everything, but it's such a unique bird in itself. And I don't know, what better mascot, you know?
It's a great bird.
Yeah.
Tall-legged bird.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Meredith, how do you feel about the Sandhill Crane?
I love the sandhill because it has a really distinctive call, and whenever I'm out there, I hear it, and I'm like, oh yeah, the sandhills.
Yeah. It's unmistakable, huh?
Yeah,
You don't
I
have
love
to be
it.
a birder to know that one.
Yeah.
True. I'm not a birder.
John, how do you feel about the Sandhill Crane?
I don't believe they exist. No, they're cool.
If you think that birds, which I think this is real, if you think that birds come from dinosaurs, the Sandhill Crane call will help solidify that fact.
Yeah.
It's very pterodactyl-esque in my opinion.
I wonder if they used them in like Jurassic Park and stuff.
Yeah. You never know. But in the spirit of your love and affection for Sandhill Cranes, I have some Sandhill Crane facts. I thought it'd be fun to kind of go over them. Does that sound fun?
Yeah.
Okay, so the steel gray, red-capped Sandhill Crane is the most abundant of the world's cranes. Widely distributed across North America, this stately bird is one of only 2 North American endemic crane species. The other is the much larger, much rarer whooping crane. But
wow.
Have you ever seen a whooping crane?
I don't think so.
What even is that? How does it get bigger than a sandhill crane too? That's my thought.
Yeah, that's got to be really rare.
Is their call just whoop whoop?
Yeah, that's how they call. Whoop whoop. Whoop whoop. The sandhill crane is one of the world's few crane species that is not currently endangered. They're alive and thriving along the Huron, dude. And we're bringing even more. So we need to find a bird that we need to bring more.
I think they opened them up to hunting a few years ago.
I think
big controversy.
Yeah, they're doing just fine. So I don't know how the hunters are doing. I mean, what do you do when you
does it
hunt?
taste like?
Yeah, do you eat it?
I don't know. I'd feel bad trying to shoot one of them.
It seems like
they
an
seem
epic.
Already kind of weak, when you look at them.
I feel like they don't have a lot of meat to them.
Yeah,
But people hunt squirrels, and they're like a chicken nugget.
Yeah, people do hunt squirrels.
Yeah.
Oof. The crowned crane fossil, a crowned crane fossil, a close relative of the sandhill crane, was found in the Ashfall fossil beds of northeast Nebraska and was estimated to be about 10 million years old. So cranes have been around, dude, for a long time.
Wow.
So it's kind of is or is not the sandhill crane kind of the spirit animal of the Huron 100?
I think so.
I think it is. I think it is. Okay, we'll move right on. This is the If You Build It, They Will Come edition. You've done it, Dan. You've turned your dreams into reality. And now you have a bunch of people signed up and ready to run this thing.
Yeah, it's a little scary.
We'll talk more about the fine mechanics of the entrance and the field, but we're right at about 60 runners.
Yeah, just shy of 60 for both the 100 and the 50.
Which, to me, seems like a perfect pilot.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We're going to dig into the past versions of this, but this being the first official, I think 60 is a good number. You feel the same? You concur? Would you like to be a little less, a little more in a perfect world?
No, this is perfect.
Okay.
In fact, stop signing up. No, future years we could have more. But people are still signing up with a week to go, and it's giving me a little anxiety.
We had 2 people sign up today for the 100-miler, and it's Monday of race week.
Yeah.
How many more people do you think will show up?
I think I got 2 strong possibilities that I kind of know about, but then who knows? Yeah.
Who knows? What do you think, Meredith? How many more people are going to sign up?
I don't know. Might be those 2.
Just 2?
Yeah.
What about you? You would care to venture a guess there, John?
We're at 37 right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, we have 37 in the 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be able to get up to 40.
Yeah. A couple more days.
Yeah.
People who sign up for 100-milers with a few days out, y'all are nuts,
It's not
dude.
that far, so
Y'all are
I
nuts.
get it.
Says Mr. DNF over here. On that note, this is the 9 Parks edition. 9 parks this race course goes through.
Yeah.
A true point to point. It's what you originally envisioned. Can you name the parks off the top of your head?
Oh boy, we got Waterloo State Rec, Pinckney State Rec, Lakeland State Park, Brighton State Rec, Huron Meadows, Island Lake State Recreation Area, Kensington Metro Park, and Proud Lake State Rec. Yeah, Proud Lake.
You got them all?
Did I miss one? I
You said
just
Kensington?
went- yeah.
And Brighton?
Yeah,
Yeah, you got them all.
I think so.
Wow.
I think we went in order.
Got a mind like a steel trap. You have experience in all these metro parks, Meredith? You've dabbled around. You're a bit of a trail queen.
I dabble. Yeah. I've run pretty much a lot of the trails that are on here. Yeah.
What about you, John? You're mostly the Podo
I've been to a couple
Waterloo.
of them. Yeah, the Pinckney Trail is like an hour-ish from my apartment, and I know it, so it's like, well, I'm just gonna stick to this because it's a good distance run.
You're a creature of habit.
Yeah, I find something I like and I just stick with it. So
And you love a good Podo loop, don't you?
love it. Yeah, especially like the last like few miles on the balls. That's the best part.
Yeah. You can't castrate.
No,
Team no castration.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
I'm always trying to castrate.
yeah, I know. You're not even supposed to Lance Armstrong. You're
I know.
supposed to do
Not even
both.
one.
Yeah.
Single. And finally, this is the leveraging running to construct community, build relationships, benefit nature, and exemplify all of what is good about mankind and humanity. Now, I know this is a little bit cheesy. I get a little bit cheesy on the pod from time to time. But from where I sit, I've had the chance to watch this kind of go from this innocent idea with a bud on a trail to maybe I can connect this all to, okay, maybe I'm going to try this, to, okay, I don't know what to do next, to, okay, we're going to do this with some friends, to, this is real. And obviously, I don't want to discount all the hard work that's gone in by you and Lauren and some of the core members of the team. But I also think that this has just been a huge visceral reminder and like way for me to see how good human beings are, because there have been so many people that have come out of the woodwork to support this thing. And there's so many different ways that this has been supported, whether it's running it, volunteering in it, helping organize it, sponsoring it, helping us share the word. And so, yeah, just in 2 short years, I have just seen this thing completely transform, all off, the backs of a lot of goodwill from people. So it's kind of a crazy moment to reflect.
Yeah.
You have any reflections on that, Dan, as this thing has kind of morphed from like this dream into like this real thing?
Yeah. I mean, I think it probably started out more selfish. You're just thinking of, oh, this route is, I mean, we're, as runners, we're all like, oh, what if I ran from this point to this point? Wouldn't that be a cool run? And you're just kind of thinking of it in the context of what if I did that?
Sure.
And so that's how it kind of started, but then kind of morphing into, oh, well, some other people might be interested in this. But then, especially after the Pioneer version last year, like what kind of smacked me in the face was the kind of the community that was created, the running community already exists, but it's just, that, community that developed was the part that I didn't really expect.
Yeah.
That all these other people would be as excited about it as I am is, shocking to me.
There's like 100 Huron 100 diehards right now.
Yeah.
That's like a very arbitrary number, right? But there's a good subset of people.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
we said almost everyone that was involved in some way, shape, or form last year is involved this year.
Yeah,
Running
I think that's
or volunteering, and they're running it back, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yep. What a crazy thing. Crazy. All right, here we go. Embark on this adventure. Season 4, episode 13. Shout out of the episode. Let's get it rolling, people.
Someone special to tell you about.
Hey,
Time to shout them out.
It's actually not that hot right now. I'm doing okay. How do you feel?
Good.
You good? You got swass yet?
No.
Team no swass?
No.
Okay, I'm getting close.
You can
But
grind out through a slash.
so there's like 6 million people we want to shout out on today's episode. Shout out. We're gonna try to not drag this on forever, but we've definitely got to shout out the board. So we have had to basically create like a small business / nonprofit, and so we have a board of amazing individuals. So we're just gonna run through them real quick because they all deserve to get shouted out. So at the top of the old haystack, we've got Mr. Dan Hughes and his wonderful partner, Lauren Hughes, both race directors. Dan, obviously you've been involved in a little bit of everything. There's kind of nothing that you don't touch. And then Lauren has just been kind of like if we take this back to our Lord of the Rings analogy, you're Frodo.
Yes,
and she's
yes.
Samwise.
Oh, definitely.
She's Samwise Gamgee. This wouldn't be happening without her.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Frodo would never have made it.
No way. No way. So you guys kind of touch a little bit of everything. Lauren has been helping a lot. Well, not helping, but running the social media. She's kind of been touching mostly everything too. A little bit of everything.
Oh yeah, every stupid idea I come up with
stems from Lauren.
No, she axes it, and that's why it doesn't exist.
Okay.
She's like, I don't think so. So just having a mere sounding board, but then especially on the technical stuff, I'm not very tech savvy. So how do you share a screen on Zoom or something? I mean, she just helps me with all that kind of stuff. She's really good with all the digital stuff and social media. She's great with and ideas and everything like that. So she's been instrumental.
Yeah, a huge asset for sure. Yeah. Then you have me and Jay, Adam Hughes and Jay Vanderhol. Jay, we think that's how you say your last name. Vanderhol. I texted you, Jay, and you didn't text back. Vanderhovel.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm doing like digital stuff. I'm a little bit of everything, but I'm doing digital. I'm a digital guy. Assistant to the regional manager.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Assistant to the co-director.
Yeah, assistant to the co-director. And Jay's a big infrastructure guy. I mean, we couldn't do it without Jay, man. This guy's getting us all set up with and we're talking big infrastructure stuff.
Yeah, he's got a good head on his shoulders when it comes to what it takes to put on an event. I think a lot of that comes from his running of 200 milers and kind of seeing what they do at their aid stations and just being in the running community as much as he is. But then he's just a very practical and, get stuff done kind of guy.
Yeah.
So he's been
I think Jay's helped us like visualize what we really need to do and stop him and Han about it and just like kind of strike. That's what I kind of got from Jay. It was like, okay, let's do it. When me and you were like, well, we kind of got to do this. And then Jay's like, well, let's go do it. So Jay's the man. Then we have Meredith Hill, our wonderful medical director, who's been involved now for a while. And the medical stuff we'll dive into in more depth, Meredith. But man, we can't thank you enough.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
Having a good excited. Medical team there to keep everyone safe is such a key piece to this. And you've been, amongst all the challenges we've had, I feel like, and maybe I'm generalizing this, but I feel like a race would typically have a challenge with finding a good medical staff, just like making that link. And you were someone that has just been so clicked in from the start that it's been like, all right, Meredith's got it. Just dish it over.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel lucky to be part of this whole thing. So
amazing.
Yeah.
Well, the feeling's mutual.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we have our wonderful volunteer coordinator, Darlene. How do you say Darlene's last name?
Campia.
She's kind of come into the fold a little bit later in the game, but has totally stepped up and like totally taken the reins on volunteer coordination, which is overwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, she's a super volunteer. I mean, I know she volunteers at events.
She's got a lot of experience with RF events and everything too, right? Yep.
And so she originally contacted us about being a volunteer, and she wanted to be an aid station captain. And after kind of I heard her resume, I'm like, oh my goodness, we need her help to organize people.
She got promoted.
Yeah, she got promoted immediately. And she knows so many people, and she's so friendly and outgoing that, she's been a great late addition to the team for sure.
It's a real web of organization, the running volunteering stuff, dude.
Yeah, I think it's the hardest part probably.
Darlene, you're a rock star. And then we have kind of our sub-volunteer committee that are all amazing. We have Kayla Wiltshire. She's done a lot of the crew experience work. We feel like that's a big differentiator for the Huron 100 is providing not only the runners, but the crew with an amazing experience. So we'll dive into that more. But she's been a rock star with all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Then we have Jessica Branson, who's been huge on the merch. Right? We couldn't have done the merch without Jessica. And then Andrea Parks, who's been on the merch game as well, right?
Exactly.
Team merch.
Yep, and they're going to be obviously they're out for the race and volunteering at aid stations and stuff like that. So it's good to have solid people that you can trust.
Well, you need some aces in your pocket. Yep. And then we have Carl. Carl sent me how to say his name mnemonically, so let me not butcher this. Jarema. Carl Jarema.
That sounds right.
That sounds right. We call Carl our Gandalf.
He's definitely the wizard.
He's that wise old wizard.
If I ever have a question, I'm like, okay, I bet Carl has experienced this somewhere.
Yeah, and he's kind of down to do whatever we need him to. And he's got kids and he's got a busy schedule, but he's kind of like the old wizard is kind of taking the course timing off our hands.
Yeah.
I'm helping him integrate a little bit of that, but he's kind of because we're timing this in-house. We should mention that. We're not like like using chip timing or anything.
Yeah.
So we're doing this
old school with it.
grassroots style, baby.
Yeah. But Carl was, I mean, he was going to run last year, the Pioneer version. And then he had another race, Margie Gessick. And so he decided to volunteer, and he was such a rock volunteering, and volunteered for longer than we thought he would. And
all through the night.
It really helped me out and saved my butt. So kind of coming into this year, I'm like, oh, we got to get Carl involved in this because, he's just going to be so useful and helpful.
Knowledgeable, and he's just good vibes.
Yeah,
he's pretty much down to do anything. And then last but not least, Kyle Petronio.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Livestream, Mr. Digital, which I feel like amongst all the things, I mean, so many of these things are technical, and we've been learning a lot of this stuff as we go, but Kyle is kind of attempting to put together a live stream for this from scratch.
Yeah.
You've helped him a lot with this, but this has been quite the endeavor for Kyle, I think. And we'll see how this V1 of this goes.
It'll be interesting. I mean, there's really no playbook for, of course other races do live streams, but
who's doing live streams? Mountain Outpost for Aravaipa and then UTMB? Is anyone else doing live streams at a big scale? I don't think that there's that many people.
I don't think there's any live streams for a 60-person race.
Oh, for sure. We own that market.
Yeah. So, but that's cool because I think we can just give so much love to these runners, and make them feel like the stars of the show, like front, middle, and back of the packers. They can get a lot of attention.
John, did you fill out your runner questionnaire for the live stream?
Yeah.
Okay, you did?
Yeah.
Good job.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good boy.
Fill it out.
Yeah. So that's the board. So that's kind of like the kingpins that we've had to kind of put in place. And then we want to just do a quick shout out to all the volunteers. I mean, the tertiary volunteers that come from this are insane. Like we mentioned, people that are helping us mark the course this week, people who are going to man aid stations for multiple hours this weekend. Like you said, it's a lot of friends and family. It's a small event. We don't have we have a few legacy volunteers from last year, but last year's event was so small. Mm-hmm. So this year we were in this interesting scenario where we're really trying to build a V1 base of these shorter shift volunteers. And it's been kind of a crazy maze to organize.
Yeah, it's really a puzzle. Yeah. But we'll take the help we can get. And some people are like, I can do these hours, but not those hours, or, whatever.
And then commitments change.
Yeah.
And then you got to juggle.
And a lot of running groups coming out and helping us too. Yep. So that's been really great to kind of tie in the community that way.
Yeah. And then our last shout out, and then we'll move on, is all the runners that signed up. All the runners that are trusting us with their lives out there. Your life is in your hands, John, but we appreciate you signing up again.
Thanks. I didn't really sign up. I was kind of forced into it.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. You're forced into a corner?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad you signed up again. Welcome to the PRP. This is the pre-race podcast. This is a show where we connect with runners and medical directors and race directors within a week before a big race they've been preparing for. Let's get right into some housekeeping. Here we go.
Sometimes joke, sometimes fact, sometimes you cry, sometimes you laugh. It's housekeeping.
Okay, so for housekeeping today, I'm just doing a lot of talking on today's episode, I guess, so we'll just keep it rolling. A lot of rambling from me. I felt like we would go with some episode facts. And for episode facts, I felt like we would dive into some Huron 100 lore. So maybe not so well-known facts about the Huron 100. So, did you know, Meredith is going to love this one. Did you know that Dan once told Lauren that to start the race, instead of the typical gun or clacking of blocks or whatever, he thought that using the call of the Sandhill Crane would be appropriate.
Yes.
So I can't make any
Not the whoop whoop.
Not the whoop whoop, not the whooping crane. But I can't make any promises, but I'm going to try to make that your dream a reality on Saturday.
That would be awesome. Yeah, we can make that happen maybe.
Let me tell you that I've already converted a file on YouTube to an MP3. So I'm working on it, okay?
Okay, but what if there are actual real Sandhill cranes there at the start line?
You have to train them to go off right at 5.
Dude, what if you actually... you want real cranes to go off? Or are you saying, what if there are real ones...
what if we tell people, okay, listen for the crane, and they're listening, and then all of a sudden it's 9:56, and
then all the runners take off?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That'd be good. That'd be good.
Come back false, because what's then the sound for false start?
There's none.
No.
Once they're gone, they're gone. So we might have to re-examine that. But I like the idea in general. Did you know at one point while Dan was trying to figure out this course, he ran over the train tracks that go over the 23. So you ran over the overpass that just allows the train to go through?
Yeah, I think I might get arrested now.
What is that? What movie is that? A Walk to Remember, where they're on the train tracks and the train comes above the thing,
and they have to jump in the water, or
something like that.
I don't know, but so that was.
How was that? Was that exhilarating?
I mean, it was. I didn't even know if the tracks were active, but they definitely, there's trains on there.
Nice.
But it was just the whole 23 problem. How do you get over Route 23?
Yeah, 23 kind of goes right down the pipe on us, perpendicularly.
Yeah. But there's some development that's going to take place that should put a pedestrian bridge over the route. So
that's exciting.
Probably future editions of the Huron 100 will be even safer than train tracks.
And that version of the course included summiting famous Mount Brighton, did it not?
Yeah, well, that's what took me up that route anyway. I was, and putting together this course, everybody wants vert, so I thought, what more elevation than just going up that ski hill?
Yeah, sure. A good old Michigan ski hill for you.
Yeah.
Did you know that Nick Gapp, a Huron 100 pioneer and a PRP alum who was just on the pod 2 episodes ago, has done a 104-mile kayak on the Huron River, and he won the Huron 100 last year. So we think that he may just very well be the only human to travel 100 miles on the Huron River watershed, both on foot and water. I think we'd be hard pressed to find another individual that's done that.
They should come out. They should say something. I should comment.
If you hear this pod,
call in.
Comment below.
If you're some of the few that hears this pod, and you have done this, please speak your truth to us so we can take that crown. But Nick, for now, I think we're giving it to you. And then last little fun fact here that may be a little bit more well known. But did you know that in the inaugural running back in 2022 of the Huron 100, Dan and I crossed the Huron River on foot in the middle of the night, chest deep, only to get immediately stuck in the marshiest, shittiest, thorn-driven situation ever.
Yeah, that definitely added about 30 minutes to our time.
There's a video of it. It's on YouTube. Anyways, this is kind of just illustrating the chapters that this has taken on in just 2 short years. That was fun.
Yeah.
Also, let's do one more fun fact, just because I just thought of it. So the first time Dan ever put this together, his watch died at mile 78, and he was devastated, dude, because we didn't have a map. Like no one had ever done this. So that final map was really important to all of us, especially you.
Yeah.
That was that actually kind of sank you into a little bit of a low that day.
Yeah. It kind of ticked me off because I was so diligent about keeping that watch charged.
Well, I know. And just think about how much work you had done.
I know. But see, this highlights that I'm not tech savvy, because now it's like, well, now I know how to do it, but you can create a map super easy. You don't have to rely on actually running it all.
Yeah, we've come so far with our knowledge. But anyways, that's a fun little fact. Okay. As I mentioned, there are no guest hosts on today's episode. So let's just roll directly into guest intros. Our first guest joining us on today's episode is a seasoned ultramarathoner, an eccentric debonair who marches to the beat of his own drum and competes in all types of races from 5Ks to 250 milers. John, I think it's safe to say there's nothing that isn't in your wheelhouse. Or maybe I'm misspeaking.
Well, I can tell you I don't remember the last time I did a 5K.
You haven't 5K'd in a while?
I think the last time in 2020, one of my friends and I did a time trial.
Okay.
But before that, I think my last 5K was 2018.
But you have done one.
I've done them before, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And when was your last 250 miler?
Well, I've done one. It was the inaugural Cocodona.
Which was
2021.
Okay.
Finished it somehow.
Yeah. Good for you, dude.
Thanks.
Have you ever done a mile after high school or anything?
You mean the day after a race? Or
just I mean
oh yeah, I did track.
Race the mile,
I did track in high school for 2 years, and I hated it. But I was in the mile. That was one of the things they put me in.
I guess I'm saying after school, have you ever competed in a professional? I'm thinking of the Main Street Mile in Brighton. is Saturday morning.
Yeah, I
at
know what you're
like
talking
8
about.
a.m.
Yeah.
And so you can run that
I can
mile.
do that as like a warm up.
Yeah, and then run the.
Or I can do that as the actual race, and then Huron will be my cool down.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah.
A little 100-mile cool down?
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, no. Well, in 2020, I did a when I lived in Lansing, they had like this, like a group of people went out to, it was like Okemos High School, I think, and they had like a mile 800 and 400 like time trial like type races, and so I did that. I set a PR with a mile. It was 5:03, yeah, I was like gassed the rest for the other two, but it was like I was really gunning for like a sub 5 mile, because I might have that in me, but like I also really don't care because it's a mile, and it's also like I finished that and my calves were just completely blasted because that was also like the only time I've worn my track spikes. I have a pair of track spikes that I bought for like $30, and I use them for that. And
Wow, you
I
have track spikes?
Yeah. I thought about bringing them to
I would
Bigfoot.
have never guessed.
Right? And I thought about bringing them for Bigfoot, and I can put them on right before I get on the track, so I can.
That'd be a move.
I don't think my feet would have fit in them.
No, you would have been too small.
Yeah.
On the note of everything that you do, we got to give you some condolences on Glass City.
Thanks. It was fun.
You were tuned up and ready to kind of actually throw down at that race, and it was terrible conditions.
I had a couple of really good long runs. I felt like really good physically. And
you had like a 23 miler that was at like 7:02.
I had a 24 at 6:55.
Oh,
and it was like 20 miles were like, I was it was like a 20 mile like cut down, you could say. And it was great. And then, but it was also like 50 degrees that day, so it was perfect. And then the day of the race, it was swampy and like 100% humidity. And just warm. And I did my warm up jog that morning, and I was like, I'm not gonna try to race this, I don't think. But I was already content with that because I was like,
you were preparing for this.
Yeah, I also like, I get kind of weirdly obsessed with like the weather because I want to know like what I'm getting myself into weather wise, because that's a thing you can't control.
Yeah, you can't.
I get weirdly obsessed with that for some reason. So I kept checking the weather, and I saw like it's going to be warm, it's going to be really humid. And then it was for like the first 15 miles or so, and then it started raining and that cooled down. It felt nice, but by then I had just like decided I'm just gonna have fun with it because I wanted to I did Glass City in 2022. I also had really good training for that, but it was like 85 degrees that day. So like,
you gotta stop signing up for Glass City.
Yeah, no, yeah, right, yeah.
Third one's on you. 2's bad luck. Third one, if you do it again.
Exactly. But like, I wanted to like finish. I wanted to like, no matter what happened, like just like have fun with it and finish it because I've been like my first marathon I was 17, so it was like 10 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
So
you ran a marathon when you were 17?
Yeah, I thought it sounded fun, and then it wasn't, and then I did more of them.
That's how it usually goes.
Yeah. So.
Okay. All right. Well, I do feel bad. I feel like you were robbed. I was kind of jazzed.
A little bit, yeah, but it's like
it's all right. You live to race another day.
Yeah. It's just marathon. I don't care that much about him. Yeah.
He's a tummy ache survivor, proud cat daddy, a massive cross stitch enthusiast, and an avid podcaster. There's lots to unpack here. So let's do a speed round here. Yeah. How are the cats doing?
They're great. So we have I have two cats. There's Gus. He's very fat and stupid. And I love him. I love him more than anything. And we have Sylvie. She's not fat. She has no teeth. She recently had all her teeth taken out because she had stomatitis. I think that was the name of it in the mouth.
Dan's a vet. So
yeah. So she had her teeth removed recently. So we've been like,
what does she eat then? Soft food?
She likes pate food. Like will eat hard food. She's still, cats can still do that. Our vet told us like, she can eat hard food. It's fine.
How does that work?
It's the way the kibble hits the tongue and gets shot back into the throat.
They just like swallow it.
They don't even really use their teeth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like we'll like put some like chicken broth in it so it makes it softer.
I'll kind of soup it up for them.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
like a cat cereal.
Yeah. We'll give them a little spoon, but they don't use it because they don't have opposable thumbs. Yeah, they're great.
You just finished a big cross stitch thing.
Yeah,
It took you like
I'm very
a year.
proud of this. Yes. So like,
is it Pokemon or is it Star Wars?
So it's the first generation Pokemon, the original 151.
Wow.
It was 141,726 stitches, and so a stitch is just a little X. Sorry.
You're good.
Sorry.
You can punch it.
Yeah. But I started in December of 2021.
Whoa, dude.
Yeah. And I worked on it like on and off for like a while. And then like 2 months ago I hit 90%. I was like, well, I'm just going to like grind this out because I'm almost done with this. And like, like, so like I finished it Saturday morning, and like I remember like I got like weirdly teary eyed because I was like, this
felt
means
euphoric.
it's just a thing that means a lot because like I love Pokemon. Like I'm a child with that, especially the first couple gens.
We all did.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I finished that. I was really happy with it. I like showed too many people. I was like, look at this. I'm so happy with this.
I gotta stop showing people.
Yeah.
What's the plan with it? You gonna frame it or something? Or is
Yeah,
it-
I gotta wash it because it's definitely got like oils in it for my hands and whatever.
Sure.
And like, there's a bunch of
that
cat
seems a
hair in
little
it.
scary to wash it.
So I've done this with smaller patterns and it's just fine. You just put like a little bit of like a dab of dish soap in it,
Okay.
and it will, and then just put it in a thing of I think cold water.
Soak it?
Yeah, soak it in cold water, and then you can just like pat dry it, and then you can iron it, and it's perfectly fine.
Oh, the more you know.
Yeah, and then I gotta find a like a frame for it. I want to find like kind of a nice frame for it, and then I'll put it up.
There you go. All
yeah.
your hard work, dude.
Yeah. So
What a piece of art.
right. Yeah.
Are you still listening to the PRP at ×2 speed?
I listen to everything at ×2 speed.
Oh
so
my
like
God.
the
I can't
like,
even
it's
imagine
weird,
what
like,
this sounds like on ×2.
Do you ever see the end of a commercial where they put all the
Yes.
yeah, it's like that.
Oh,
but like
nightmare.
Yeah, so like hearing the like the tunes on normal speed, it's like this sounds so slow.
Yeah, you're used to the sped
Because
up
you
jingle.
start it and it's like run. Like, yeah.
Last question. Any tummy aches recently? Or you've been doing all right?
I mean, I grind through them. So I did a double potto a couple weeks ago, threw up, but I was fine.
But was it a tummy ache or was it just a little
It was
pukey?
just like a little tummy ache, threw up, and then I felt fine after. There are days where like I just like sometimes I just eat something and it bothers my stomach. I don't know what, and I like some
Join the club.
yeah. So, but I just like deal with it, like so.
Oh my goodness. And finally, he'll be lining up at the start line of the Huron 100, attempting to travel from Waterloo State Rec area all the way to Proud Lake, doing his best not to DNF or pukey or tummy ache. This upcoming Saturday, Mr. John Alsip. John, what a pleasure it is to have you back on the pod.
I'm gonna puke. I promise.
You think so?
I promise.
At least one?
Yeah.
Just maybe if it's a little baby one?
Yeah. It'll
Okay.
be just like a little hurl and it'll feel good.
Okay. You've been on the pod, so if you like what you hear from John, you can go back also to season 2 and tune in when you came and joined us before you did Bigfoot, huh?
Yeah, I think it was episode 10 or 11,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
Yep. First and only question for you before we move on. You're getting married this summer, dude.
Yeah, August 10th. 68 days.
Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
And then also, we got to give a shout out to Lindsay because you had wedding obligation kind of tonight.
Yeah.
That we kind of forced you into pivoting.
Yeah.
So we hope you're not in the doghouse.
No, we talked this through. Like it was just like some finalizing our catering like schedule.
Okay.
Or our menu. We basically finalized this like last weekend.
So you're pretty much set.
Yeah, we're all set, and they were basically going in and just like finalizing it with our actual caterer. So yeah, they're all right.
We thank Lindsay for that.
Yeah, she's
for the loan.
great.
Thanks for the loan
Yeah.
of Jonathan.
Yeah.
Anything else big to get organized before the big day? Or are you guys like pretty locked in?
All the big stuff's out of the way.
What are you wearing?
1-inch boa jorts.
Are you really?
No.
Oh, okay.
I do have a pair though. I have a nice like a navy blue suit.
Oh, navy
I got-
blue, huh? Nice,
I think
bro.
it looks better than black. Yeah.
I think so. And then a little fun fact that the officiant at your wedding is a runner in the race this weekend.
Yeah, Zach Krim.
Mr. Zach Krim.
Yeah, he's gonna be officiating it.
Wow.
So,
That's exciting.
yeah, I'm stoked for that. We gotta like meet up with him to like we're gonna meet up with him sometime this month, probably later on in the month.
Talk about the vibe.
I've like told him some stuff like, hey, we want to go around this vibe or whatever, but we gotta like finalize it with him like in person. So we're gonna do that at some point this month probably.
Maybe miles 0 through 10, maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Just a little chit chat out there.
We can do that.
You can hang with Krim for 10?
No.
No way. Hang for Krim for 1 maybe.
Yeah.
Or 2. Krim's gonna be at the front.
Well, I'll be good for 10, and then I'm just completely gassed.
Yeah. Well, John, it's great to have you here, bud. Thanks for making time. Our second guest joining us on today's episode is a huge outdoor enthusiast, a trail running junkie, and an overall good vibes ambassador. Meredith, I'll tell you, the first time I met you, I just felt your energy pulsing into my veins.
Likewise.
You just bring good vibes, dude.
Well, thanks.
And you are a big outdoors gal.
I love being outside.
Yeah. It's kind of like you try to spend as much time as you can.
I do.
That's what I don't know you super well, but that's kind of what I get from afar.
Yep, you're right.
On the trail running stuff, what do you do much road running at all? Are you mostly running because it is trail involved? Like
Mostly trail, and that's evolved over time, just, kind of got off the roads because of chronic injuries and stuff. And then I just really fell back in love with the trails, and it's like, I don't
It's
want
too
to
good, huh?
Yeah, it's so good.
It's too good. You're out there saving turtles and shit.
I know, they're so cute. We got to get out of the way.
So when did you start running? Has running been a part of your life for a long time?
High school.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, track, cross country.
Wow. What was your event in the track?
I did the mile usually and the 800. Yeah.
Damn. It's okay. You got an alarm going off?
Yeah.
A little alarm. Make sure it's nothing you need to attend to.
No. It's
Okay. Well, I have forced you into committing to coming to join the PRP as like a proper guest one day.
Yeah, you've been working that angle.
I've made you sign the invisible contract.
Yeah,
So we'll stay at relatively surface level, but it's great to have you here with us. My last question on this: how did you and Dan meet?
So we met because our kids were in the same class in school.
Okay.
And so that's how we met Dan and Lauren. And
Like little school parents.
Yeah,
friends.
we were school parents. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And then we kind of lost touch for a couple of years. And then somehow we found each other again on Strava, I think it was. And I was watching like this business going on with Dan, and like Lauren would comment, and I'm like, oh, he's up to something. And I kind of figured out what
Something
he was
was going
doing.
on.
Something was brewing.
The
And
chef
then,
was in the kitchen.
Yeah. And then I listened to my first PRP podcast with Dan and Lauren.
Oh, wow.
And I heard all about the Huron 100, and I was hooked. I was like, yes, this
Wow.
is so cool. And somewhere along the way, I don't know at what point, Dan asked me to be medical director, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm in.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, how validating that she found it. She found everything through the PRP too, a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, Meredith, let's go. Yes. She's a skier at times by trade when the colder weather rolls in, who enjoys a variety of ski-related sports, from biathlon to cross country to Nordic. She's like, you're really into the skiing these days. Is that true?
It is. And Nordic and cross country
Are the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I do alpine ski too.
And is alpine ski like? Is that just like
Downhill.
normal skiing?
Yeah.
Kind of like
Yeah.
like well, no, like
Like normal.
like what like mountain skiing?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went to like a big biathlon like tournament recently, didn't you?
Did. Yeah. I went to the nationals in March.
And you did pretty well.
I did.
What did you get?
Excited. Well, I got second in one event and third in another.
Wow.
For my category, for master.
Let's give Meredith a little clap there. So how'd you get into the skiing stuff?
I've always been a downhill skier because I grew up in Northeast Pennsylvania, but then I moved to Michigan, and I kind of looked around and was like, cross country it is. So I picked up cross country skiing, and then, it's been something I've done with my husband and kids, and they've been on skis since they were super small. And then pandemic hit, and it's like, well, let's look at the bucket list because we all might die.
Yeah, exactly. A time for reflection.
And so that's when biathlon came into my life.
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
So you started working on like the shooting aspect.
Yep.
Seems difficult, man.
Yeah.
It seems like when you have high like cardio output, like getting yourself calm to take a shot seems.
Yeah.
I don't know if I really would be able to do that.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And finally, she'll be and has been organizing her team, getting her ducks in a row, and doing God's work this upcoming Saturday, ensuring every runner stays safe as she leads the medical staff at the inaugural Huron 100. Meredith Hill. Man, it's so good to have you here.
It's good to be here.
I appreciate all your support over the past couple of years. First and only question for you before we get rolling. I wanted to do some mom talk here real quick. So you're a mom.
I'm a mom.
How many kids do you have?
I have 2 kids. I have a 13-year-old boy and a 17-year-old boy.
Nice. Okay, so they're kind of going into the teenage years a little bit.
We're deep in the teen years. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
How's it going? Good
Great.
times?
Great. They're good kids.
They're good kids?
Yeah.
Do you envision them staying in Michigan after they move on from high school, or does that obviously with the 13-year-old that's TBD, but the 17-year-old, does he have visions of?
He's looking at colleges right now.
Okay.
So we'll see what he decides.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make you excited or sad? A little.
Both.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to grow up and leave you, and
yeah.
fly
from the nest.
I know, exactly. But, I feel good. I feel like we've raised them right, and he's got a good head on his shoulders, and he'll do fine.
That's all you can do, right?
That's right.
That's right. That's right. Well, thanks for being here, Meredith. I'm excited to have you here. Our last guest joining us today is a wild man, a true trail visionary, an old school troubadour who loves trail running but loves nature even more. Is that true? Do you love nature more than trail running, or would you rank trail running over nature?
Boy, I guess you'd have to ask the question, would you, if you had to decide between never running again and never going out into nature again, I'd have to say
It's going real deep.
That's a tough question.
well, that's how I think about it. Like I would die without nature. I think without running, I could probably think of something else to do in nature.
Okay.
Nature.
So nature gets the tip of the cap there.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're no stranger to a good elliptigo either, are you?
I love the frickin' elliptigo.
It's my goal to see you, naturally, like in the wild on the elliptigo. I just want to be out in the Whitmore Lake area and just see
I need to get a trail elliptigo.
They're so silly. There's a guy in Toledo that has one.
Does he crush?
Yeah, he's like 70, and I saw him like last weekend, like going at this park I was at, and he's just like cruising on this thing. I'm like, this looks so silly.
Yeah, you don't need knees for it.
It's great.
He had them.
Yeah. I'll give you one of these. He's a decorated ultra marathoner building a resume that is really starting to flirt with veteran level. From Eastern States to Hurt 100 to the Huron 100 to helping his friends out and me at the Bear 100 to most recently the Canyons 100. The list seems to go on and on. You're really starting to build this list of hundos, my man.
Yeah. There's definitely a bucket list of races out there, and you know me, I love the point to point. So most of the bucket races are point to points.
Is 100 mile your favorite distance? It seems like it is, man.
Yeah, I think so. I think you really only enter into that pain cave when you get there. I mean, I think a shorter distance like a 50 miler is kind of more fun and enjoyable. But I don't know. I don't want it to all be fun.
Sure.
You want to challenge yourself.
Mm-hmm. At one point, you were trying to run a marathon in every state. Is that dream still alive?
Yeah, I think it's just postponed. I'll pick it up again.
A nice little postponed dream.
Yeah.
I watched you run the Chicago Marathon once.
You did.
Remember the sign I made for you?
Oh gosh.
It wasn't that good of a sign. It said like at least you don't have 82 more miles to go after that.
That's pretty good.
I wanted to pick your brain real quick on this. Favorite 100 miler you've done?
Oh boy. Oh my goodness, that's a hard one. I would say Eastern States. I would say for the course.
Okay.
Which is ironic because at the time I was like, oh my goodness, this course is destroying me. But I think that's why I like it. For the community, I would say the Hurt 100.
Oh, wasn't that one special?
Man, those aid stations and volunteers are just amazing. Yeah. So I'd highly recommend both those.
Yeah, I would highly recommend Hurt. Remember that one aid station we had like mango smoothies and like cauliflower soup? It was just crazy.
Goodness. The food was amazing.
Ohana. That's what they called it, right? Family.
Yeah.
Ohana out there. It's good stuff. And then last question on this: 100 miler you're most interested in doing, highest on your bucket list. Don't say Western states.
No, it's not Western because I kind of did part of Western states. Right?
Sure.
I mean, it's a bucket list.
Did you get your medal in the mail yet?
They did. They shipped it to me.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. They're out of the doghouse then.
Yeah, a little bit. I'd say the UTMB course.
Jeez, man.
Because I want to run in those Alps. I think that would be fun.
You want to go big, huh?
Yeah.
Last question. Even though I lied and said the last one was last. No one has a crystal ball, and we're going to be organizing the Huron 100 for years to come. When's the earliest you think you'll have everything lined up and organized enough to be able to run it yourself?
Oh my gosh. I would say, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, okay. Well, remember last time you said 5 or 10 years, it ended up being 2. So we'll see what happens. And finally, he'll be popping a couple Prozac, saying a prayer or two, organizing his board members and attempting to ride the bull that is directing a 100-mile race as he witnesses his dream become a reality this upcoming Saturday. Race director, Dan Hughes. How's that sound?
Oh,
that's got a nice little ring to it, doesn't it? So you're finally a race director. First and only question for you before we get rolling. How are you feeling?
Yeah, definitely nervous,
Are you more nervous for this than you've been before running a race?
100%. Like,
interesting.
I mean, running a race, you only have to worry about yourself. But, directing a race, you're worried about the runners, the volunteers, the community. You kind of want to make sure you make everybody happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of the pressure.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. Next section.
These are the rules of the podcast. Gotta follow the rules.
All right, we're standard rules here, even though the format's kind of mixed up, and you guys all have to consent to them. That's the one I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Rule number 1: you got to be vulnerable. Are you down, Meredith?
I'm down.
Okay. Are you down, Dan?
Oh yeah.
I know John's down.
Yeah, I'm always vulnerable.
You're always vulnerable. You live a vulnerable life. Rule number 2: no fibbing. I think we're pretty good on that. And rule 3: respect the nanner. Everyone's doing that. Everyone munched one during the photo shoot. And if you get hungry, they're here for you. It's a little warm, but have you ever eaten a hot nanner that's been in the sun?
Yeah.
It's not bad.
That's a little crazy.
It's not the worst.
It's not the worst. It's not the best, though. Okay, here we go.
Ooh, I can dig it. Ooh, it's time to dig in.
All right, so I've been racking my brain about how to do this and how to not make this boring. And I've been doing a lot of talking, so I'm hoping that, Dan, you can kind of carry the baton for me. But we teased the listeners that if they want to go back and hear more about the origin of this idea, that there's an episode in season 2 with Dan. And that's a good hour and a half, 2 hour long thing that's really going to give you a lot of context. But a short overview of this, Dan, I thought you could maybe enlighten us and go back to when did this idea really take place? Where's the birth of this idea? Was it a single moment where it happened, or was there or is it kind of like this region of time in your mind, or is it more like this is the day?
Yeah, I don't think it was a very specific moment. I think I mentioned on the last podcast, but it was a training run for my first 100 miler, and it was a 57 miler, and it was a point to point, and Lauren dropped me off, I think, at where the starting line is now for the race.
Okay.
Out in Waterloo State Rec, and I ran all the way back to my doorstep at home. And then I think that got the wheels turning to say, hey, how could I make this route even longer? And then it naturally just turned into that you can easily fit 100 miles in this distance.
Okay.
And then COVID hit, and so that became let's make a route in my head that works. And I think it was at that stage where I met you. And so I was talking to you about the idea and about that, well, maybe some other people would be interested in this. And you really you jumped on that. And you're like, yeah, let's do a race. And I was like, well, I don't know. Maybe I could just take my idea and we can go to one of the other event companies, and, maybe I can show them my course, and maybe I can ask to help them put it together. And I remember you saying no, dude, we can do this on our own. We can figure this out and do it. And I mean, that just, you don't get a lot of positivity from that. At least, I mean, I'm sort of a pessimist, a realist. And so kind of, a lot of the dreams that I've had, sometimes I just kind of put a hold on and say, no, I can't do that. And I mean, even with vet school, I had kind of resisted that for a long time, thinking I wasn't smart enough or would be able to be accepted or be able to do it. And so sometimes it takes other people in your life just kind of motivating you to get out there and take a chance.
Sure. Well, I'm honored to have done that for you.
You totally did.
I was just giving you stoke on the trail. I'm like, yeah, buddy. But we never knew it would turn into what it has, I don't think.
No. Yeah. And so, then it developed from there. And, how did we come up with the Pioneer edition? We wanted to try it with...
yeah, that's what I wanted to kind of roll into. So then I said, you should do this, and we can do it on our own. And I kind of bullied you in that. And then it was like, okay, well, let's make sure that this is a thing that can be done, kind of, right? And then that's when we just, you on your own, you and Lauren kind of decided, we're going to pilot this. And I was like, if you pilot it, we got to come in and podcast it. We got to document it a little bit. And then, a handful of people came out to help for that one. Like me, Sweeney, and some of your family members.
When I did it by myself, just as a solo run.
Yeah, in 2022.
Yes.
Yep. We got to start naming these years. I don't know what that one would be called.
Oh my goodness.
The dry run. And then the dry run Pioneer, and then this is the inaugural. Anyways, we'll figure it out. So you hit the dry run, and it was relatively successful.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I personally had a really rough spot towards the end of the race that I didn't know what, because at that point I had run, I think 1 or 2 hundreds. And so I thought oh yeah, this will be fine. I got this. And I still don't know what happened. It must have been a nutritionally related thing. But I don't know.
Can you remember your feelings coming out of that? Okay, not right in the moment, but okay, I did it. Now what's next? Because then it seems like there was a little bit of gap in between you doing it on the dry run and then us maybe trying to put together this bandit Pioneer version of it for the first time.
Yeah. I don't remember immediately how long it took, because if we did if I did that run in May, it wasn't the very next fall, was it? It was a full year.
It was 18 months. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it just must have built from there. And I think there were still maybe some issues with the course we had to resolve. Like, obviously we had a river crossing, and I'm like, well, I don't know that we can ever really get that permitted. But then I was like, oh, I want other people to give me their opinion on what they think about the course. Because there's just so many manifestations. And of course, as we ran into more people, like, Jay was one of the people, and Todd Scott was another person, and all those people said, you know what, I had the idea for the same race or the same route.
Yes.
That's 100 miles.
Mike Anderson has
Michael Anderson. So many people came up to me and said, hey, I also had this idea. It was slightly different here or whatever. And the point is like this area, this Huron River watershed is just kind of made for it, with all these parks kind of just naturally linked together. But the interesting part that I realized this year in the permitting process is that this race will never be this. There'll be no 2 years that are the same course.
Oh, really? Just with all the standard, like the deviations that have to go on because of how many different things are involved?
Exactly. Like a little construction here, a little permitting issue there, maybe a conflicting whatever. Like, it'll probably always be a little bit slightly different from year to year.
Okay. That's exciting. So then we basically, can you remember when last year we decided that we were going to do this? We shifted it from the May, June area to fall. I can't remember why. Just because we really weren't ready, but we knew that we wanted to do
something. Oh, because we were going to, that's what it was. We were going to do it in the spring. And then we didn't have our act together.
Yeah. Yep.
And we said, okay, let's push it to the fall. And you're like, yeah, let's do it. Even though you had the bear scheduled.
Which I DNF'd, bro. Let's go. Let's go, Johnny.
You made it.
No, the first year I didn't.
Oh, yeah. No, you DNF'd twice.
No, I DNF'd the first year and then I went back.
Oh. Yes. I thought it took you 3 tries.
I didn't get a start the first year.
That's right.
Yeah. Anyway. So we did it in fall.
We did in the fall, and that worked out nicely. I think a lot of people liked the fall edition.
Except it was kind of a crazy day.
Yeah. I guess the day, it's like weather-wise, it was fine.
It was a little cold.
Was it a little cold? Yeah, at night it was, yeah.
It was,
during the day.
Even during the day, it was a little chilly.
Was it really?
I mean, there was that point where it started raining.
It was ice rain, dude.
It was like, yeah.
During the day?
Yes.
Yeah.
At least for me at Lakeland.
It's a blur for me. I'm telling you,
sweating
it's a blur.
all day anyway.
I was running most of the day.
There's a vision of you on that day with your power bank and your cord plugged into your phone because everyone was just calling you, dude.
Yeah, the phone was going off every 30 seconds.
So for context, for anyone that's listening to this that doesn't really know what we're talking about, we basically put together a bandit style of this race where we just did it as a group run with 12 participants.
It was 15.
15 participants.
5 in the 50 and 10 in the 100.
And we call that the Huron 100 Pioneer
version. Yeah.
So we learned a lot from that experience, I think. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure how we would be where we are without that experience.
Yeah, it was kind of a necessary growing pain.
I envision a world of us doing this formally with permits without having all that knowledge under our belts, and I think that we'd be underprepared.
I think the traditional route is we would have been already race directors of a shorter event. Like we would have got our feet wet with like some 5Ks and 10Ks, and we would have been a traditional event company that said, hey, let's try to do 100 mile now because we have all the infrastructure and the knowledge.
Sure.
But we kind of did it kind of backwards where it's like, we're still going to do the longer distance. We're just not going to do it super well. Yeah.
But hey, the Huron, it was free for the Huron 100 Pioneers, wasn't it?
Didn't cost anything to them.
And it wasn't an official race. It was a group run.
It was a group run.
Yep. So learned a lot. Kind of a chaotic day. Mm-hmm. A day that I think that retroactively the people who put it on enjoyed, but I think the enjoyment factor while it was being put on was a little bit limited. I guess maybe I'm speaking for myself. But can you
I
guys...
had an amazing time.
You had a good time?
Yeah, I was vibing the entire time.
See, that's what I'm talking about with Meredith, dude. She's just here for the good energy. Did you have a good time?
No, not at all.
Definitely
it was
not.
Like the worst day of my life. And I told Lauren I would never do this again.
I'm sorry to laugh at you, bud.
It was so stressful.
I know, dude. And then we had the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Yeah, then the river crossing.
Well,
Danny
Rob told me he loved it.
Rob loved it.
Yeah.
The people that were looking after Rob didn't love it.
Oh my God. We laugh about it now, but man,
it was not funny at all. And then your phone died, and then you had my mom's phone, Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Because
just
the
crazy,
phone went
bro.
into the water, and yeah.
Anyways, so there's some horror stories there, but we can kind of move on from that. So we learned a lot from the Pioneer version, and then I think one of our biggest reflections from the Pioneer version was, okay, shit, we didn't have our act together in spring. We delayed it till this fall, and now we're all kind of beat up more morally from this experience on the organizational end. But now we really want to do this, and we want to take that weekend where it could, because Lighthouse 100 is no longer. So we wanted this weekend, and we said, okay, you know what? Work for this probably starts next week.
Yeah,
which I think was a tough turn of the page.
It was tough. Yeah, I think I took a month. I think I took a month off mentally, and then I hit the ground running with the permitting process. And
you've been nonstop since middle of November.
Basically,
is that safe to say?
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, since then I've had, I would say, a second, if not a part-time job, now a full-time job. I mean,
sure.
in terms of the hours that I've put into it.
You're a little CEO.
Yeah.
I've never seen your phone be so active.
Yeah, it's almost like your phone.
Bing. Okay, so that's some good context. I wanted to get some feedback from you, Meredith, on, you kind of teased us on this a little bit, and maybe there's not much more to give, but extrapolate more on, so you heard the pod, and you got interested. And then did you reach out to Dan and just say, like, how cool, or how did he make the connection to then have you come get involved on the medical side? Do you remember?
I think you reached out by an email or a text or something. Yeah, it was kind of like, seemed a little bit out of the blue. I mean, we had reconnected and stuff, but I was like, oh yeah.
Cool.
I mean, that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
I think it was one of those situations where...
Did you hit her with the full question right away, or were you small talking her?
Oh, no.
I think it went right out of the gate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because Lauren and I, we were thinking because we wanted a medical. I've been to races where they don't have a medical director. At least you don't maybe meet the medical director. But I've been races where they do have one. I'm like, I definitely want that for this race.
Yeah, of course.
And so Lauren and I were thinking, who's, do we know anybody in the medical field, like a doctor, who also loves to run? And like we both thought of Meredith like immediately, like, we need to ask her. She'd be perfect,
Nice.
And so,
dude, you locked her down. What an asset.
I mean, she could have been taken by so many other races.
And then how long before the Pioneer version was this? Do you recall? Do you recall at all, Meredith, when this kind of like, okay, I'll do it, and then like, okay, this is when we're doing it, became a thing? Or
I don't know, 4 to 6 months maybe?
Okay.
It was a good chunk of time.
Yeah.
Okay. So a little bit of time to prepare and kind of get ready. John, what about you? Well, your story with like figuring this out. You're a PRP fan, so I'm sure you heard his episode.
Yeah.
And then how did you when did you confirm and get signed up for the Pioneer version? Do you remember?
I remember it was one day last summer. I got an email from Dan, and he was basically like, "Hey, I'm setting this up. Do you want to run this?"
Nice,
and I was
dude.
like, "Yeah." I'm not doing anything that day.
Yeah, okay.
Probably. So it was like a month after Woodstock 100, and I was like, "Yeah, why not?"
I'm proud of. Look at Dan just shooting his shot.
Yeah.
Just grassroots in this thing, dude.
Well,
You just recruited, bro.
Well, we made lists of people that we knew, right? And John was on both of our lists. I mean, he was high up on the.
You were an overlapping member.
Yeah. Like, this guy definitely is going to want to do this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And, I'm just kind of down for stuff. Like,
yeah, you are.
I have this mentality that's like, whatever happens. Like, I'll show up. If I run 100 miles, I run 100 miles. If not, like, whatever.
Yeah. You're really good at not being hard on yourself. I really appreciate that about you.
I used to be really hard on myself for a while, and then I just I stopped caring about times I run all the time and just try to have fun with it. And I think that was my issue with last summer with when it was really hot, and I just I don't want to do anything about this. And then it was that day we did that Waterloo Pinckney, and
you came and did that with us. Huh?
Yeah, that was fun. And that was a really big that day was just a big turning point for me. Was I changing my perspective of running, and I started having a better relationship with it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was a really good day because I was I had fun the whole day. I don't care how long it took me. It was just a fun time with some people, and it just kind of that mentality is just kind of stuck. And so I've just enjoyed running more. So
wow, take notes, PRP listenership. That's the way it's done.
Stop worrying about your pace. Just have fun.
You remember what you and Dan did that day though?
Yeah, we castrated.
You fuckers castrated. I didn't, dude.
We had to work.
I know you guys did. You guys did. And I was I don't know if I'm ever Waterloo Pinckney connecting again. So I can't castrate because I want to say I've done this at least once. And I did it.
Yeah.
It was a long day. It was raining all day.
It was fun. It was kind of warm though, so the rain was welcomed.
It was welcomed. Okay, we're moving on. Next section. Here we go.
Get a life. Oh, life roll. Talk about life rolls. Get a life.
You still munching the blackberries?
Yeah,
They're good, huh?
Talk about life rolls.
Okay, for the life roll section, I figured we'd just do a quick little dive into what each person has done to kind of prepare for this. So let's start with John, because you're kind of just going off what you just said.
Yep.
Your prep for this, I know you were prepping for Glass City. We touched on that.
Yep.
Your training is a little bit more laissez-faire these days in a good way.
Yeah.
You kind of just get the miles in that you can. You've been really busy lately with work too.
Yeah. Because so I work third shift. I actually tomorrow that might be able to change. I have an interview tomorrow.
Okay.
Where I'd be working a normal shift job.
Nice.
So hopefully that goes well.
Yes.
Because I hate working third shift. I'm tired.
What is third shift? What does that even
for
mean?
me? It's 11 p.m. Third shift is nights. So for me, it's 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And it's different for every place. So like I work Sunday night through Thursday night. But it's just like kind of dog ass because I'm tired all the time. And then like when
You're vampiring it.
yeah,
man.
and then like trying to transition from like like weekday to weekend so you can sleep at night. Like it's very common for me to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday because I sleep in the morning when I get home from work on Friday, and I also try to sleep on Friday night so that but it's basically just like a nap.
Yeah.
And
It's not quality long sleep.
no, Saturday nights tend to be better. Like since I got out of Glass City, I try to like, instead of shoot for an actual distance that I want to run every day, because I was so fixated on that forever. Like I just shoot for like, I want to run for X amount of time these days. Like, and I would go to like this hill in outside of like in Maumee that I would do hill workouts on like
I see you
once
do
or
that.
twice a week. And I'll say like, I'll run up in this for, try to get an hour here. And then maybe I'll run later for like 20 minutes or something. So I was more fixated on like time rather than an actual distance. Because if I think like, you know, an hour, I can do stuff for an hour. It's a lot easier for me than like 8 or 9 miles, like an actual distance, because what if you're not feeling good that day, you know? It was easy. And then like the only days I actually cared about a distance was my long runs. So, and then
So you're shifting your perspective on it a little bit.
yeah, and it's made it less annoying. And it's just made it easier to get out the door every day, because that is just a hard thing with, I'm pretty sure most people just struggle with getting out the door. That's like one of the hardest things with it.
Yeah, it
You know?
is.
So like, yeah, so that's pretty much it.
There you go, dude.
Yeah,
So you're just kind of
do
a running,
whatever.
you're kind of a running free spirit.
Yeah, I just have fun with it.
What's your longest run this year?
I did a double Pato
2 weekends
two
ago?
weekends ago. Yeah.
How'd it feel?
It felt.
got-
It wasn't bad.
You suffered a small tummy ache out there.
a little
you said,
bit, yeah, but it was good. It was fun. It was a little warm that day, but it was fun.
You do the whole thing with Inslee? Or did he just do one?
we did the entire first loop together, and then he dropped me like 5 miles into the second loop because he was feeling good and I wasn't. And I was like, I'm not gonna hold you back. You know, you can go. And so he just went off, and I finished like an hour after him. So,
Inslee's a beast.
yeah, he's pretty good. He's primed up for this race. So
Inslee is kind of in the honeymoon stages of his ultra running.
yeah,
It's fun to see people in
he's
those
like
times.
he's like he was like telling me the other day like how
He's all
like
about it.
obsessively planned he is for this weekend, and I'm just like, dude, I haven't thought anything. It's like he was showing me like these calories that he's doing and carbs that he wants to take in every hour, and I'm like, no, like that's the exact opposite of what I do.
You're like, I'm just going to be snacking.
Just gonna grab this and go. Yeah.
Meredith, what about you? Preparation for this event. You've kind of like assembled a little bit of a team through the help of Dan, a few meetings. I mean, you can dive as deep or go as surface level as you want on this.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, we have 10 medical volunteers helping out on race day, 3 ER docs, 1 nurse, and 6 physical therapists. So we're pretty lucky to have that. And we just wanted to make sure that we placed them all throughout the race course, you know, to give the runners as much support as possible. And I think for me, you know, coming into this, not being an ultra runner, you know, doing some distance, but never doing an ultra, I was just very ultra curious. So I like went down the rabbit hole of like books, you know, audiobooks, podcasts, like listening to all this stuff, you know, just like learning all sorts of stuff, you know, about feet and blisters and nutrition and, you know, what can an upset stomach mean? God, it can freaking mean anything, you know? So like you ate too much, you didn't eat enough. So yeah, so just really diving in and learning, and it's been fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you ever going to run an ultra marathon?
I do have plans.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're ultra curious, aren't you?
I am ultra curious. I'm ultra committed.
What a cool way to be involved with the ultra world kind of before being like a participant.
Yeah.
You know, like you are participating in this race, but not necessarily from a runner standpoint. And that's something we talk about on the pod a lot, is like finding ways to be involved with running that isn't necessarily like directly being the one racing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a cool little touch point that you get.
For sure.
Wow. Any other crazy, what else with the medical things in terms of like you organizing the team, but then do we have to let certain municipalities know that this is going on? And like, do like fire chiefs know what's the spread on that? What does that look like?
So because the run goes through 4 counties, I had to let all the folks know, like the fire chiefs know that it was happening on this day, just so that they have an awareness.
Sure.
And mapping out from each aid station, okay, well, where's the closest ER? Where's the closest, area that people could get care if they needed to.
Yeah.
So kind of mapping all that out and just having a really good logistical plan if something goes wrong. I think communication is really going to be key, and making sure the runners know that they can count on us and we're there to help them out. And
That's exciting.
It's very exciting.
And your phone number's on all the bibs.
Oh, yeah. We might find it on a bathroom wall somewhere.
Yeah. Hit me up.
For a good time.
Hit Meredith up.
If you need a Band-Aid.
Hit her up. If you need a Band-Aid, call me. Okay, Dan, for your version of this, I think we're going to move to the next section. We'll dive a little bit deeper. Here we go.
Meditation, hibernation, even words of affirmation. Now it's time for education. What's your pre-race preparation? Meditation, hibernation.
I like your Crocs, John.
Thank you.
I like your, what are they called? The Bitmojis?
Gibbets.
The gibbets, dude.
Yeah.
You have a Shrek gibbet?
I have a Shrek, I have a shark, and I have a Charmander.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, Dan, we're kind of talking about your preparation for this whole thing, which, again, could be its own podcast.
Yeah.
A good place where I thought we would maybe steer this and give us some structure is talk about maybe some of the struggles we had early on this year with like kind of trying to coordinate the whole group.
Mm-hmm.
And this kind of intricate line that we're walking between like these are like everyone that's helping is like got their own life and jobs and kids and everything. And this is an all volunteer thing, right? So we're trying to like get 11 adult schedules to line up and it's not working. And we're trying to do Zoom meetings and it's like not really working. So we ended up basically dividing it into teams or pods.
Yes. Yeah.
And so I figured we'd just kind of go through the structure of pods we kind of organized just to give people a little bit of like a behind the scenes of this curtain, because this has been so complicated. And I think I to give us justice, I don't think that we've necessarily overcomplicated this. I think this is just as we've dug, we've found that this infrastructure is necessary to support this whole thing. So the first pod we created that we knew was kind of essential was the digital pod. That was kind of headed up by Lauren and I. Lauren took the social media. I took the website. And then everything else that comes along with that kind of is wrapped into that. And that's Lauren and I a little bit kind of like figuring that out.
Yeah.
Lauren's also been very big on the back, like we've said, we basically start like a little small business. So we have like Google Drive and it's all organized and everyone's shared on it. And then we have the sponsorship pod, which that got more complicated than we thought.
It's a toughie.
Not in a weird way, but we've found now that we need to categorize sponsorships because there definitely are different levels of sponsorship, and we feel that the people who are giving a little bit more deserve a little bit more back from us, and we don't really have a structure figured out with that. And you and I have been passing the ball and communicating with these people, but it's been an interesting one to navigate, I think, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's when we need to. I need to do a little bit more education into that.
Yeah, for
See
sure.
And we've looked a little bit into how other races kind of do it or other companies and stuff. So it's that'll get better. I think with time.
It will.
But at least we have sponsors, so that's good.
Yeah, we have a lot of sponsors, and I think the other thing too that you've learned and I've learned and we've bounced off each other is like we've reached out to RF events and Trivium, and they've all been great, willing to communicate and talk and share knowledge with us. But we aren't like a race company. We're kind of like a grassroots nonprofit that's funding or trying to figure out this one event. And so I feel like the advice we've gotten from them, although appreciated, doesn't always apply. And I think it's been difficult at times to pick the pieces that make sense for us and leave the pieces that don't make sense for us because we're doing things different than them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
We've had a few things where it's like, well, do we purchase all this stuff? Or do we kind of like not... You know, and like for a race company, they've said like, oh, get it all because you got to look legit. And of course we want to look legit, but also we don't have 7 other races that we're using this for throughout the year. So it's this different kind of model that we've had to kind of figure out where we fall. It's been challenging, man. It's been tough.
Yeah, we're still figuring out a lot of that stuff because as years go on, I think we kind of get more infrastructure and things like that. But,
yep. Then we have the live stream team.
Yep.
That's been Kyle mostly and you. Mm-hmm. That's been a complicated one. I don't know how deep you want to dive into the logistics of that, but like,
well, it's tricky because we're out in areas that, we don't have electrical access. We don't have internet access. And it's a point-to-point race. We don't really have a studio space, so we're kind of doing things kind of on the fly as the race moves. We're going to be moving with it. But yeah, live stream was something important to me in my vision for how I wanted people to consume the race. Because let's face it, like a point-to-point 100-mile race is not spectator friendly. Like, how are your friends and family going to watch? We all have watched, the Cocodona live stream and, Western States and things like that. And it's just so much fun, like to have that kind of that running culture where everybody's kind of commenting on things.
And you're kind of like, you feel like you're involved in it a little bit.
Yeah. So that I think is just a cool thing. And, Kyle's been good with that.
And we've had to like purchase Starlink and power banks, and we have commentators.
We do. Yeah.
It's complicated.
Yeah. There's a lot of moving parts.
Cameramen.
Yeah.
Literally and physically a lot of moving parts.
Definitely.
Okay. Then we had a course team, a course pod, which is like infrastructure, marking, aid station stuff. That's also a black hole in a lot of, like, not negatively, but like that, where do you end? Where does that stop? Yeah, and Jay's kind of headed that space up a little bit for us, but man, that's been a complicated one too, I think.
Yeah. And even before that, even before we created the pods, like I had done, 90% of the permitting work. And so that was just something on my own that I didn't want like a lot of, hands into that one. I just wanted to, let me take care of this. So it's just one person communicating with all these parks.
And how many permits did we end up with for this?
I guess
it's one permit for DNR, right?
Yeah. And then the Metro Parks was one permit.
Okay.
And then everything else was more just kind of permissions and acknowledgments of, you can run through our township or whatever. Or like our private, with Legacy and Country Elementary School, they were, so we have agreements with them and everything, but I guess there's no formal permit.
And you headed up all that communication.
Yeah.
That took a lot of time.
It was, that was kind of like the majority of the work before we even got together as kind of like a race committee.
Yeah. That was kind of what you're doing, like December, January time zones, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whew. And then we have the volunteer pod.
Yes.
Which that's another a complicated one. A
Yeah.
fun one. A lot of interacting with people. These are all fun. This is all enjoyable, but it's like some of these are more briar patchy than others.
Mm-hmm.
Volunteering for sure, right? Like organizing the volunteers, figuring out who's doing what. I don't even know where to start with this one.
Yeah. Again, because it's a point to point, that just complicates things, you know, and I've read a lot of stuff like this. I got race director manual that I had to look at, but basically they're just like, ask everybody, beg people, like it's just bribe them, like it's they're just you have a lot of ideas of where could I get some volunteers, and then volunteers sometimes come out of the woodwork and they're like, hey, I heard about your race, let me help, and so
we've definitely had some of those.
A lot, yeah. So it's it's been really cool.
Oof. Okay, and then we have the medical team.
Yep,
we kind of covered that. Meredith's got us locked down. Then we got like the merch, awards, and branding team. That's an interesting one too, because that's just a lot of like voting. That's you kind of holding on to your vision, but wanting other people to be involved and heard. And so that's kind of a tough one too, but I think we've knocked it out of the park with all that kind of stuff.
I think we did a good job. I didn't ever want to have a race that gave away really chintzy stuff. I wanted good quality things. And so I think what we have to give to runners is pretty good. My father-in-law, he's like making a lot of the finisher awards. Like in terms of if you're, getting first place or whatever, you'll get something that he made in his wood shop.
That's pretty amazing.
Stuff like that is cool. And I don't know how sustainable. I don't know in his retired state that he really signed up to do all that. So
so he's not in for the long haul.
I don't know that he's in for the long haul on that. But it's just something developing. But I think we had challenges with the, the branding and the logo, and so there may be changes of that in years to come. But so that was it's funny the problems you don't expect to have.
Yeah, or the ones you never imagined were a thing, right?
Yeah.
And then the last little pod we had, which is important, and that you kind of have headed up with the help of Jay, is like the legal and finance stuff.
Yeah.
Like filing for our 501c3 status, getting the bank account set up, talking to a lawyer about it all. It's so much.
It's that stuff. Who enjoys that, really?
I'm proud of you for all this, though, man.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, when you had this idea, and we're kind of droning on here, and I certainly don't want this to sound negative by any means, because it has been a lot of fun. But I'm doing this more to extrapolate. Like, this was like a fun little idea for some buds on a trail. To now, it's like become this crazy, huge thing.
Huge learning curve for me. I mean, because maybe it would have been different if I had opened up my own business or something in the past. But like, this is, I mean, I'm not even used to being in a leadership role. Like, to have to hold meetings and, communicate with teams and things like that is just all been very new to me. And it's, personally, that's, I'm very thankful for that growth, because I think that's important and will help me in other aspects of my life later on. But definitely something that's been pretty taxing this last year.
Spiritually.
Yeah.
You've done a good job with it, though, bro. I think I speak for everyone on the table, that everyone loves you and trusts your vision. So we're happy to be in the foxhole with you on this one.
Thank you. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks for joining me in the foxhole, brother. Okay. We're going to get serious. Are you guys ready to get serious?
Yeah.
Are you ready? Okay, here we go.
Let your guard down. It's time to get vulnerable.
All right. Who wants to go first? John, you're up first. What's your goal at the Huron 100 this weekend?
I'd like to not DNF this time.
Yes.
Yes,
come on.
Yeah, because I DNF'd at, it was like 45 last year, because I was dealing with some plantar fasciitis.
Yep.
So that's like pretty important. I want to just like have fun. I know I'm going to have fun with it, but that's always like top priority with all my races. I think if the day's going well, I'd like to go sub 24 hours. Zach Krim was kind of gassing me up earlier, saying that he thinks I can do that.
Okay, nice, dude.
We'll see, like, if that goes well. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And you kind of get to be a steward of the Huron 100 out there with all the runners. You know? You kind of help chaperone vibes, and you can give some funny anecdotes about it and stuff like that. That's kind of a cool role.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I didn't sign up for that, but yeah. Yeah.
You didn't sign up for that section on Ultra Sign Up?
If I did, I didn't read it. I don't read things. I just sign up for stuff.
What are you most worried about on race day?
I don't know. I tend to not worry about things. I tend to just like, whatever happens, And I just want to like, because I know that shit's going to hit the fan with something. And so it's all, or like several things, because it's so much.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really just like, how am I going to deal with those issues when they come up?
Mm-hmm.
And I think like, since I've done like so many like long races and I have so much experience with all that, like I can more or less just think on my feet with what I have to like do to get through certain low points, whether it's like a stomach issue or like cramping or whatever. Like I more or less know. So I'm not really like concerned about much stuff. I don't want to get physically hurt, but that's about it.
Nice.
If I die, it's Dan's fault.
Not Meredith's fault.
Don't die.
So you're pretty carefree.
Yeah, pretty much.
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to have
a great way to approach
fun with it. I'm not stressed out about anything. I mean, whether or not I DNF, it doesn't matter. I know Chaz is still going to make fun of me.
Yeah. You can't avoid that.
No, it's unavoidable.
How many bananas are you going to eat?
I'll eat another one.
No, not right now. At the race.
Oh.
2?
Maybe 1.
Oh, come on, man.
Like, I'll eat one for you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Although maybe 2, because I don't like odd numbers.
Okay.
I'll do 2.
You'll do 2?
Yeah, we'll do 2.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah. Meredith, what's your goal on Saturday?
My goal is to have everybody be healthy and safe, obviously.
Yes.
That's my role.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the number one thing.
Nice. You worried about anything?
I mean, you always worry about somebody being seriously hurt or, being way in the middle of nowhere and just having to do an extraction, sort of deal. But, obviously we was part of my job, I always think of worst case scenarios, right? And then you got plan A, B, and C on how to mitigate that. So we're ready. We're prepared. We're good. We're going to take care of everybody.
Yeah, baby.
100%. Yeah. You know, so your mind goes to all the dark places and then you fix it in your mind and it's all good.
Move on.
Yep.
Dan, what's your goal on Saturday?
My goodness. To maybe eat something this time.
Please eat this time, dude.
I was so anxious the last time that I physically couldn't eat. I've never been like that before. So I just want to enjoy it, you know, because last time it was not enjoyable, and I wanted, you know, obviously stuff is going to happen. Like John's answer, I mean, when the shit hits the fan, like, you know, you got to respond to it and kind of jump in and fix the problems. So there's going to be problems. But my biggest worry is I just want people to enjoy themselves. I'm such a people pleaser type of person that I don't want any runner or crew member or volunteer to go out and have a bad day and not enjoy themselves, because I will, even wrongfully so maybe in some cases, but I will view that as a failure to myself. If you don't have a good time, then I did something wrong. That's how I'll see it, which maybe isn't fair, but you know, that's just kind of how I beat myself up a little bit.
You hold yourself to a high standard, my friend, which is good.
Yeah.
But good to remember, like you said, that sometimes that's maybe not the fair way to judge it. You're aware of it.
I'm not responsible for everybody else's happiness. I should just need to kind of set the stage for them to have a good day and just kind of let it be.
There you go.
You know?
What are you most worried about on Saturday? Anything in particular, or just kind of generally just keeping it all together?
Logistically, my biggest worry is just kind of the crew parking at Park Linden. I think I'll have a sigh of relief kind of once we get through that aid station.
The first, the first and only bottleneck situation for us.
Exactly. I think once we get past that point in the race, you know, especially after the 50-miler runners finish, then I'll feel a lot more relaxed and I think able to enjoy it. But things are always a little hairier in the beginning when the field's crowded and you're just getting started, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, vibes are buzzing.
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty good answers. You're being nice and honest and open with me, Dan. I appreciate that.
Be vulnerable.
That's right, baby. Okay, we're going to stay vulnerable, but move to the next section. Here we go.
It's the big picture.
We get a picture of you in that nanner.
Big picture. It's the big picture.
Okay, big picture time. Yeah, these are great photographs. Big picture time. Johnny's eating a nanner. What's next? I think, John, let's start with you. And let's talk about what's next for you on the ultra running bucket list. What do you got, dude? You already got in the queue. Anything fun? Any thoughts?
This year, the only other race I have signed up is Woodstock 100 mile again in September. I kind of want to do Dances with Dirt 50 mile again. That's 2 weeks after that.
Sure.
I don't really have anything past that. Because like right now it's just like I'm trying to like save money for our honeymoon because we're going to Rome next year. We're going to Italy next year. Yeah. I think we're going to be staying in Rome. But like that's like the big thing like right now. Okay. So like if I do sign up for something, it'll be like just like some little podunk, nothing like crazy for this year. Next year I'm looking at like if I don't get into Western States for next year, I want to do Hellbender 100 miler down in North Carolina.
Yeah. That race looks wicked, man.
Yeah. Which is like why I want to do it. Like I want something hard to do, and I haven't done something like insanely hard in a while. So, nothing else really.
What about the Arizona Monster, bro?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't want to say anything.
That's fine. All right. Well, cat's out of the bag.
The 300 miler.
Fine. Yeah. So
2026.
Yeah, I would do it next year, but like I'm doing like. Because of our honeymoon.
Yeah, you got obligations.
Yeah, so like I'm going to do in 2026, I'll do the Arizona Monster. It is 309 miles, so it's in Arizona, so I will be able to say that I have a distance PR again. So
there you go.
That's it. Yeah, I haven't
300 miles, dude.
Well, when you think about it, it's only like 50 miles longer than my longest, which really isn't that bad if you don't think about it at all.
Only 50 miles.
I don't know. It's kind of really a sadistic way to think about it.
If you're sadistic, well, if it makes it sound any better, Andrew Glaze, do you follow him?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, everybody does. Yeah. I love him. Andrew Glaze is doing Cocodona and Arizona Monster next year. They're like a month apart.
Yeah, he's a wild man.
Yeah, I love him.
He's a wild man.
So,
Meredith, big picture. I'm going to grind your gears here. You got anything lined up the rest of this year?
I do. I'm
She's hesitant to tell me. I'll do some things.
Yeah, I'm doing some things. I got plans for September.
Okay.
Gonna do my first 50K.
That's exciting.
Yep.
I won't make you come on the pod for your first one. Is that fair?
You can do whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Which one are you running in September?
I'm gonna do Dances with Dirt.
Nice.
Because that's kind of where it all began, like 25 years ago or so. My husband and I and a bunch of friends would do the relay. And
Okay.
That's,
Yeah.
that's
So
a fun race.
You've
I
got
did the 50K.
experiences out there. Yeah, that's
yeah,
cool.
yeah. So it's kind of, bringing it
Dude,
back.
that's amazing.
beginning.
And that'll be your first ultra?
Yeah.
Wow, exciting, Meredith.
Yeah.
Are you excited?
I'm very excited.
Yeah, you should be.
Yeah.
That's super cool. Dan, what's next for the Huron 100, my friend? I know that you've spent close to probably zero time thinking about that due to lack of bandwidth because we've been so hyper-focused on this year. But, we have kind of started talking about next year in that we're probably going to start working on it. We'll probably take like a healthy month off, but then we kind of want to... Lauren and I have
right back to it.
Lauren and I have a vision of getting a few things organized like July, August, September already.
Yeah, I think we already know where a lot of our weak points are, as we kind of mentioned a few of them on the podcast, and then of course we're after the event this Saturday. I mean, we're gonna have a little debriefing session and say, hey, what went wrong, what went right, and then kind of start formulating a plan to make it better next year. We might add a relay next year. That would be kind of cool. I think the way the aid stations are set out, it would be a perfect, 25 mile a leg type of relay. So I think that would, make it more accessible to a lot of other people that are like, oh man, I love the sound of your event, but like I can never run that far. But, and then it's like, hey, how about 25 miles? And they're like, okay, yeah, maybe.
Really get in with that.
Yeah. So that's my big goal. Like if I was going to make any major changes to it, I would maybe add that in. But aside from that, just kind of growing it, maybe actually doing some promotion next year. Advertisements and stuff, but and just getting more professional in general in terms of with our race pack and things like that.
Yeah, cleaning up shop a little bit.
Yeah,
cleaning up the infrastructure. That's good stuff. Okay, we've pretty much made it through the vulnerable stuff. You take a sigh of relief. We are going to move on to the very to the very last section. You guys ready? Here we go.
What's the plan for the big race weekend? What's the plan? What's the plan?
All right, so this is more of a review of race week here from Race Command. It's Monday. We're recording this podcast. Before this podcast, we recorded the pre-race meeting in podcast format.
We did.
Which we will be sending out to runners to listen to Thursday, Friday. Or I can't remember what day we're doing that. We're going to publish it on Wednesday, and it'll be live for everyone on Thursday or something like that.
Something like that.
There's a lot going on. We can't cover it all. But course marking starts to happen on Wednesday. Mm-hmm. It continues through the day Thursday. A big majority of it gets done on Friday. Infrastructure material has been purchased, but there's still a lot of food to get organized and purchased.
Yeah.
What else is on your plate this week?
Just a lot of organization, with our aid station captains and teams. Like we need to get that infrastructure and food and other stuff that they need to them. And so a lot of that is just kind of organizing it. And yeah, just kind of coming, like my brain is thinking like, where is everybody going to be during the race? And so talking to everybody in Race Command to be like, okay, you're going to be here at this time, and just kind of trying to plan it out so it's not a surprise.
Yeah. Try to catch as many surprises before they happen as you can.
Yeah. Yep.
A lot of dot connecting basically for you.
Yes.
I will say that obviously it's a different scale and it's a different level, but compared to where we stand this time around compared to last year, we're way more organized. We're so much more organized.
That's true.
You can't forecast all the problems. There will be problems, but last year we were like super duper scramble mode this week. Like you were out kind of marking course, kind of doing trail maintenance. I remember you just kind of, that was, I think, another problem with you not enjoying the day last year was that you kind of spent yourself throughout race week kind of getting ready, right? And then by the time race day came, you were already kind of low on energy.
That's probably true.
Yeah. So we're so much more organized now. So I think that you can rest a little bit easier this week because there's still things that need to happen, but we've got so many different people and stakeholders kind of firing on all cylinders that we're getting pretty close. Am I missing anything significant that's happening? Packet pickups on Friday.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. But race starts 10 a.m. on Saturday, man.
That's right.
Wow. In a week from now, it'll all be over. It's kind of crazy to think about. Well, we're getting to the end of the pod here. And if you're an avid listener to the show, you know we get a little cheesy and give each other advice or words of affirmation. So I thought we'd round robin this. So, Dan, is there any words as a race director that you'd like to give to John, who is going to be running this event?
Yeah, I mean, John's already, it sounds like, in kind of the right headspace for this, but just going out there and having fun and not stressing, and this is, I mean, it's just such an adventure, that you could run this course. I mean, this might not happen again. Who knows? Like, I wanted to, but, and this, even if it does happen again, it might not be the same exact course ever again. So just take it as hey, this is a cool opportunity. And, I think that you do have the capability of running sub 24 for sure, knowing your abilities and what kind of course this is. But I wouldn't even think about that until you get to the back half. Because the last 25 miles of this course is very runnable. And so even if you're behind on your watch, you might surprise yourself, with those last 25 miles. So just, don't stress about it. Just have fun. And then, lay the hammer down the last quarter of the race if you got it in you. And I'll be there to hand the buckle to you at the end.
Yeah, dude. If you got that dog in you.
I always got that dog in.
You got some bits of dog in you here and there.
Oh, woof.
John, any thoughts that you'd like to give to Meredith? Or, just appreciation for being out there to keep runners safe? Anything you'd like to give her?
Yeah. I know that, I personally haven't really dealt with very many, medical issues that you tend to run into in races. But I know that there's plenty of people that do that are going to be there. Some people, it might be their first 50 or 100-mile run. So just, making sure that they're in, a good headspace, it's not going to be insanely hot that day. I think the UV index is going to be kind of high. So, making sure that the runners are on top of calories. That's always half the time, literally, that's the biggest issue is making sure they're eating, and it can be very easy to get behind on calories. I feel like this sounds weird, but if they have I don't know if you've noticed, if you're having a stomach issue, literally just forcing yourself to throw up helps so much. I don't know if you've ever heard that. It works a lot for me.
That's why they call you Pukey.
Yeah. Thanks, Chaz. Love you. That's one of those things, making sure people are eating and on top of their electrolytes and calories, and foot care is going to be such a huge issue. For some people run into blisters and all sorts of stuff, and making sure that their feet are taken care of, because if your feet are good, you're probably going to be all right. I don't know what else there would be.
That's pretty good.
And we obviously, we really appreciate it. Just being out there, taking out your Saturday, and then the night and Sunday, we really appreciate just going out there to help us out, do something that's really hard. And it's not a thing that we take very lightly as runners. We're doing something really stupid, and there are people that are I'm going to go out there and help them do this stupid thing. So you are kind of an enabler.
You're stupid by proxy.
But we really appreciate it. It's even if and then if people are some people get in a really pissy mood when they're just they're just out of it. Don't take it personally.
Don't take it personally.
Make sure that none of the volunteers take it personally, because I promise you they don't mean it. It's just how some people are when they're exhausted. I'm not going to name names, Adam. But,
I'm so good. I'm so mean to Dan sometimes.
And then just I don't know, have a smile on your face, have fun. We want to make sure that everybody's having fun this weekend, because there's a lot going into it, but we want to make everybody. We just want to have fun with it.
It's meant to be fun.
Yeah, and that's why we do it, is for fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good advice, John.
Thanks.
Meredith, is there anything that you'd like to say to race director Dan here before he embarks on this crazy journey of his this weekend?
Yeah. I think you touched on it already a little bit, Dan. I think that you and Lauren have really tried so hard to make this race fun for runners, a very runner-centric and crew-centric race, right? And you care a lot about the experience. And I think that's very evident in all the planning. And I just hope that in all the hustle and bustle of everything, that you do take some moments and realize, like, this is your dream and it's happening. And there are so many people there that support you and are so excited about this happening. And there's going to be stuff that goes wrong. Fine, we'll learn from it and, adapt next year. But overall, I guarantee the vibe is going to be just like so excited and happy to be there. And so I just hope that you are able to enjoy it this year and eat something.
That's amazing, Meredith. I mean, I almost don't have much to add on top of that, Dan. I just want to remind you, dude, that I've watched this thing turn from a conversation to this amazingly real thing. And I know some parts of it have been stressful, but just remember that this is for fun, and you've put so much work into this. Lauren has put so much work into this, and you guys deserve to enjoy the fruits of your labor here. So yes, you hold a high standard. You do want everyone to have fun. I think that everyone's going to have fun, and I think that you've set us up to all have fun. So I want you to get rest this week and enjoy the fact that we're as organized as we are, even though I think it's always going to feel like, you could do a little bit more. I think reflecting on my journey with me pursuing the podcast, I think a big lesson for me was understanding, like, timestamp it, the work's gone into it, and I'm moving on. And I think for you, this week is a big lesson in that of like, okay, the work's in. It's almost like the same as a runner, right? The hay's in the barn, dude. Nothing really can change too much in the next few days. So, dot the I's and cross the T's. But I'm just so proud of you, dude. And I can't believe that this is really about to happen. And I want you to enjoy yourself on Saturday. That is my wish for you. Amongst some anxiety, totally fine, totally normal. I want you to be like, wow, this is amazing. And I know once you give the first race finisher a medal and you get to do that race director hug, that's going to be a pretty special moment for you, dude. So I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, you're so welcome. Meredith, thank you for being here. You're such a joy. You're such a wonderful person. John, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having
me. You're such a goofball. I love having you around. And good luck to all of us this weekend, huh? We'll see what happens, and I'll try to get this episode out as quick as I can, but it might be a couple weeks, and if it all goes to shit, we can always just not publish this episode.
Bury it.
All right, guys, take care. Season 4, Episode 13 of the PRP was recorded in Ann Arbor, Michigan, downtown, at Ann Arbor Running Company on Ashley Street. All PRP intros and outros by the guy, the one and only Jacob Sigmund. All right, gang, there you have it. One eternity later. Sorry, that took me so long to turn around for y'all. Life went and wilded out on me right quick, but we're back. We're settled in. I feel like I did so much talking throughout that episode, so let's just get down to business here, post haste, and not waste any time before jumping in to the juicy race report. The inaugural Huron 100 was definitely a success. It went down, people. No one died. And I think, for the most part, everyone had fun. Now, that's not to say we didn't have our fair share of hiccups. There was some drama with the drop bags, which that sucked. We're really embarrassed about, but that's an easy fix, and we won't miss on that one. Again, we also had some drama with the course marking, issue here, issue there, classic ultra problems. Again, something that we have already kind of zeroed in on, a solution going into next year. I think for race command, although we had much more fun this year, and I can report that Dan, the man, RD Dan Hughes, actually enjoyed himself a little bit more this year. I think we're all aware that the amount of work we are putting in, both on the preparation side of things and the race weekend itself, is likely a little bit unsustainable in the long run. Quite a few of us putting in that full 38 to 40 hour shift without sleep on the race weekend. But we also know that more and more and more people are going to flock to assist us in the volunteering realm as this event continues to grow, and we couldn't be more excited about that. Amongst the handful of things that went wrong, so many things went right, people. Let's get a little golf clap for that. Yahoo! The vibe on race weekend was immaculate, from starting line to all day Saturday to the wee hours of Sunday morning to the finish line vibes at Proud Lake. It was awesome. The live stream ended up superseding all of our expectations. Kyle and his amazing team knocked that out of the park, and we had a lot of great feedback on that. We ended up with 35 brave souls registered for the 100-miler, 18 of whom finished, and 30 brave souls in the 50-miler, 29 of whom finished. Pretty damn awesome, if you ask me. Chalking that relatively high DNF rate in the 100-miler to an unforecasted storm that rolled in on us late Sunday evening. That rain was cold and tough for runners and race organization alike. We definitely could have been more prepared for that as a group, and we will be in years to come. I could drone on and on about this event, folks, but the simple truth is, at least for me, running truly brings out the best in people. I'll beat that drum and I'll wave that flag all day, witnessing this event from conception to what it has become now, to what it looks like it has the momentum to become in the not so distant future, has been one of the true joys of my life in recent times. And with all the bullshit circulating around in today's world, the running world, for me, offers a refuge from the cold realities that surround us and gives me a lens to believing in mankind and human beings. So I'm honored to be a part of this. It is so much fun. As a race staff, we can't even begin to thank the endless list of people who showed up and showed out to help us put this thing on. If we didn't specifically mention your name in the episode, we're sorry for that. I'm sorry for that. But just know that your support and time and dedication means more to us than you'll likely ever know. And the runners really appreciate it too. One VIP that we did leave out when mentioning support from our board is the Honorable Ian. Ian is serving as our head legal counsel for the nonprofit, which is a very important role. And he ripped an all-nighter on race weekend driving around with Jay on team infrastructure. The fucking box truck bandits over here, Boris and Jasper in the box truck, driving around keeping us alive. We couldn't have done it without you, brother. Lastly, last thing here, and then I promise I will let you go. If you're interested in being a part of this event again, or for the first time next year in some way, shape, or form, hit us up now. Please don't wait. Seize the day. It's easy to find us. TheHuron100.com. We're on IG. Things are tagged up. We've got ourselves a bit of a digital footprint these days. You can find us if you just Google us. Let us know what you want to do. Let us know what you want to see different. Contact us. Hit us up. Slide into our DMs. We look forward to hearing from you. This thing is growing quick, and we want you on board. Currently, we're working to finalize our race date for next year, and very soon we'll be opening up registration. So act now, get in touch, help us build the watershed empire. We'd love to have you, and it's a ton of fun. All right, gang, signing off. I'm out of here. Next episode of the PRP should drop sometime the first couple weeks of August, and boy howdy, is it a unique one. What pure Michigan vibes race will we be chatting about? And what awesome returning PRP alum will be joining us, along with her sister, to chat about her transition away from the sport of running? I really wish I could tell you. I really do, because that's how excited I am about this episode, but I'm going to make you wait and tune in. You're not going to want to miss it. Boom. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your run. Stay hydrated. Make sure you're getting enough rest. We're in the height of summer here, people. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you back here very soon.
Thank you everyone for tuning in to our overnighter live stream. There's quite a bit of content on here, so should keep you engaged over the next 6 hours while we don't have any cameras on runners until 6 a.m. approximately. We might go on a little bit earlier than that. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the stream so far. And I'm recording this a couple days before the race, so I might be a little tired. Maybe you are too. But hey, you can always come back, rewatch this overnighter stream, get some excellent content. We've got stuff from the pre-race podcast, stuff from my podcast called Aid Station Cuisine, as well as some other Huron recaps. So yeah, enjoy the content. Please subscribe to PawAnRepeat Media LLC if you haven't already on YouTube and Instagram. And yeah, hope you all have been having a good day or whenever you're watching this. And yeah, take care. Enjoy.
Basically, it's just between two trees, so we'll just
Yeah.
move up and head that way.
There you go.
And hopefully the flags show up.
When I came and ran like the beginning part like a couple weeks ago, I thought you were sending us through the woods, right?
It's not through the woods, but
It's just along it.
It's through these trees here. Alright guys, it's going to be a 3 count here. 1, 2, 3, go, alright?
Let's hear it for the Huron 100!
Woo! Alright, we all set? Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my gosh. I know.
All right. Well, they're off.
We're off, yes.
Woo!
Everybody grab a rock.
How's the course so far?
Not bad.
Yeah.
I probably should turn my headlamp off a tad,
Here you go.
but that's whatever. Let's see, I did a wood shot
Nice.
4 weeks ago.
Oh man, so you're like, did you do the 100? Yeah. Okay. Right on.
So I know for sure 3 of us signed up for the 100.
Yeah.
Our wood shots that are doing it today as well.
Okay. Hey, let's go, Nick. There he goes. Chase you around again.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, man. Think straight through. I got the map, so.
Alright.
Yeah, you got quite a lead, so I'll let you go. I'm gonna go get those guys. Keep it up, man.
This is good stuff.
Yeah.
I think I was gonna roll to the start. Like, what the hell is Kyle doing?
Yeah, I don't know why I got up either, but here we are.
The virtues are already, vultures are already circling. Not
Oh, yeah.
that over.
Pretend you didn't see him.
Yeah. The concept of thermals. You can watch this all day. The ultimate silhouette of a bird. My wife and I are big sandhill crane fans. And so living in Milford, we get quite a lot of those.
Let's go, buddy. I was gonna say old man, but that would just be. I was gonna say that old man, but that would be demeaning.
Well, it's not slander if you're telling the truth.
How you feeling? Pretty good so far.
Well, let's keep it up with Nick because he got lost.
Alright, I'm gonna dip back before I get too far.
Yeah.
Ciao.
It's just so steep.
Woo!
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's pretty wicked.
Straight through. Yep. It's gonna be straight through and then a right turn up there.
Maybe it's just recording us so you can laugh at us.
It'll be B-roll. No, I'm just kidding.
How's everybody looking?
Pretty solid so far. Yeah. I'll go chase you for a second.
It's not gonna be hard.
What's that?
It's not gonna be hard.
How you feeling so far? Is Waterloo treating you well?
Yeah, real well so far.
Nice.
Just been eating a lot.
Yeah.
Keep it real easy.
Yeah. Better stay consistent.
Yeah.
For
Sun's
this.
finally coming up.
Sun's up. Legs out. No guns.
I did see a hunter.
Yeah, I'm parked over there with him, so there's a couple on the side of the road.
Beginning of the course, like the train all the way that was good.
I was able to run through most of Proud Lake, most of Island Lake, some Lakeland Trail.
Good trail for the dark because
Yeah.
there's a lot of rocks and roots and stuff.
Yeah. All right, so you're gonna go straight through here, and then you're gonna hit a right in a little bit.
You know how we all welded together? Did you? It was like right at the start, like 3 miles into the start. Like there was a group of us coming down the road because we like took a random like trail that was like a slightly different trail, but like it's out the road the same, so it was no different.
Yeah, different. We came down the trail. We're crossing the road, and here comes Nick and all them coming back down the road this way. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, so we're like just back with where the leaders are.
Yeah, it was just a weird.
Yeah.
Come chase for a little bit. Yep. For a little spin. Chaz, Rob, and then Nick.
Okay.
Chaz, Rob, Nick, and then you guys.
We came through with like a bunch of people. I don't know where they all went.
Yeah. I think they went back.
Okay, I saw a damn crossing coming in.
Not gonna get you, Keith.
I'll catch you later.
Okay, wait, no.
You're going out this
Come
way? Out that way.
Maybe I won't.
Is it good?
That's nice.
Oh, it's
Beautiful.
great. Yeah.
That's good.
It was a little less wet, but it's that time of year.
Yeah.
Coming up the street, we're like,
Nick Inslee got lost, I think. Nick's back behind Adrian, last I checked.
Nick Inslee?
Nick Inslee is, yeah. He's taking it easy. I don't think he's hurt. He's just, making sure he's good.
How far back are they?
Probably 5-10 minutes, I'm guessing. Again, my sense of time is really messed up right now, though, because I've been driving all over, so. All right, go get him, bud. What do you got in here? A lot of goodies.
I know.
I thought it was like the mystery goo bag.
The mystery goo bag, yeah. How's it going out there?
Everybody's making their way back.
Is it? Yeah.
A little sloppy, but
I was gonna say it's got to be a little wet, and probably through this area because this is the Baldwin flooding area. So, but yeah. All right.
Load it up.
There you go.
Go get it.
Let's go, buddy.
When I was doing the Pines to Vines relay, I was with my sister over here.
Yeah.
She found a single hole that was like probably 6 inches.
Oh, I found it too.
Like over there?
Yep.
Yeah, she turned her ankle pretty bad on it.
Yeah. So I'm probably gonna stop here in a second. Yeah, you got your white flags and keep going, brother. Nice job. GoPro, how you feeling? Alright. Big hills. Yeah, that's what I've gathered. It's super nice out.
I don't know if I still have it. I think I turned around like once.
Yeah.
Oh, this isn't good. But I realized pretty quickly, oh my God.
Yeah, I saw Dan passing by too with his car.
Really?
Yeah. It was pretty funny.
There were like some Mohican hills back in there.
Oh, really?
I was like hiking up them. Like, why did I come out?
What? Rob, is it? Yep. What's up, man?
How's it going?
Good, dude. Nick's like probably 2-3 minutes up. Yeah, porta potty up here if you need.
Not bad, yourself? Doing good? Enjoyable morning so far.
I was literally crying in the outhouse. And I hear them run by, and I was like, people. And I came out like, people. And it was like raining and stuff too. And I was like,
It's so cold and windy.
it was honestly, if it wasn't like that was the absolute lowest point. I was like, oh, there's people here. They're cool.
Yeah.
You did well keeping up with us feeling as bad as you were.
They told us the story of how they found you, but I thought when he said you heard voices, I thought you were hearing voices.
No.
And I was like,
I was
oh,
telepathically
no.
connected.
Guys are rolling.
Hey, what's
Let's go. Come chase for a sec.
Quinn go by?
Quinn is in the bathroom.
Okay.
I think I listened to your PRP a while back.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, with Adam.
That was a lot of fun to do.
Yeah.
He's awesome to do it. It's just like ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
You start talking, I was like, oh, it's over? He's like, you have to leave.
He's like, you gotta get out of here, man.
Pretty much.
You're done.
With the wind, we'll drop some of the droplets from the trees above, and I'm like, oh, is it raining?
Yeah,
And
I know.
look up, there's not a cloud in the sky.
I love it. How many rocks did you accumulate?
Hopefully just one.
Okay.
It's definitely something. Chewing up
Ideally.
my toe, though. See you later.
We'll see you later. Alright, so we just had Chaz pass through. I just got changed. Walking back in on the trail on Pickerel Lake, or I guess technically it's Potto, but walking up the trail trying to catch, I think, Nick and I forget, might have been Cody, up on the trail, tripping on roots now. So those guys are probably about a half hour back from Chaz at the moment. And I was just parked over like Pickerel Lake way, so crossing over into the trail, and we'll see where, you know, these guys shake out, how they're feeling. I don't even know how far in we are. Left my phone at the car, so we'll check on that in a little bit. Impressions so far? Yeah.
Hard to follow, but it's good.
Yeah. The routing is always complicated. I mean, we did Dance with Dirt out here.
Oh, did you?
2 weeks ago, yeah.
Okay.
And like, it was, I had the leg, it was like silver to like half moon. And then there was like 3 farm loops. It was just insane.
Yeah.
I would have thought this was Mohican. So, dude?
I started grabbing down, I was like, huh, my pocket feels really weird. I'm like, oh, it's because there's not a
There's
phone.
not a phone in it.
No, that's great. I was like, all right.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think I'm all good to tight.
Yeah.
Momentum going.
Straight through, you're gonna make a right, I believe. So.
Your game for some shepherding?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I think I need to take some course marking to get over to Merritt.
Down there. The truck's on the far corner. I'll give you 8, okay? Cool. Thanks, bud.
Why is the hat forward?
It just turns itself that way when you go onto the road. You know?
Yeah.
When you hit the trail, it goes backwards.
Yeah.
The road, it goes forward.
What's your take on Chaz saying that, you know, super shoes could be useful on the paved?
I agree.
Yeah. So that's some fresh cold H2O.
High quality H2O. What did I do with my lid?
That's a great question.
Oh, here it goes.
You got it? Okay. The back of the lot.
Okay.
So.
I'm gonna take my shoes here. Carbon plates.
There you go. Jazz out.
Okay. I'm good. Things don't, thank you. Things don't flow, you know, like they used to in the beginning, so I don't know if I'll use the back. Like, really tired of that Potawatomi trail, and then you get to the cement. Now you're just like really tired of the cement. So,
Now you're just really gonna be tired eventually.
yeah, like things are starting to hurt, but I'm thinking I'm out of calories.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, let me go jump on this. And it was, you know, it was downhill. I'm like, this is so awesome.
Yeah.
I'm clicking off
Miles.
like low 7-minute pace, which for me is fast.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is amazing. I'll like just be like this crazy high. And I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
life's gonna be better.
Yeah.
And then like 5 miles down the road, I'm like, I literally was taking a nap on a bench. I was like, dude, I'm out.
It honestly saved me time though. Like I was doing math on it.
Yeah.
Because I was in bad shape getting onto the bike trail.
Yeah.
And I was like, next bench, I'm just gonna sit down, reset the feet,
Yeah.
get good to go. And I started running like 11-minute miles again.
There
which
you
is,
go.
Like, still like bizarre to me to even like say out loud.
Yeah.
It's fast today.
Well, you ran 440 something mile 3 weeks ago, and now we're doing 11-minute miles.
That was such a terrible.
Dude's got range.
Yeah, cover the whole spectrum.
Let's go, guys. Hold up.
But if she's like, all right, I'll keep going, maybe I'll just like tag along with her on the way out.
Here we go.
Here we go.
You gotta do the product words.
Product promo, yeah, we can't do that, can we?
All right, we've been polishing off some Fireball. I should have bought a whole thing.
Oh my gosh.
I helped with one, so it doesn't look as well. That doesn't make it look
It
any
makes
better,
it
actually.
look-
Yeah,
Like,
it's all him.
There's only 3 left to convince him to go back out.
seriously, like, they're not bothering me. Except
You know, I'll keep that on for now.
this guy right here.
Okay.
That's it.
This is the real content we need, is the blister popping.
I'm back up.
Oh, yep.
Callus is grumpy. Actually, this was a good foot, right?
Yeah,
this
that was a good foot.
Bad one.
So, this guy back here,
Oh, right on the edge.
14 holes in that thing. So, well, we hit one in every toe. You make a noise. All right. Let's hit it again. Give me a bigger hole.
Starting to ooze.
The best part is when you're running it, you know, you've got.
You put your headphones on, you'll forget about it.
You've got all these.
Till the end, of course, but that's fine.
Your mind's only gonna. I'm gonna repop that one. I had so much pain at Tahoe, like all throughout my legs, everything was hurting. I was in trouble.
Triple Crown.
Oh, it was on Friday.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
When do you fly out?
I fly out Wednesday. So, but by the time, so I sit down on this one tree stump because I would let people pass. I'm like, it's fine. Whatever. I sit down because my legs are just on fire. I sat down on a freaking beehive.
Oh.
The bee started swarming me.
No.
And I was like, go, go, go! Like, run! And people are like, what do you mean? I'm like, go! And I got stung on the front of this knee and right on the tendon in this one. And then I felt no pain anywhere else. I literally, it hurt.
Just all was there.
But yeah, all the pain was right there. And then I was completely fine everywhere. And I started running again.
Maybe I need to go find some bees.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay made my night. That was so funny.
Did he make you a quesadilla, or what did he
No
provide?
quesadillas at my aid station. Well, I say it was him and Nancy. They were arguing over how to set up the jet boil stove. Yeah. They were so. It was because it was like really windy. It was making it a mess, and they couldn't like get it to start. And then it started, and then there was like a whole like celebration. They were like powwow. So I think did anybody choose to cross? I don't know. I don't think anyone. It was so cold.
I bet Adrian did.
Oh yeah, it was one of those like, well, we could
Yeah.
forge, but I'm like, is it the best? It's. What am I trying to prove? Who cares? I will get the canoe. Yeah, I don't know what it'd say about me if I like passed up a kayak that's sitting right there and was just like, I'm just gonna go through the river. It's 37 degrees outside. Yeah. So I think next time you should get one of those little paddle boards. Or not a paddle board, but the pedal boats.
Yeah, pedal boat.
You still have to use your legs to get across. Yeah, so, well, then again,
Get a water ski.
But you're not going to seize up.
No,
That's true.
No. Little bike
And then
ride.
it's more stable, too. Or just connect them to like a rope. Just be able to pull it back and forth.
Yeah, so
There's a alternative method that does that, where they just like,
Really?
and it's like a laundry line, and you just like, and you have to like return it back all the
Send it
time.
back.
Yep.
Thank you everyone for tuning in to our overnighter live stream. There's quite a bit of content on here, so should keep you engaged over the next 6 hours while we don't have any cameras on runners until 6 a.m. approximately. We might go on a little bit earlier than that. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the stream so far. And I'm recording this a couple days before the race, so I might be a little tired. Maybe you are too. But hey, you can always come back, rewatch this overnighter stream, get some excellent content. We've got stuff from the pre-race podcast, stuff from my podcast called Aid Station Cuisine, as well as some other Huron recaps. So yeah, enjoy the content. Please subscribe to PawAnRepeat Media LLC if you haven't already on YouTube and Instagram. And yeah, hope you all have been having a good day or whenever you're watching this. And yeah, take care. Enjoy. Welcome to Aid Station Cuisine, a podcast for connecting endurance athletes and their personal experiences with the intersection of food, culture, and athletics. The show is presented by PawAnRepeat Media LLC, and I am Kyle Petronio, your host, producer, founder, and owner of PawAnRepeat Media. So our show format is a bit more open-ended than other podcasts out there, so listen in and we'll give you a general rundown. So our guest, they are known as the chef. That could be the master example of a cooking legend, whether that be through food or athletic ability. That's up to you to decide, of course. And the host, typically yours truly, although that may vary, will ask the guest several open-ended questions before allowing them to discuss a topic of their choosing. So you're looking at about a 30 to 45 minute episode counter each time, which is a great duration for those of you who like to multitask or would rather intentionally listen. Nothing too crazy here. Now, to introduce our guest. Welcome to Aid Station Cuisine, a podcast for connecting endurance athletes and their personal experiences with the intersection of food, culture, and athletics. Our guest today is Selena Tran. What's up?
Hello. What's
Hello.
up? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. We've been yapping about, I don't even know.
Just anything and everything.
Data, ASMR
Sunlight.
with microphones and stuff. And what, it's like April right now, and it was snowing earlier. I don't know if you noticed
it
that.
was. Yeah, I was in a
Yeah.
meeting. I looked out and I was like, "Is it snowing?"
Yeah.
Yeah, a little jarring.
One of our one of my coworkers at my real job is from Brazil, and he actually goes down there in the winters because like he doesn't want to deal with
That's totally
the
valid.
Michigan like Michigan stuff. And we were all joking. He's like, man, I just didn't get enough winter, so I brought it today.
No, please.
I'm like, my dude, Vinny, come on. But it's all good. Well, you are a perfectly legitimate chef from what I have heard down the pipeline.
Love food. So excited to chat about that.
Yeah, me too. I feel like I enjoy eating it more just because like cooking is hard, but like I enjoy cooking. I just like love to eat too, so I don't know.
That's really. I feel like the hard thing about cooking is like the cleaning part. So you.
Oh, that part.
Yeah, I know that part sucks.
Well, so actually, no, I feel like that part's the easiest for me.
Really?
Like,
Okay.
Adam and I were talking about this. Actually, our first three guests, Margaret, Austin, and Adam, are not the primary chefs in their residence. So we're
Okay.
kind of starting to switch that around for the next few episodes,
Well,
hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, my partner and I, Andrew, we kind of are like co-chefs. Like he's a very good.
Ooh.
He's like a very good like sous chef in terms of like prepping everything,
Okay.
and then depending on which dish it is, like one of us will lead depending on the other. But the
Yeah.
whole thing is I think we've gotten into the habit of like cleaning as we're cooking, so then it's like not as
That's the
overwhelming, and I
smart
feel like
way.
that's like the hack.
Yeah, that is the hack.
Yeah.
You're also an emerging endurance athletes. I don't even know when that whole chapter started for you. I did listen to Adam's episode, but like honestly, it's been a minute.
I mean,
so.
yeah. I mean, I did cross country in high school, so I've been running for like a decade and a half.
Okay, it's coming back to
but-
me.
Yeah,
East Coast, right?
Yes.
Okay. Super
But
cool.
I think in terms of being as consistent, probably within the past like couple of years. So
For sure. I feel like there's we can get into this later, but there's a lot more data out there now than there historically was. I completely forgot about this, guys. I should have just like kept
Just wanted to be
going with
double
it.
mic'd.
Double mic. No feedback loops here, guys. Yeah. But data loop or not data loops.
I was gonna say you could write a for loop, you know?
Yeah. You could write a for loop. Python accepted here, I guess. I don't know.
I'm an R user.
What's your favorite coding language, programming language?
Well, I do a lot more stats. I use R.
Okay.
I have used Python in the past, and then I've had to also learn Stata, which I don't know if that's considered a coding language. And don't come for me, but
I mean, I'm just working with Excel and SQL, so I don't know. I'm just that guy. But all that to say, you're in the endurance space. I guess where do you see yourself kind of going with? I know you're primarily running. You may have mentioned interest in trails. You gave me a slight look there. Like
I mean, I don't think I would want to do anything like ultra related with the trail wise or anything like super long, but I do like
honestly probably smart. I mean, we've talked with Adam and
I mean, I didn't even realize the extent of it until I started meeting more people like you and Adam, and then like hearing about everything that goes into it. I'm just like, wow, it's pretty intense. But I think I like running through the trails more for
leisure and fun, not just suffering and hating yourself. We've already mentioned too, you're kind of a data dynamo. That's actually a name we used for one of our the guy I was talking about earlier who wanted the snow in April in the health quality improvement space. So you can talk a little bit about that if you'd like. I don't know how in depth you want to go with it, but.
I mean, I reached the 6-month point of being at my current job, so that's like really exciting. I think for the data stuff, it's like a mix of trying to figure out what is the best data set to help like consult other people who are like in this space, and then also, you know, doing like ad hoc requests of like, hey, like can you prepare this data for me and stuff like that.
I love the random report requests.
Yeah, exactly. I weirdly really like data cleaning, which I feel like it's like a controversial thing, I feel like, for people who work with data. You know, I
have different phases of it. I'm like, wow, this is the best thing ever, and then like my current phase is like, wow, this sucks. Like, let me just like do some password resets. Like, come on, man. I know it's very different. Like,
it's like very
domains, but
but
domains.
Ooh.
But oh, I should get some like little.
You should.
That's stealing directly from Adam, and I'd get a cease and desist pretty quickly. Anyway,
but yeah, no, I think it's really cathartic sometimes. Just be like, okay, we don't have to like, we can just make this very usable for people. It's frustrating sometimes, or like sometimes I use it as like an opportunity to see if I can test out writing a code in like a different way and see if it works, so then you can like see the actual result of like what happens,
like
with
making
it.
workarounds or just like improvements to something that's already there. I feel like our non-data friends are gonna be like, what are you nerds, come on, man.
I know. Do you get this satisfaction of when you are testing out some code and then it works and you know, it's like, yes.
Oh yeah.
Also, I mean, I think the whole thing too of like that's fun about working with data and coding is that it's almost like it's an element of like problem solving.
Yeah, totally.
And then it's like nice to like have this problem, right, figure out how to like tackle it, and then have the technical skills to be able to carry that out, and then you're like, okay, I did this thing. And then,
totally.
Yeah.
What kind of drove you toward data, or just like you may have talked about this already, but like where
I mean,
where's the inspiration, I guess?
I've done research since like undergrad, and then I think it wasn't until grad school that I realized that each step of the research process is a job. and it's and then
yes.
trying to figure out like which part of that do I like the most, and I realize
Yeah.
it's the problem solving part, and
Little
then learning
troubleshooting.
and then like learning the technical skills to be able to do that. And
Mm.
it's almost like the data analytics part is almost like when you get the answers to the questions that you're asking.
Yeah.
And I realized that that's the part that sparks most joy to me. So I was like, okay, like maybe we'll lean into this and see what we can do. And then
Yeah.
I got better at coding. I was like, wait, this is cool.
Yeah. I need to like work on the coding piece, but
It comes and goes. I mean, most
it
of the
comes and goes,
times
yeah.
it's also like understanding
It's
how
syntax.
that, but like understanding how to find the answer to what you're looking for. Like sometimes I think I don't have a lot of things of like memorized or of how to do it right, but I'm like, I've seen this before, so I'm just gonna go Google it and figure out how to do it right. And so it's like
ChatGPT kill a
yeah.
data center.
I know. I just try not to use too much of like the
Yeah, you and
chatbot.
me both.
Yeah.
What are okay? Real quick, what are your
I
thoughts
know.
on the chat?
I figured we were gonna go down this route.
Let's go down this rabbit hole.
Okay. I think I'm much more hesitant and like I don't want to say skeptical, but more just like cautious about using
Sure.
it because I think about all the implications, right, of environmentally, like all the effects of that.
Data centers, PII,
Exactly.
PHI.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And also I have this. It's not a well-formed thought yet, but so the whole thing about these like large language models, right, and the whole like AI and stuff is that it's almost like recursive, right? It's on
Yeah.
it's using stuff that's
Yeah.
already generated, and so I'm wondering if it's gonna get to a point where no one's generating.
Circulating
Yes, exactly.
itself.
Yeah, no one's like generating new content because they're just using the AI stuff, and then I'm like, what's gonna happen?
So like at the small university I work at, like a business college, right? Like these kids are like I love how I'm saying these kids. I'm like not that far out of college realistically. Them kids. Jeez, I'm an old whippersnapper now. But like they're using like they have these like Turnitin is a great example.
Yes,
like,
yes.
And it checks basically for those of you who are not familiar, like, hey, are you cheating or not? And like now it can detect AI usage.
Yeah, because it gives like a percentage of like how much of this has it
Right.
seen before. But then
Like,
if you're
multiple kids, like 100% using
Yeah.
that, and I'm just like that you're becoming too reliant.
I know,
on the tool.
because that's the other thing too is I worry about because being able to Google something, you have to look through the different links and like stuff, but then it also requires you to critically think about where you're getting your source, right?
Correct.
And if you're just
Yeah.
using
Yeah.
like a chat GPT kind of thing and it just outputs the answer, do you know where it's coming from? Like is there a reliable source? Like, and those are the questions that I worry about too, because
Yeah.
being able to think critically about just everything is like such an important skill to have.
It needs to not be like lost. And I
Yes.
feel like it's starting to like starting to lose the way.
I mean,
But
I will say it is a
It's
very
pretty
useful
cool, though.
tool. Yeah, yeah,
Like,
it's very, very useful.
on the flip
and-
side.
But I think that like understanding that it is a tool and using it
Yeah.
in that way instead of just like being totally reliant on it is the way that I want people to
think
approach
about it and
Yeah,
use
exactly.
it and
Yeah.
like all that good stuff.
Yeah.
For sure. All right. Well, that was the intro, I think.
Hello, people. Thank you.
Hello, people.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, right. Talking about data. This is actually this is a data podcast now. We can get a little bit into our kind of background on friendship. I mean, it's very recent, obviously.
Yeah.
So, I think we first met at a Sparkling Sundays
Yes.
run, or at least we met at oh my gosh, Adam, dude,
It's
stop,
like the center
stop.
of all the community.
Adam is the center of Ann Arbor. But yeah, Sparkling Sundays. What is Sparkling Sundays? It's basically just like this collective of individuals that get together. I think it's like a 3 to 5 mile run.
Mm-hmm.
Have some beer and booze and donuts, and I don't even know, honestly. The vibes are just like get community
It's
together.
super chill. Yeah, I think there was one yesterday. I didn't make it to it, but
Oh, yeah,
it's very nice. It's
Shout out Richard.
Yeah, and it
And
was a nice
Silas.
change of pace too, because I think no pun intended there, but nice change of pace in terms of like where we were running to, because we went to Detroit in November when we were meeting up. So
yeah, and I think it was right around Thanksgiving, maybe. I think
so.
Pinpoint. I just remember I was like people were doing so many different things, and I was like, no, I want to go to this.
Yeah,
like I want to change a
Yeah.
pace. I don't want like just to see the same people.
nice, yeah.
And
It's
yeah,
also to branch out in the community, especially with people who aren't as local to Ann Arbor, you know. So
Yeah.
it was nice.
I remember we just like started chatting about life, and I was like, I had listened to your episode, and I was like, yo, this is sick. Like, thank you for just existing and like
appreciate that,
putting out your energy into the world. So
thank you.
Yeah, I think I mean that now, but also I like kind of said it then too.
Yeah,
so
no, you did. Yeah, it was very nice.
Something along those lines, but
yeah, and then I think for me, I was like, oh yeah, I remember listening to your episode, and it's funny because I think that most of the people on the PRP I tangentially only know from the podcast, and like slowly I'm starting to meet everyone. I'm like, wait, your voice sounds familiar, you know?
I know you.
Yes, exactly.
Hey. This is actually just a burner account for Adam. just like, all right, you guys are done on the PRP. All right, come talk on this podcast and have fun. So
no, but it's your own thing too. So
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Sparkling Sundays. Any other thoughts on that? I mean, it was just, you know.
I really like the name. Like, I'm such a sucker for like alliterations. You know, when you said Data Dynamo.
Data Dynamo.
Yeah,
I didn't come up with that one.
That's a good one too.
Okay, another just real quick. This probably won't even go in the episode. I'll cut this out. But are you familiar with like how CPUs work at all?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah.
So like all the gamers are like, oh, I'm gonna overclock my CPU.
Yeah.
So one of our student workers was like, oh, I'm gonna like he's taking IT courses in addition to like his business degree, which is great. And on one like whoa.
Yeah.
On the lesson module, it said like overlocking or something, and I think he sent a message to the professor and was like, hey, I think is this supposed to be overclocking? And then we gave him the nickname of overclocking overlord or something like that.
That's a good one too.
Yeah, it's all like
it's funny
because
I feel like that's sometimes
alliteration.
It's sometimes what people use ChatGPT for, so like to come up with clever names. I'm like, here you are, just doing it. You don't even need that. So
you don't even need that. I think it's like it's a good. Oh my gosh, we're back in the ChatGPT.
I know. Sorry, I'm gonna stop bringing it back.
No. It's okay. I think like it's all in how you're using it.
Yeah.
And if you literally can't think of anything else, like you can use that. You could also phone a friend. So
yes, there are other avenues. There are other people.
Like other humans to interact.
We haven't gotten
with.
extinct, you know.
No, we're not yet. Thank God.
Oh God.
Real quick, it's so funny because we've only like met up for one or two of these things, but Hill Seggies in Northwest Ann Arbor. What
I know,
what got you into the hills?
My training plan. Sorry, that's not a
shout out Eliana.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That is not an exciting answer, but yeah, essentially that, because apparently there's she can explain the benefits of it much better than I can, but in terms of like being able to run hard on it, but then it's not as hard on your body or something like that. I think I've gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, I can do Sunset and I don't want to die on this, you know?
Yeah.
So
I think I told you about the like it was almost like a hill ladder, not precisely a ladder.
Yeah, what was the exact workout? It was really
so I just like I kind of just kept zigging and zagging up and down the hills until I ended up at Sunset, and like Sunset was pretty rough. But yeah, like just hills are fun.
Yeah.
And hills are life. You don't seem to I thought you liked them more than I was led to believe.
No, I mean, I've grown to like them. I definitely see the benefits, because now, like, in a long run where if there are shorter hills, I'm just like, oh, this is nothing, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think confidence boost wise, it's cool. Also seeing the ability to, you know, run up them really fast, and that's progressing. But they suck, man.
They suck, man. Yeah, they do.
But I'll do them, you know?
But it's a good... like what's the word? It's a good confidence booster.
Yeah.
And then also like a
and if it's not as hard on the body, then yeah, you know, they'll get the benefits of it.
And it's not a bike. I don't even know what that has to do with anything, but yeah.
I mean, you've been biking a lot, so I'm sure it's like
I've been
front
biking
of
a
mind.
lot. Yeah, it's front of mind. I've got a gravel race coming up. By the time this releases, it'll be done, and then I'll be onto a 25K on the road. But the bike race is in Grand Rapids area. It's my first gravel race I think ever. Yeah, just went out for like a 52-mile ride Friday after work. I actually like took half the day off and was just like,
oh yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah, that's a very good use of PTO. So
it was totally like the best time. So that was fun.
Is that how far the
it's 50
race will
miles.
be? Okay,
race
cool.
is 50 miles, filthy 50, part of the Dirty 30.
Another good alliteration.
No, Filthy 50. Oh my god.
It's gonna be the theme.
Alliterations and data dynamos or something.
It's like, yeah, it's episode the true nerd.
Yeah. This is good. I feel like I haven't talked about data with like people outside of my own work.
I will continue talking about data. That's not that.
Hell yeah. That's awesome. Okay. You had been asked by Adam on the PRP. I don't even remember what the original question was, but you kind of redirected maybe his thought process in terms of like, well, okay, where are you from? Because that's like super vague. And I think you had said something like, where does home feel like for you, or what sports team like?
Yeah. I think some people have interpreted it as like different ways of asking that, and if someone is a huge sports enthusiast, then that's like a way to redirect the
like
question
connect
of like
with them.
Yes, exactly. I think that, so for reference for anyone, it's more of like being asked the question like, where are you from? It's like a really charged and sort of loaded question depending on
context.
Yeah, context, and also like as someone who is an Asian American person, the context for that is that it's always like, hey, like you're not like here.
Us or something.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like a very othering question, and for some people there's none of that into it, which is like totally valid, but there are different ways, and it's always in terms of like what is one's intention. And I think that is where my sort of like, when I talk about this with people, of like, just like think about why you're asking that question, like what you're hoping to get out of it. And I like the question of like framing it as like, where do you call home, or like where does like home feel like for you, because it can help the person who's being asked like take in whatever direction in terms of like, you know, Ann Arbor is a very transient town, and so it's like, you know, did you not grow up here but now Ann Arbor feels like home for you, or you know, like wherever you moved from, does that feel like home? And then also too, like home doesn't need to be a place, you know, it could be like where you're at, like, or sorry, not where you're at, but like who you're with, or you know,
could be where you're at though too. I mean, with that space in mind.
It could be in food, you know, food could be
food. Are you segueing us right now, Selena? Are you kidding me?
But no, but like genuinely, like it doesn't have to be a specific place. It could be, you know, people, or like, and it's a very nice entry point too, to get past the sort of surface level things, because, you know, when people meet each other, it's always like, everyone's
just awkward.
It's like, what do you do for your job, or like, what do you, and it's like sometimes people are like, my job is not everything, I want to talk about this, you know, like, but like if you're like, oh, like sometimes I'll just ask someone like, have you always been in Michigan, you know, if I meet them in Michigan, and then sometimes that opens up the whole door of like explaining if they moved here, or if they haven't, then I get to learn more about Michigan, but I like asking, you know, where do you call home, or like, you know, is this home for you, or something like that, because there's like a human element to it as well that I think is more just than
it's
like
less like detached,
maybe. And also more
involved,
personable, and like less of like, here's the things that are on the paper, that
here's the checklist.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the checklist on my Excel sheet.
Yeah.
No, I love that. And I think that was one of the things that like prompted me to like I don't think I like directly reached out, but when I heard you were going to the Sparkling Sundays, I was like, sick. I'm gonna ask about this, but like I have no idea how to bring this up. I was just like,
I appreciate you think about it.
I was.
Have you like thought more about that question for yourself?
I think so. Yeah, maybe not like right now, but like previously. And I kind of have a very interesting background. So like my dad is like kind of Irish descent. Mom is Irish and Italian. Mom is of kind of Irish and Filipino. So I'm like kind of a mixed bag in terms of like those influences and ethnicities. And so my mom, like, I never grew up in a Filipino family per se, but like I've seen my cousins in like Kentucky, and I'm just like, wow, that like family culture is like super cool. And like there's part of me that like, I'm also like more or less an only child. I have a few half sisters who I just, you know, call my sisters, but yeah, it's just definitely like strange when I'm like, yeah, I'm white basically, but I don't know, like there's still those like Asian parts of me that are
there are cultural influences. And even if you are quote unquote like white presenting, you know. Okay,
let's go. Let's go.
Does your mom always ask you like, have you eaten yet?
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay, that's like
that's a cultural touchstone for
yes.
Asian families.
Okay.
No matter, I think it's the mom stereotypically.
Yeah.
Have you eaten?
Yes. And
Are you hungry?
like it's like a whole thing too where it's
a love language.
It is. That's why I definitely think that like food is a love language.
Yeah.
Cut fruit is also like a subset of that. Yes.
Yeah.
But the whole thing too of like, have you eaten yet is almost like there's like such charged connotation for me, especially because English is not my first language. Like I learned to speak Vietnamese first, and I only speak Vietnamese to my parents. And so whenever
that's right.
Yeah.
So it's so different.
Yeah. So whenever if I like call my mom or like if she'll text me, she'll always be like "Gong ăn cơm chưa," which is like, literally translates to like child, like have you eaten yet?
Child.
But like it's
not like a
it's not like a like diminutive child. It's like a very loving like connotation to that word. It's almost like saying like dear or sweetie or honey, or you know, like one of those like sort of affectionate terms. And so
that's so cool.
Whenever if I'm like in public and I hear someone speaking Vietnamese or something and I like hear them ask that question, I'm always just like like it's like my heartstrings, right? And so much so that there's like different people's like artworks that like they'll write cards or like, you know, have you eaten yet? And like I got one for my friend like as a birthday card I think a year ago, and I was just like, oh, you get it, right? And just whenever I've only hosted like maybe one or two get-togethers or whatever, but my whole thing was someone came to the door and I'm like, have you eaten yet? You know, it's like so ingrained. And I think it's just like a way of like, hey, I just want to make sure that you're taken care of. And it's like an extending of like, I care for you.
Yeah.
And like food is like a way to share that sort of love. So.
Oh my gosh. That is, it ties directly into that, like, where does home feel like for you? I
feel
like.
Yeah. So that's why I think it's like, it's not necessarily like a physical place, right? Like I definitely, when I moved to Michigan, I definitely was looking for those different elements, like even within the grocery store, like, there's this one dish that I really like making. It's called thịt kho trứng, which is like a pork belly, like braised pork belly.
Okay.
That it's almost like a version of pulled pork, kind of like use like a soda to make it, right? Yeah. And so in Vietnamese culture, the way that I grew up making it with my family is that we use Coco Rico, which is a coconut soda. And when I first moved to Ann Arbor, I was like scouring all of the grocery stores and I could not find it. It was so frustrating. I had to like drive to Madison Heights where there's a large Vietnamese population to go to the grocery store there. Okay. Now Way One has Coco Rico, so I'm like, okay. we moved closer and closer. But like, you know, there's like elements of that when I first moved there. I was like trying to find stuff that I need in my cooking.
Sure.
But
that's amazing.
Yeah, so
my mom will also go and like scour for variety of things. Yeah. And honestly, I don't even like know what they are half the time.
I know. I mean, there's like I don't remember a lot of No, don't. I mean, there's like stuff that I've only remembered from my childhood, but I'm like going to the grocery store. I'm like, I don't remember quite what this was for.
Yeah,
but
I remember it being
I remember.
The picture.
Yes, exactly. You
it's
know,
in the picture.
Or like there's like. You know, a brand of fish sauce that I use because I saw it all the time and I don't even know this is the best one, but just because it's like familiar to me, I'm like
I know that like packaging and
exactly.
like that's the thing, you know.
Yeah.
Man, we're already like diving into the food stuff.
I'm telling you, I could talk about food just as much as data. So.
Oh, I know. Cool. We're gonna pivot off the food for a moment. Well, this might come back in this question. I don't know. But just like going, you know, kind of being real with things. Like, what inspires you currently in your day to day, or just like recently?
That's a good question. I have a sticker on my laptop that says like "kind people" or "my kind of people."
More alliteration.
Yeah,
Also,
or, like,
that
a
was
little
like
pun.
virtually the same quote everyone has said.
No, okay.
But it's
yes,
true.
I know.
But it's true.
I don't want to like. I have been listening to the episodes, and so I think that that's like in line with my
It's
own
not a trick
values.
question.
Yeah, but I will
yes.
say like an extended version of that sort of answer for me lately has been with just how like frustrating things have been in the world.
It's putting it lightly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
If you know, you know.
I don't want to get started, but it's like it's always top of mind.
Yeah.
But like people who are, you know, experiencing all of this and also still able to remain kind and compassionate like through that. And also something that I've been leaning on with my team at work is just understanding that sometimes we just all of the time we need to meet people with where they're at instead of just like talking at people and like being like, hey, like these are what I believe in, these are my core values or whatever, but maybe being more constructive in terms of, hey, like what is it about this that you may not know about that you would like to know about, or maybe
Curiosity.
yeah, exactly, you know, approaching it from like a point of like not being so reactionary and just being like, hey, we can
I think
find a common
people
ground.
I think people and this is I think we're referring to like American politics, and we
Yeah.
won't get into that whole can of worms, but I think honestly on both sides everyone is reactionary right now,
Yeah.
and that's a variety of factors going into that, but I think ultimately like people just need to like communicate with one another
Yeah.
and like have strategies to like be able to do that effectively, because without that like we're just going to keep, you know,
Exactly.
turning our wheels 1,000 times over and
Yeah,
over and
exactly.
overclocking. So
Good callback.
life just keeps, you know, circling
cyclical.
back. It's cyclical. Everything is recursive, Selena. Everything's recursive.
No.
Or is it? I don't know. Tune in next week. But yeah, just like people being kind to one another.
I think so. And also just something too that I think I heard recently was the quote of tempering fear with hope. And so I think when I see people being kind and compassionate, it reminds me of like, okay, this is our purpose in terms of not getting so down in the despair, right? And
Yeah.
and so just having that hope that people are exuding, I think is sort of
One of my favorite Dune
Yeah.
quotes is "Fear is the mind killer,"
yeah, for sure.
and like it applies in so many domains. I'm just, oh my god, so many IT jokes. All right, we're gonna wrap that section because
I know we
could
could talk
go on
about
all
this. Yes,
day.
exactly.
Okay. First, well, this is a couple layers of this question, but we're just gonna get right into it. What is your favorite recipe first for your workouts?
Okay.
We'll start there, and then
Okay.
we'll get into the cooking thing
Yeah,
after, because we'll
Yeah.
probably spend hours.
I'm kind of boring when it comes to my workouts. I think in terms of like what I eat, it's like toast and peanut butter. You know.
Are you looking ahead? Toast and peanut butter works though. Any nanners?
Yeah. Maybe after. I will say
Okay.
that before like a big race or anything, I always eat pho. Like something about broth and the noodles is like it like sits really well. It's like filling
Good
but not like
digestive
heavy.
aid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like whatever electrolytes or something from the broth, like salts, whatever. I'm not a dietitian, so don't take advice from me.
Adam's partner is, so we might have her on and she can talk about the properties
Yeah.
of pho.
But also just like anytime, even after a hard workout too, I think just something about like a broth is very healing. So
Yeah, I feel that. And like, I don't know, in the winter it's like big soup energy.
Oh, for sure.
Like,
Yeah.
We could talk about soups all day.
Yeah.
I need to, grab some recipes from you for
Okay.
that. So let me know, or we'll probably talk about it next. So let's talk about the cooking thing. I think, as I've learned through this pod, like narrowing down to like your favorite recipe is probably a little too narrow
yeah.
a scope. But maybe just like a few of them that
Yeah.
you enjoy that people may have not heard of and
Yeah.
is really nutritious or you enjoy it a lot, whatever the case.
There's one of the things that I cook, I think frequently, it is a soup. It's called ganchua, which is a like sour soup in Vietnamese. It's
Ooh.
tomato based. There's tamarind, pineapple, bean sprouts, celery, Everything goes into one pot, so it's very easy in terms of like the cleanup if you're worried about that.
Yeah.
But it's very simple. It takes maybe like an hour, and that's mostly just like letting the broth like simmer.
Yeah.
You can have it without any protein for anyone who's vegetarian, but if you need the protein, you can cook it with shrimp, or I also like to use salmon, and then you eat it with rice.
Ooh.
The whole thing about like, I think soup in Vietnamese culture is that yes, it's soup, but you always have rice and like a protein with it.
It's always the rice.
Yeah.
Rice
Yeah.
and a little bit of like fish sauce or like
Yes.
a,
I
what
like
is it?
I always eat it with salmon, but then it tastes even better when you
Vinegar.
put more fish sauce on the salmon.
Ooh.
So good. Because it has
Sick.
like the umami ness
Yeah,
to it. Yeah.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
like
yeah.
the part that's really good. So that's like
Yeah.
that's one recipe that I cook pretty frequently. And I think another one that's like really easy too is this like fried tofu in like a tomato sauce. And that one's like super easy for a weekday. It's like 15 minutes. Everything goes in one pot. It's like Roma tomatoes.
You're in a
like,
rush.
Yeah,
Oh.
exactly. Also eat that with rice, and it's really nice.
Yeah.
And then, the whole thing of like there's always needs to be like a veggie with the rice, and so that one's really good with
Yeah.
cucumber. So just like fresh
Cucumber,
yeah.
rice, and just
No
all sorts
protein,
of
yeah.
stuff. Oh.
So those are my 2 recs, but I have plenty more because I have been cooking a lot more Vietnamese stuff since I moved to Ann Arbor, just because I'm like, oh wow, like a little homesick, like I'm gonna cook something that reminds me.
Yeah.
So there's more elaborate dishes. It's just those ones take a little bit more time to cook, but I think
Sure.
the process of cooking is very fun because you have all these like stuff, right? You put it together and then you're like, I made this. So.
I think it's like getting the brain engaged in a different
Yes.
way too. Like just rewire. I don't know if it does anything with the neural pathways. I'm not a neurosurgeon or anything, and I don't. Yeah, but it does. It definitely like does things tangibly that you're like, oh, this is and it's like a kind of a, as we mentioned before, like a love language, but also just like this kind of work of art of maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you're making something, creating something, and also
just the act of creating. I guess that's what I was trying to get at. Yeah.
It's also you can be engaged, but you can like follow a recipe. You don't need to be the one like generating the stuff, right? Put on a podcast and cook.
Ooh.
You can listen to this episode.
You might be able to. We'll see what this chops up to, and everything else. Cool. Getting back to kind of the travel piece, where do you aspire to travel? It seems like you've kind of been have you been in the United States for most of your life? Or?
Oh yeah. I
Okay.
was born in the U.S.
That's right. Okay. And I know you said you traveled from was it Massachusetts?
Yeah, so I grew up in
Okay.
Massachusetts.
Yeah.
I lived in the DMV for a couple of years, did DC, Maryland, Virginia area, and then I've been in Michigan for 5 years now.
Okay.
So
sweet. That's awesome. It's been a little bit of time here for sure.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of weird thinking it's like, oh, it's been 5 years.
It's like it's been 5 years.
Yeah.
And like with that kind of in mind and all the things we talked about before, like I know you've been up north, like we just talked about that a little bit, but like anywhere else in the continental US or even just like literally anywhere else that interests you?
Yeah, one of my jobs after undergrad, I traveled a lot for that, and so it's really cool to like see different parts of the country, also in the world.
Sure.
I will say that one of my favorite places I've been to was Yosemite National Park.
Ooh.
And I went there I think almost 4 years ago, but I think that trip stands out in my mind because it's one of the first times I've ever traveled just to travel instead of like
without an agenda.
Yeah, without an agenda of like it's not for work, it's not for like a school thing, or it's not like to go see someone or anything like that. It's just like, okay, I'm just doing this to explore the place.
Yeah.
And so I definitely have more like national parks I'd like to visit. Internationally, it's not like as high on my list to travel to, mostly because I always want to be like super respectful of like other people's like culture, and so I don't want to just like do it without thinking it through.
Yeah.
And so I think
Adam and I talked about that last time too.
It's a very valid point, and I just want to. I appreciate like other people thinking like that too, because I think it's very valid. Like you want to leave a space like better than you found it, right? And so part of that is like doing the research to figure out like what is respectful and like sort of like adhering to that, because you are a visitor. And so that's why it's not as high on my list. I will say I would like to go to Vietnam, but like just like be a tourist. I was I went twice when I was, once when I was 2, I think, and once when I was 10.
Yeah.
But I was like a kid and very bratty, and so you know,
as kids are.
Yeah. So I don't think I enjoyed it as much, and so I just want to like go and like be a tourist, and also because I've been working to improve my speaking and like reading and stuff like that. So
and you said, so like speaking Vietnamese with your parents primarily, like that's probably what you grew up speaking.
Yeah, I mean, it's like conversation. It's like really interesting how language develops, right? Because and this is only recently that I've learned this from like taking classes of learning to read and write Vietnamese better.
Yeah.
But the whole thing too about this year that's very big is that it's like the 50th anniversary of the fall of Saigon. So like the fall of Saigon is when the Vietnam War, or the war in Vietnam, ended, depending on who you're talking to. They'll call it different things.
Sure.
But yeah, so there's people who after the war, like, you know, are dispersed all across the world, and depending on when someone left Vietnam, the language, the version of the language that they speak of Vietnamese is like contextualized to that time frame. And so like as I've been learning to improve my skills in this language, right, the words that I grew up using for different things are like outdated.
That's so interesting.
Yeah,
so it's like different from a dialect, but kind of similar, it sounds like.
It's almost like you know how like the word groovy used to be used in like, I don't know, the 80s or 70s, 80s or whatever.
Okay,
but no one like uses that anymore as like a, I know that's more like slang or something, but it's like, but the word I'm specifically thinking about in Vietnamese is like the word for airport, right? I grew up saying it as like phi trường, but now it's called sang bai, which is like completely different, right?
So like pre-war, post-war sort of thing?
Kind
or
of,
just
yeah.
Like...
And then you also add in like the different dialects and then like regional accents and stuff like that.
So
yeah. But yeah, I would like to go to Vietnam at some point. I keep thinking about maybe in the next couple of years, but we'll see. But yeah, I think other places just like in the continental US there's really cool places to go visit.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite things I did when I was in Yosemite was watch the sunrise at like 5 a.m. or something like that.
Yes.
So I have like this really cool video of like the time lapse of it, and it's just really, really peaceful, and like even being able to run there was like super cool. So
that's super awesome. We're kind of at the point now where I let my guests or my chef kind of direct the conversation wherever you'd like, and we can take as little or as long as you'd like with that. So my question to you now is, you know, how would you like to spend the rest of our time, today or tonight? It's getting late.
You know. Wait, did you ever talk about the inspiration for the start of this podcast?
I did, but I can talk about it again.
Okay.
Because I think I've iterated each podcast on like how it happened, and like there's no clear like definition of what happened. So I think the original like inspiration that I honestly completely forgot about, and Austin Lewis mentioned to me, was I started Dog Stash in 2023.
Okay.
Just like a trail project that was basically just like selfishly like I wanted to like film trail running. I'd been watching a lot of like ultra marathon documentaries and like, whoa, this is cool. Like I'd love to do something like this for like the Midwest.
Yeah.
And
I see.
Yeah, so I was like running at a trail one time and saw like a really cool sunset. Similarly, and I was like, yo, that'd be sick to have like a bunch of people like just ripping through this trail and just like snap,
Yeah.
like get a bunch of pictures and stuff and videos and make income off that somehow. I don't know. Selfishly.
No.
But yeah, it ended up being, there's like 3-4 of us, and my first question at that group run was, what is your favorite aid station food? So that idea kind of sparred from that. That was like June 2023 with Dog Stash. And then later on, I asked it at a bandit event, like a bandit group run, where most of these people were not ultramarathoners, and everyone was like super confused. They're like, what's an
like
aid
a gel,
station?
you know, like
yeah, like a gel. Like, what are you talking about, dude? So, but yeah, that's
I'm like super inspired by people who can eat and then go run. I think I saw some woman run. She like went on a 10-mile run or something, ran to one ice cream shop, ate ice cream, and then went back and then ate at another ice cream shop. And I'm like, that's what I aspire to do.
Yo, blank slate, hook us up.
Yes, exactly. Run from the Ann Arbor to the Brighton
to the
location.
Brighton one. Yo. I think we just found a new type 2 fun activity.
I would do that. I don't even know what the distance is. I would do that.
I think it's like 20-25, so you get a marathon out of it, but you'd have to workshop the route a little bit because you don't want to be running on 23.
That's true.
Although, that'd be wild, just run on a highway with no cars. Like, I've always wanted to do that, but that's just never going to happen.
I know. I was like, would it ever be under construction or something to be closed?
Maybe I should ask ChatGPT how I could run on a
How to
freeway.
safely run.
How to safely run on a freeway.
Yo, would it be able to map it for you? Is that the next generation of like these LLMs of like, okay, all these ideas?
Honestly, we've gone through so much. I just have like one final question for you, and that just simply is, what advice do you have to people who are looking to improve their lives through any of the domains we talked about today?
That's a good question. Well, because this is like a larger existential thing, right? Of like asking, do I actually want to do this, or is it just like what I've seen everyone do, and it's the norm?
Is it a recursive loop?
Yeah.
That's gonna be the recursive loops in alliteration, amalgamation, something.
Like food and
food. Yeah. We're gonna have so many title ideas. I'm sorry. Continue.
You're good. I mean, these are thoughts that are in the loop in my head all the time. So
yeah.
No, but I really think that like it sort of comes down to like just being very intentional with one's time, and also that sort of exudes into like where you direct your energy, and like towards which communities that you're in, and how you are with that community, and just
maybe leaving some communities that aren't serving you.
Yeah, exactly, and also the idea too of I think there's like a philosophy of thinking about leaving things, like thinking about seven generations from now, right? Of like leaving it like better for the subsequent like
posterity.
People. Yeah.
Literally all my lines are just from Christopher Nolan films, and I think I'm so smart. I'm not.
But yeah, I just think that like when people are really in tune with themselves, the way that they move, it comes across, and also then your true self, and then hopefully that true self is embodied in kindness and humanity and compassion. So
well said. Yeah. I think that's it. I don't know.
Cool.
We have anything else?
No.
We just talk
Go
about
back to data.
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 Chat
Oh,
GPT.
wait. Here.
Wait, what? Final piece. Maybe.
Do you pronounce it data or data?
Oh my god. We're gonna just end it on that.
Thoughts for
Thoughts.
Food thought. Or
food
thought.
Thought. Food thought. Oh my gosh. Well, Selena, it's been a pleasure.
Yes,
thanks for hanging, and we're gonna wrap up, and thank you all for listening.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for checking out an episode from the Aid Station Cuisine podcast, season 1. If you like the podcast, please share it with all your friends. Give it a rating on whatever platform you're on, and stay tuned to our PawAnRepeat Media Instagram for more information on upcoming episodes and other podcasts we may have available. Other than that, I hope you all have a great day, and take care.
Thank you everyone for tuning in to our overnighter live stream. There's quite a bit of content on here, so should keep you engaged over the next 6 hours while we don't have any cameras on runners until 6 a.m. approximately. We might go on a little bit earlier than that. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the stream so far, and I'm recording this a couple days before the race, so I might be a little tired. Maybe you are too. But hey, you can always come back, rewatch this overnighter stream, get some excellent content. We've got stuff from the pre-race podcast, stuff from my podcast called Aid Station Cuisine, as well as some other Huron recaps. So yeah, enjoy the content. Please subscribe to PawAnRepeat Media LLC if you haven't already on YouTube and Instagram. And hope you all have been having a good day or whenever you're watching this. And yeah, take care. Enjoy.
Yeah, yeah.
We are live.
We are live.
Watching this. This
Yeah.
is so good.
It's so fun. So this is at Mount Hope. We've got kind of some of our mid-packers.
How are you feeling about 6-ish miles in? That's all. You love the poison ivy.
He loves the poison ivy. Oh boy.
Keeps it spicy, doesn't it?
Well, you know, you gotta watch out for those ticks.
You're dying out here, boys and girls.
Austin is just on fire today.
100 milers.
A couple 100-milers. We got
117, 123.
117, 123, 133.
Great work.
Awesome. Oh, he's got the GoPro. He's got the stick.
If you want to have your race entry comped, you can.
Yeah, you can come film for the live stream if you want. Oh man, that is a killer pack right there. I think I saw 6-7 people. This is incredible footage. So thank you, Austin and Riley. We really appreciate you guys. And I'm sure the viewership does as well. Let's see.
Oh, there it is. Well done. Great work.
Oh, let's
13.
go.
Looking good.
Cooking. Oh, look at this cluster at the
Right now at
Aid.
Aid Station 2.
Look at the high fives.
Well done. Well done.
I mean, just this environment is so cool to see.
This is awesome. Well done.
That's great.
Oh, yeah.
132. I was just having so much fun. Forgot to read everyone's bid, but the last one.
That's all good.
Well, that's a cooler.
That's a cooler.
We're rocking some water and tailwind, and if people are needing Mountain Dew early, it's
Good.
going to be a long day for them. But
Yeah.
we've got it set up.
Some nanners.
We've got the bananas.
Oh,
the,
Rice
the
Krispie
Rice
treats opened
Krispies,
up.
and
Oh,
nothing like
amazing.
these. It's
Yep.
I love
the
this
fruit
setup,
snacks
guys.
and the M&Ms.
A lot of Huma.
The biggest bag of watermelon I've seen in that.
And we got some gluten-free Oreos, Fig
Yeah.
Newtons.
Why would you drink Mountain Dew in the middle of a 50? Like, what's the logic behind that if someone wants to
true.
provide me an explanation?
It really comes
Yeah.
down to how, like, at mile 10, maybe you're not needing it, but at some point your body runs out, and sugar and caffeine are two ways to restart everything. So it's kind of you can only hit that so many times, but it helps to hit and get that jolt of energy to get yourself out of the aid station and get moving.
100%.
Wow. Okay. I mean, that's valid. As somebody who's never run longer than a marathon myself, I'm perplexed, because if I were to drink soda before going on a run, I would be barfing within about 2 minutes. So.
How are you feeling right now? There's a lot happening.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm pretty scattered. You know, my
Yeah.
brain is just everywhere. I mean, we've
Yeah.
had probably 5 to 10 signups just this last week. So a lot of people
Yeah.
are just getting out of there. And then for every single person to show up and have no do not starts is another impressive
That's
statistic.
super amazing.
Here we go.
Here we go. We got Jack Miller. We've got, it's hard to kind of see what's happening. A little patchy feed. Baldwin's a really tough area to get signal from. Jameson. It appears that they're running together. So one's in the 50, one's in the 100.
Oh, okay. Front runners.
Front runners, maybe.
Beautiful.
Oh my goodness, they are cooking. That pixelation is just.
Now
What is happening? He gave up. He's like, I'm done.
Y'all are too fast.
There's still a lot of time, right? And
right.
Jameson's going to be on his own after Zach drops him at the.
50.
He's not going to drop him necessarily, but he's just going to
he will
stop
he
running.
will finish
Yeah, he's going to finish and be like, bye, bud. Is this
cross.
Riley?
Oh,
Oh, there's
we
a
got a-
dog.
we got a dog
We got
here.
Dog Stash,
Dog Stash.
PawAnRepeat Media, you know. So, yeah, I have to give. So the Paw team, right? My business is called PawAnRepeat Media because I love dogs, and my recent dog Davey passed away back in October. It was a very sad moment for my family and I, but now we just got dog. This is just so fitting.
This is fantastic.
Getting
Oh yeah, they're like
the
they're
dogs
flying.
are giving him some attention. So the DNR can mow the lawn.
Yep, 100%.
So we
Oh,
got
that
some
dog
more
is running away.
people.
He's just you gotta go get that dog.
I don't really know what else to talk about since we're just kind of hanging out here.
Shout out to the porta potty.
Shout out to the porta potty. That's a great place for us to, take care of business.
So he has about 4 miles to go.
4 miles to go.
So let's see if I can get a little pace calculator.
Just confirm that Zach Krim for us if you can, Austin. Don't run him over though.
That'd be awesome.
What are on the
803 pace.
803 pace?
803 pace for 50 miles. What are we doing? I will say, if the GPS only says 49 miles, I think Zach's gonna have to turn around and do it again.
I think he might, dude. He might just run the full 100 at that point.
Yeah, I think
And
that's a rule.
If it's like mile 99, then
if
he
it's
might
inaccurate
just.
on Strava, it didn't happen. You know.
Yeah.
Here he comes. I see
Here
him.
he goes. Oh my goodness. He's got his kiddo. So wholesome.
Heck yeah.
Running through together.
That's a good day right there.
Zach Krim in about 7:20, 32 seconds.
Woo!
Absolutely insane.
Oh, that's cool.
Unreal, man.
All right.
What a time for you to come in, too.
Going back out.
Just to recap, because you were driving. Absolute chaos.
Yeah. No worries, guy.
What's up?
Jameson's still cruising on through.
Yeah, man.
Woo!
I'm gonna go fix that.
Everyone was pretty excited to be. Whoa, my God. Oh my gosh. Wow, this tent is flying around. Oh my God. This tent is about to fly away.
Oh yeah.
Trail's good condition, not muddy, pretty dry, a little rocky at parts, but yeah, trail was really good. How you feeling?
Definitely tired, but
Yeah.
you know, pretty good. I was pretty happy to be off of the first half of the trails where my calves, 10 miles in, were like just killing me, and I was like, I don't know how this is gonna go.
Yeah, what was your training strategy for this race?
I'm gonna be honest, I had no specificity for ultra training whatsoever.
Look at that.
I feel like I'm watching a coming of age film with some Sufjan Stevens in the background. Like, it looks like he's just discovering who he is inside.
At the Discovery Center.
Oh yeah, sponsored, of course, from the Discovery Center. I should probably go back there.
Which one?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah,
There's
it's a
two
good
of them.
question.
You guys are cutting in and out, but I know you guys are
there.
saying a bunch of good things about me.
Oh yeah, we're just gassing you up, buddy.
Are we almost 9 hours? It feels like we just started.
Oh.
it's raining out
All
here.
right,
Oh,
so-
it's raining bad.
All right, guys, this is an unfortunate ending.
First two finishers, if you're just now joining us, did finish. So Jack Miller came through in the wee early hours of 4:46 in the morning. Beautiful time to finish a race.
Jack Miller made us get all of our headlamps out.
Jack Miller finished in the dark.
Yep.
It was honestly impressive. Like, he looked super fresh.
Totally.
Jameson! Perfect time for sunrise.
Look at that, you timed it perfectly.
I know.
Evan White should be coming in the next 15 to 45 minutes, if I had to guess. Maybe sooner, maybe longer. Sub 24, sub 22 even is possible. All right, we got a whole. I didn't realize we have a whole. I look behind and we got
Everyone say hi.
fam. Everyone say hi. So remind me what events
yeah.
you did in college primarily for track. Like 15.
Yeah, I know.
5K, 10K. So he's unleashing his like 500 kick right now. Oh my goodness! Yo!
Don't need him.
No more pacer. We were just speaking into existence, folks.
See them coming in?
Yeah,
We're
here he
doing
is.
the
He's
cheer.
coming over here.
The energy's
Yes.
amazing, guys. Come on, Evan.
Let's
Looking
go.
good,
Clock
Evan.
time. 21:54:13.
Oh,
we got another one in the pacer.
Hey, we can't do it without Evan. Let's just ask a few things. Say you looked incredibly fresh. So I don't know. Do you have another 100-miler coming up, or you have
Right now, no. This is my first ever 100-mile. Actually, first ultra that I've ever done.
first ultra ever? Our support.
Austin. Just,
Beautiful morning.
what's that? Bobby's on.
Yeah.
Austin's giving some really lovely moral
that's good to hear.
encouragement.
We've actually had a few people get lost.
Really?
It's dense out here, folks.
It is. Let's
All
go, baby.
right, Coach Rob, bring it in.
Yeah. Robbie Rowe. Yeah, baby.
Let's go. Bring it in.
Woo!
Looking good in the sun, casting right
And we got
on you.
22:06:21 for Mr. Rob Rowe.
As he high fives
Impressive.
the spectators coming in.
Impressive, man.
All smiles.
You guys gonna run reverse course? All right.
We got some folks going out on
Yeah.
the Huron.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with all the volunteers that we have out here. Like I know that we were having a hard time even keeping up with the whole pack.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, we might be looking at 60 to 70 volunteers total. Maybe that even includes kind of race command, which is 11 of us. Now we must have more than 70.
So we have one in Colorado who's watching him, and then the rest of the kids are at home watching on your live.
Okay.
Really appreciate.
Yeah, shout out to who then?
James, John, Chris.
I think your kiddos are watching too. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, all the kiddos are watching. We are going across states right now, so he's got folks
fantastic.
watching from Colorado. The people are excited. The people are proud. Michael's family watching him, recording him. The joy, the pride. Let's go! Nice job! That was Michael Truman, finishing at 24:29.27.
I don't know which way they're coming from.
So
that
probably-
is an indication of you are on the right path for the course.
Yeah.
These are the amount of brain cells I have.
Are those the last two that are remaining?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Do a little light trail work. Oh, he's got 3 brain cells now.
He's got 3 brain cells. That's good.
It's 12:53 p.m. Excellent work.
Alrighty. Good job, man.
All right, John.
Yeah, John Nagel just finished up. Austin's hanging out.
We love to see
good.
it.
Who's that?
136.
Wow.
Coming in quick.
Steven Sensoli.
Come on, Steven. Woo! Excellent job. It is 1:45.
Wow.
Our leader, our organizer,
Our fearless leader, no shoes.
captain, the snakes make way for him.
Look at that. That is on the ground.
That's foot
This
strengthening.
is a man who loves trails. Getting his feet dirty, getting his feet in the grass. Look at
He's
that.
probably talking to someone about trails right now.
Yeah, I mean, even just like attempting this is, I think, huge. Like 100 miles on foot. Yeah, mentally, physically, emotionally, like that's very impressive.
What's the scene like over there, Muriel? I know we just got you in Discord, very last second, but that's how we do things, and we'd love to see it.
No, it's all
how's it
good.
going over there?
We're welcoming people to the pain cave.
What bib numbers we got over there? 106.
106.
And 96.
Yeah, they're en route. Is that Jeremy?
Yes.
All right.
Jeremy getting a hug.
Mm-hmm.
Getting to
some
share
support
the last
from
few
family.
Steps. Busy day at the park. We see people leaving with their carts.
Here he comes.
Standing
He's
in the
running.
grass.
He's gonna run it in.
He's got a little pep in his step with Connor by his side.
Oh, I love this.
That's
Oh.
right, Jeremy. We're so proud of you. Yes. The time right now is 2:51:58.
Look at that.
Oh,
Look at that beautiful
crispy.
buckle.
Beautiful.
Yeah, brother.
Way to go, Jeremy. We're all so proud of you.
Unreal. Jonathan Alsip just slipped in on us. What's going through your brain? Like he has 3 brain cells left. I don't know how many you've got, but
Not that many.
Not that many.
No.
Like half of one, maybe, or
On my good days, yeah.
on your good days.
Yeah,
Sweet.
I had one whole one, and then I graduated college, and I was like, I don't need this.
I don't need this anymore.
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah.
I was like leaving the last aid station. I was really happy because it like I knew I'm about to finish this thing because I didn't know if I was good enough to run 100 miles with no career pacer because when I hear about it, it's that just sounds ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because 50 miles makes sense. It's
Yeah.
it's far, but it's yeah, and I had tried twice before. It felt it meant a lot to be able to finish it.
This
That
is
Jim.
runner.
Machine Gun Jim.
Bib 126.
Machine Gun Jim.
Machine
Coming in
Gun
right now.
Jim.
Machine Gun Jim. 3:38:20. All right. 2 runners.
We've got
139.
139.
Sean. 3:43. Oh, right back to back.
A wonderful scene here at
43:39.
Huron 100. We've also got George or Jorge. Let's go. 132. Beautiful day.
What do you want to say to your dad?
Blah, blah, blah. That's right. You heard it here, folks, first. For Mike.
I think Mike might be thinking that as he's, running through these final
I
few
think
miles.
so. That might be what's running through Mike's
might
head
be the
right
mantra.
now. Let's go,
Yeah.
Mike. In the smiley face shorts, all smiles.
3:54.
Kids leading him in.
54.
First female finisher. This is exciting.
This is so exciting.
This is cool.
We are so proud.
She's running it in.
Yes, Stephanie.
she's running.
She's kicking those knees up. Woo! Let's go! Woo! Yes!
There she is.
We're so proud of you! Excellent. If I had to take a guess, that's her family, misty-eyed, running in.
And I think I would be absolutely overcome with emotion if someone that I loved had...
I'm feeling it right now, guys.
I know. I could tear. I feel like I could tear up right now.
Are we still rolling? Okay.
We're still rolling.
I'm glad we got to see Stephanie Parks finish. She battled, and when I did this, it was not a race. It was just me against the 100 miles against the trail, and
there goes our start and our
that
finish.
means it's done. Stay on the socials and everything, and we will definitely send out surveys to our runners and see what worked for them, what didn't, make adjustments, and make this better.
If you do need, or if you have the need or want for a live stream event, maybe not a 2-day event, I'm going to only do 1 or 2 of those a year, but if you got like a marathon, you got a different race you want to see streamed, grassrootsy, we'll definitely try to program that in. And
Nancy.
All right, guys, I think our feed's kind of dying anyway, so...
Yeah.
Well,
thanks for
everything.
All the love in the comments, y'all.
Yeah, we'll see you next year.
Thank you everyone for tuning in to our overnighter live stream. There's quite a bit of content on here, so should keep you engaged over the next 6 hours while we don't have any cameras on runners until 6 a.m. approximately. We might go on a little bit earlier than that. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the stream so far, and I'm recording this a couple days before the race, so I might be a little tired. Maybe you are too. But hey, you can always come back, rewatch this overnighter stream, get some excellent content. We've got stuff from the pre-race podcast, stuff from my podcast called Aid Station Cuisine, as well as some other Huron recaps. So yeah, enjoy the content. Please subscribe to PawAnRepeat Media LLC if you haven't already on YouTube and Instagram. And yeah, hope you all have been having a good day or whenever you're watching this. And yeah, take care. Enjoy. Welcome to Aid Station Cuisine, a podcast for connecting endurance athletes and their personal experiences with the intersection of food, culture, and athletics. The show is presented by PawAnRepeat Media LLC, and I am Kyle Petronio, your host, producer, founder, and owner of PawAnRepeat Media. So our show format is a bit more open-ended than other podcasts out there, so listen in and we'll give you a general rundown. So our guest, they are known as the chef. That could be the master example of a cooking legend, whether that be through food or athletic ability. That's up to you to decide, of course. And the host, typically yours truly, although that may vary, will ask the guest several open-ended questions before allowing them to discuss a topic of their choosing. So you're looking at about a 30 to 45 minute episode counter each time, which is a great duration for those of you who like to multitask or would rather intentionally listen. Nothing too crazy here. Now, to introduce our guest. Our chef today is Margaret Lavasser, a seasoned runner, social worker, and connoisseur of silly vibes. And also she's my partner, so that's pretty neat, brother. Early on, discussions revolve around the beginnings of Aid Station Cuisine, how the podcast was started, and how the name was created. In addition, we discuss animals, whether you're a cat or dog person. I think both groups will appreciate our answer to the dog versus cat debates. Furthermore, we discuss the Bandit racing team and perfect workouts, what goes into those, as well as sinus rinse addiction. Spoiler alert, we are not addicted to sinus rinses. We discuss the possibility that others might be. You never know. And as, the conversation progresses, we discuss Margaret's introduction into running and the impact that carries for her in the present day. And we also discuss the burdens of injury and the mental struggles that those conditions create, in particular her injury of the Achilles. If any of that sounds interesting to you, you might want to give this a listen. If you enjoyed the podcast, please share it with all your friends. Give us a rate on whatever platform you're looking at. And yeah, please enjoy the episode. This is episode 1 of Aid Station Cuisine featuring Margaret Lavasser. Enjoy. Welcome to Aid Station Cuisine, a podcast for connecting endurance athletes and their personal experiences with the intersection of food, culture, and athletics. The show is presented by PawAnRepeat Media LLC. I am Kyle Petronio, your host and producer. Our chef today is Margaret Lavasser, a seasoned runner, social worker, and connoisseur of silly vibes. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm a little...
Okay? I got you sick, didn't I?
You got me sick, yeah. So I'm a little...
It's all my fault.
I got some bad sinus pressure today.
Yeah. That's, something that happens when you live together for a little bit.
You cohabitate. You
share all the things.
Share your mucuses.
Share the muci. I don't know.
The muci.
I guess we should also, introduce you, but you don't really need much introduction. I don't know.
Well, I don't need much introduction to you,
me, but
to whatever your audience is.
I don't know what my audience is. We're just kind of winging it. What makes Margaret Lavasser Margaret Lavasser? That's a better question.
Oh, well, I don't know. I think I'm a little quirky and also a little shy at times. So sometimes the quirkiness doesn't come out until I'm really comfortable with someone. I think I like to kind of drop in little remarks and see if somebody notices.
Yeah.
I think last year I was on a Guinness Zero run and somebody was talking about chafing nipples and I was like, oh, 'tis the season. Just drop that in. Somebody, I think maybe Adam laughed or something.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing.
So yeah, I don't like to be front and center, but I like to kind of just be around and just, if someone's paying attention,
tuned to the pulse, sort of.
Yeah. Or cats, they like to be in the room with you, but they're not always look at me. They're just oh, I'll sit next to me, pat me occasionally. Don't forget about me.
Yeah. On a similar note, I identify almost as this dog type character, and you're very cat-like in ways, and it's just this contrast that kind of also brought us together, which is we could talk about. But first question for you: what inspires you?
Oh wow, that's a
just straight into it. I was gonna do have you ever been on a podcast? But I know you have because you've been on the previous podcast.
Oh yeah,
as have I.
And that's stealing from Adam.
Shout out Adam.
Adam's
Hughes.
formatting. Yeah.
Yeah.
What inspires me? Jeez, I don't know.
Or it can be something recent. I like going very open-ended and letting people just pontificate on things.
I think maybe people being kind to each other just for the sake of being kind to each other. Just people acting out of the goodness of their heart. Thinking about being in this new neighborhood that I'm in. Everyone kind of looking out for each other, looking out for packages, stuff like that. And I think it goes deeper than that. People taking care of one another. Yeah. Oddly enough, what comes to mind is we were watching Harry Potter last night, and when you realize that Snape has been watching over Harry for the whole time.
Well, that's crazy because I've seen it a couple times. 2022 was the first time I fully watched through all the movies.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until much later that I guess really last night that it clicked.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well, when you see Snape's Patronus, I just started crying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's just someone looking out for you and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is really cool. I guess if I were to answer that question, and I'll probably answer this question each time. It depends on who's the host, the chef, whatever. I think similarly like kindness, but also just like the fact that community this year has been kind of I don't know, like there's just been a lot of different communities I've been involved with, and it's been really like cool to just kind of is assimilate the right word? I don't know.
Assimilate,
join,
like, become similar.
Yeah, just to do all that. And ooh, some water ASMR. Love to see that. Second question, what is your favorite recipe for workouts? You can take that as what kind of food do you like, or what kind of spice do you like to add to your workouts?
Recipe for workouts.
Like, what are the essentials for you, maybe? Considering you might be doing one later and it's cold out.
Yeah, well, like a not icy path.
There you go.
Like a...
Not an ice rink?
No, I don't do.
No.
I don't like that. It's scary.
You don't like that.
Yeah, like a good place to run. Yeah, like in college when I was at MSU, we would like there's always kind of a format for the workout, like a location and like thing that we were doing. Like we would do the Michigan workout at the track, and then do like the grass repeats on the field across the street, or we'd go down and do like repeats at the livestock pavilion.
So some sort of repetition.
Well, yeah, like a plan, like a plan, and like I don't know. I something like there. I feel like there has to be an intention for the workout. Like, this is an easier run, or this is a tempo run, or this is short and fast intervals. So I don't know, like a good warm up, a good venue, and like usually I like to have people with me to either like chase or be chased, but I can certainly do a workout by myself. I guess if I'm by myself, I do like to listen to music, which I know some people are very like anti that, but I don't know. I don't have an issue with it.
No preference either way.
Well, I mean, I don't have an issue with it. Like, I don't think it's a problem that I like to listen to music. Yeah, and like, I don't know.
I had a couple thoughts like to contribute there. I just wanted to let you go off on your little way.
Yeah.
The one thing you said about intention was interesting, because like I feel like we both try to live a life with intention and like kind of be a little more deliberate than other people can sometimes be, perhaps. But also, like, for me, I feel like sometimes I just wane and just go all over the place, even with workouts. Like, I'll just pick something from here, pick it from a different source, and just try to make it interesting. You're like looking at me very blankly, like, yes, we know.
No, I'm just looking at you.
That's cute. Thank you. Where's that going with this intention? I don't know. But yeah, I do like your points. What kind of workout are you going to do today? It's like December 21st, right before the holiday season.
It's the solstice.
It is the solstice.
It's the
Happy solstice day.
Shortest day of the year.
No idea when this will come out, but it'll probably be more sunlight.
Yeah, from now on, like, the days are going to get a little bit longer, which I like that. You said...
Go ahead.
What were you going to say?
I was just going to say not having, darkness at 4 p.m. will be nice.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
For
I mean, it's tough, like, at work. Like, I have a skylight in my office, and, like, when it's 5 o'clock, I'm like, oh, man, I'm just, like, I'm ready to go to bed. Like,
yeah.
But you said, what am I going to do today?
Yeah.
Well, I've been doing... I'm not, like, actively, like, in, hardcore training block, but I'm just trying to, like, slowly build back some speed. So I've been doing, like, maybe, like, one workout a week. I've been doing a lot of mile repeats recently.
You know what else is repeating? Your washer.
The washer singing
to you.
The washer singing to me.
It's different from the apartment sound.
I know, it's a different song.
Yes.
It's okay. Samsung versus LG. I don't know.
Ooh, Samsung versus LG beef. It's like Ultra versus Topo. Like, what's going on? Pick your poison.
Pick your brand.
We're not sponsored by either of those, so
no.
It's fine. That'd be kind of wild.
Today I might do like 2x2 mile, and then do like 1 mile at the end.
3:45 pace for sure on the mile repeats.
Totally,
Yeah.
that's totally within my capabilities,
yeah.
especially today. When
Mine too.
When,
Yeah, especially
when I'm
on the
a little,
ice.
when I'm like a little sick. Yeah,
Awesome.
but I was thinking like 2x2 mile because it's not that fast. Like a mile repeat, I'd try to go faster.
Like you're gonna slow yourself down just a little bit just to conserve energy.
Yeah. Maybe like
that.
2x2 mile, like half marathon pace, and then like the mile, maybe at like 10K pace. But yeah,
Perfect.
it's just I would maybe next week if like the roads are if it's better out, I might on my day off on Thursday do like a track workout and like rip some like shorter, faster intervals at Skyline.
We love Skyline. This podcast is sponsored by Ann Arbor. Just kidding, it's really not. But
Today it's sponsored by NeilMed.
Sponsored by NeilMed.
Saline or nasal rinse.
Get those sinuses just obliterated.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna throw up sometimes when I do that.
Yeah, it's kind of jarring a little bit. Like the first time.
Well, like
I did the
it's like
rinse.
You know, like when you're throwing up, sometimes it like comes out of your nose. Like that's the feeling, and my body's like, oh, we're throwing up. Let's do that.
No, okay, like we'll get back on track in a second. I would like to mention Eclipse Day 2024 when I had a little too much Panda Express and well, it wasn't even I think the batch was just bad.
I think it's some bad.
And it was about 20 hours of like those same vegetables that didn't
Just
really look like
sitting.
they digested at all. Like they came out and I felt like I was like going through an exorcism or something. Like my body just
that was a rough day for you.
That was a rough day. It was home alone. My folks weren't home. You weren't even around. You were working.
Yeah,
I tried to work.
There was a Huron meeting.
Oh yeah, and then I had like a Huron 100 meeting and like it was like a live stream meeting and just like had some Pedialyte and good to go. So man,
throwing up is unpleasant.
Throwing up is unpleasant. That's the general consensus here. All right. Well, I think we answered that second question. I guess third and not final question. There's a few more, and then we'll kind of go rambly dambly. We've already been doing that, but are you having fun yet?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is fun little like.
Yeah, I don't know what's coming up. I don't know what's happening.
I don't either. This is like I have like 5-6 questions, and then we kind of just like go around. So, this one I'm also curious for, so we can plan ahead, but also it's just anyway. Where do you aspire to travel? East Lansing.
Well, it's always fun to go back to your college town.
And you're a split allegiance, no? You've
I guess if you'd call it that. I attended both.
The people want to know. I mean,
I attended MSU for undergrad, and then I attended U of M for graduate school.
House divided. Who's got the better football team?
I don't know. I don't know.
You're in Ann Arbor.
I just don't pay. It's like, I mean, it's like when Katie was like having the conundrum over like I can't understand football. Like, I can't I don't have enough like space in my brain to like keep track of like who's winning and losing.
We can't get you to buy in.
That's okay. I have like other things.
You have other interests there.
I have other interests.
More important than football players colliding their heads and getting concussions and
I really liked MSU for undergrad. I applied and got into U of M for undergrad, and I don't know, the campus was fine. I just like couldn't really see myself there as a undergrad, but I really liked MSU. It's very like spread out and like you're not like kind of crammed in. Like Ann Arbor is very like crammed in and like jumbled together, and I liked how there was like a clear definition between like campus and town, and then like East Lansing has some really good spots to run.
What are your favorite few for those who are looking to venture out that way?
Shout out Lansing River Trail.
Shout out.
Amazing. Like that it starts in campus and then it goes all the way into Lansing.
We all walked through there, right, when we went up there the other time?
Yeah, well, we walked in the river trail
Trail
in campus, but it goes like it exits campus and then like goes through all these like really cool nature centers and like crosses with the railroad. You can bike to the zoo. You can like get downtown. So that was like a really great place to run. And then every now and then we'd like run through the farms, like probably areas we weren't supposed to run, but that's what you do when you're in college. You break a lot of rules.
Shout out Aiden Stillo.
I'm sure Aiden knows about these places. Hopefully,
he's ran with a few people out that way.
In the farms.
Maybe he went on some dates too. I don't know.
Oh, you never know. Good place to have a date.
Yeah.
Cows are watching.
Cows are watching.
Cows are
Ooh.
watching. Dairy farms.
This is a metaphor.
And then where else? Oh, there was this cool Bircham Road, which was through East Lansing, would go all the way to this one pathway. I don't know if there's a different name for it, but it was just called the Interurban Pathway, and it was this stretch of path.
Yeah.
And it took you to Lake Lansing Park, and then you could do a loop around Lake Lansing. And then
have you done the Lake Lansing relay?
I have not. No.
Do you aspire to?
I don't know.
Do you want to do a relay team next year?
Maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, Lake Lansing was a cool place to run. There was some trails in there. That was before I was acquainted with the trail, so I hiked that. So that was cool. And then Abbott Trail, it's again similar to the Interurban Pathway, a nice out and back. I'm sure it's changed since I've graduated. I graduated from MSU in 2015, so
there you go.
It's been almost 10 years. Jesus, wow.
I was.
Yeah.
I won't even mention what I was doing in 2015. People know.
Yeah, I'm really aging myself here.
Yeah, well, we could talk about age gaps, but
yeah,
it's kind of a fun segue. Although I want to mention that it's really funny that I jokingly mentioned East Lansing, and then you went on a 5-minute ramble about how cool East Lansing is, which it is. But is there anywhere else you'd like to travel?
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to go out west. I haven't really been out west. My parents, in a last-ditch effort for a spring break trip, took me to Las Vegas when I was a senior in high school.
Party it up, Viva Las Vegas. Shout out Elvis. Or not.
It's great people watching. I don't need to go back ever again. Just a lot of
Vegas
money. Money being spent, money being not for me. But yeah, I like to go do some hiking and trail running out west. That'd be cool.
If you had to pick one of the states, we've got Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, Idaho, any of those, or would you just kind of have to look at a map and
I don't know. I think I'd have to look at a map and see what is available.
I know a few spots, mostly in Utah, Colorado, but you were going to say something and I rudely interrupted like I usually do.
I would like to, abroad. I have, family in France, so that'd be cool to go there and see actual France, from people who live there, not just Paris. Everybody goes to Paris, right? Because that's the tourist. I mean, that'd be cool, but I'd like to see, real France from, people that actually live there, my in-laws. So
where do your in-laws live? In
Chartres. It's kind of central. It's either southwest or southeast of Paris.
Okay.
It's kind of countryside. That's where John's family is from.
Oh, very cool. This question is very poorly placed because we've kind of already been doing this, but I'd like to keep it around 30 to 45 minutes, and then I can chop it down if we need to. But I guess, with what's left, how would you like to spend our time today?
On the podcast?
On the pod. Well, on the pod in particular for this, but we can talk offline on how you'd like to spend the day otherwise.
Most of the day.
Well, actually, I would like to mention we will be going to the Bandit Rewind, so that's later on. Shout out Bandit Racing Team. Love you, Brent. Love you, Adam.
Yeah, be outside.
Big hugs.
Yeah,
really cold vibes, but anyway.
I don't know, kind of on the podcast. I need to know what else is gonna be talked about.
Well, it's exactly it. It's up to you, what you want to talk about. I'm leaving the option to you.
Oh.
That way it's not just me asking at you, who are you? What are your life aspirations?
Oh.
Have you ran a marathon? Do you hate ultras? Etc. Etc.
Well, I mean, I guess talking about running journeys and maybe challenges and successes.
Okay. Let's start with your first memories of running, perhaps, and why you also continue now, or that progression, maybe?
Yeah. It's hard to say what came first. Well, probably there are these like summer camps that you could do through the high school where I grew up, where like you could do all kinds of different sports. And
sure,
for some reason, I don't know whose choice it was, I did like a track camp. And
Glutton
it was like
for pain.
I don't even know how old I was. I was probably like maybe late elementary school. But yeah, there were like these track camps in the high school. Cross country coach, he would like he ran them, and a couple of the girls on the team, the girls cross country and track team would like help run it. And so it was like a week, and at the end of the week there was like a track meet. And yeah, I remember like the warm up was like one lap around the track, and then you'd go through stretches, and then you learned everything about like sprinting and handoffs and relays and a little bit of everything to kind of get you acquainted with stuff. So I always thought that was fun. And then when I was in like maybe later elementary school or like maybe middle school, I don't remember when, like they offered like a cross country camp, and it kind of ran concurrently with the track one. And I remember like running like a mile, like running further. I was like, whoa, like this is really this is hard. Like like you get tired.
You get like a reality check almost, like
I was like, wow, this is far. Wow. And it was like a warm up that like we did all the time in high school, and looking back it's so funny. But that, and then I don't know when I started doing this, but my sister is 3 years older than me, and she did cross country and track at South, and
shout out Grosse Pointe
South. Yeah, I thought it looked kind of cool, like the team at that time, and when I was doing it, and I'm hopeful that it's still the case now, had like at least 100 girls on like the JV squad, and
it's a big squad.
Yeah,
honestly.
So I thought that was cool. I was like, why? That's cool.
So I'm gonna get you back on track.
Yes, I'm good. I'm getting there. So, anyways, I started running. Like, I would every day like run around like the neighborhood block.
Yeah.
And like time myself with like an old stopwatch
or something,
and like a stopwatch, like a Coach.
Oh, okay.
Not even like a wristwatch. And so I would like do that every day, and then I would do 2 laps, and
Prefontaine style, like.
Yeah, and I kept like running like a little bit further. And then eventually I did a mile, and then one time, like we had a treadmill. I ran like 3 miles on the treadmill, and I was like, I did it. I can do cross country now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was probably like middle school, and then I joined high school cross country. Freshman year, I was fine. I think my PR was like 22 something.
It's fine. It's faster than like 80% of people's 5K PR in the world.
Yeah, and it was a lot of fun. And then like freshman year track, I started getting like a bit better. And I remember like distinctly one time, like it was probably freshman year, I realized that like I had like quad muscles, and I was like, whoa.
Whoa.
Like I remember like touching my leg, and I was like, oh,
that's a thing.
Oh, that's a thing.
That could go the wrong way if you're like just audio only version. Like,
that's a thing.
That's a thing. The quads do things.
They make you run.
Or not. They make you run.
But yeah, that's kind of the start to running.
Very cool. And then I know you ran club with MSU for a bit.
Yeah.
And interestingly, like within the Bandit circles, there's a lot of MSU Run Club and M Run alumni.
Mm-hmm.
From different eras too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Shout out like Michelle Case, or is it Krozik?
Krozik.
Yeah.
Well, the CZ makes it ch, but
Krochik. I think Matt like always like just.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like with my last name, you just like make it easy for people.
Lavasser. I love it. So then, kind of. You had a little bit of let's talk. We don't have to, dwell on it too much. But the double Achilles, was like definitely a setback for you. I know.
Yeah, huge setback. Yeah, college.
Or both, right? Or
well, I didn't like rupture them. Like when you rupture, it's like the whole big like
basketball
dramatic,
player vibes, like
dramatic. At one in 1 second it happens. This was like a, tendinopathy, tendonitis, tendinopathy, and then like tearing over time. So it was a progressive injury, but it was during college. I got like really good in college because I was training a lot and like probably overtraining and
as one does.
Had, like great success. I had like PRs, like, tons of PRs.
18-minute 5K, I heard.
Yeah, 18:48 something 5K, and like had won. I was winning club meet races like 3K. I was all American, so I was like really good, but I wasn't like I was running 7 days a week.
Yeah.
And I wasn't like resting and
not letting the body just like decompress a little bit.
Like there and we did like outdoor, indoor track, like so there was not much of an off season, so naturally like I got injured and like at the end of sophomore year I started having some pain and then it just like progressively was getting like really, really bad and like first you try PT and that didn't do anything and then so I had to have surgery on both of them, which it was I like couldn't I had to take a whole year off of running just to have each procedure like 6 months apart and that
like messes with you mentally and like ways that I think people don't understand. Like when you're injured and you're out, like you move out of that like circle.
Yeah, I stopped
naturally.
I stopped going to practice and I kind of lost touch with like I naturally just like wasn't included in stuff anymore and like my friend group kind of shifted to like non-running friends that I had. Luckily I had non-running friends.
Right.
But it was just like too depressing to go to practice and so I had those and then like that was right at the end of college and then like I was kind of trying to recover and get back into running and I started grad school and like I did PT but then like it would have been I should have known that like a strength coach existed and that like or like I could have gotten a trainer that could have helped me like build up my leg strength again.
Right.
So and I was for a while I was like limping for like at least a couple years.
Yeah.
Maybe like a year or two afterwards just cuz stuff hurt or like wasn't strong enough and then other injuries pop up. So it was like a huge setback and like I still don't feel like I don't have like the foot strength and like calf strength that I used to have, so that feels like a detriment to running.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, I want to publicly, and I've also already privately done this, but just give you some love for like, where you're at, and I know you've kind of weaved and waddled through a lot of different like event disciplines and just taking up trail running this year. I know it's a different domain, but like I think it's really important to like highlight like when you have an injury, especially like lower body, like anything connected to your feet, like things are just going to change. And it's really hard to like not compare it to like what you've had before, which is really tough. So I know you beat yourself up, but and I know you want to do better, and that's probably why you're doing Saturday workouts in 20-degree weather. So I guess like with those injuries, like what advice would you give to people that are like trying to come back from that and maybe struggling to get to where they were before?
Well, I'll have like other goals outside of running.
Yes.
Like career goals or like other personal goals. Like I'm able to like I'm able to feel like content because I have like I have a job and I have like a job where I'm never done learning even though I'm done with school. So have like other goals to work on, and then even within like sport maybe have like other non-running goals, like maybe like strength training goals or like biking goals if you're a runner. Just something else that like if running's not going great, like have some other like athletic goals to do.
Definitely.
To work on. And then the little things like the band work and the like the calf raises and stuff like
stuff.
Yeah, like obviously like lifting heavy weights, doing big movements, like squats and deadlifts are good, but then like smaller like auxiliary work is helpful too.
Yeah, definitely. Man, I really don't have much else.
We didn't talk that much about food.
We didn't talk that much about food. It's kind of like if you want to talk about food, you can. If you don't, it's Aid Station Cuisine, so it's like kind of a trail running joke. I guess we could talk about how Aid Station Cuisine came about. We're on a run with Austin Lewis, Mr. Cameraman Brain Cell Dude. I gotta get him on here too. We'll just talk about, I don't know, Black Canyon. Dude, I am redlining so hard. So we're on Potawatomi Trail, and I was like, I want to do a podcast. But I couldn't figure out. I don't know where, like, the Aid Station piece came up.
I don't know.
I think it was just like, dude, what's your favorite Aid Station food? It was also at a bandit run. Like, Brent asked me, like, the question of, like...
The check-in
question,
yeah.
like, the icebreakers you do in, like, college or whatever.
Well, you should include that. Like, what's your favorite, like, fuel? Like, either, like, before a run, during a run, after a run, like...
Yeah.
Because that is kind of, like, the title, you know?
Well, that is actually what I'm going to ask you now.
Oh, okay.
Favorites... Well, what is your favorite Aid Station Cuisine? Item.
Well, I mean, I haven't really done like an ultra, so I haven't really like eaten actual food during Woodstock 26.2. I just...
Okay, first of all, saying Woodstock 26.2 just feels so wrong.
What? Why?
It just feels like it should be longer than 26.2. Well, you did go longer.
It was 27.
So technically you're an ultra marathoner now.
I would go as far as to say that.
5 more miles.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really like eat anything. I just took my gels and like that was fine. I'm sure if I do an ultra, maybe I'll like experiment with like food, but
what would taste the best?
Maybe just like some bread, like something like a tortilla.
Just a little sourdough.
Yeah.
Piece.
Some tortilla or
some nanners on there.
Maybe some nanners.
Ooh.
Nothing too heavy.
Yeah.
Okay,
how about like a pre-race snack? Oh, I'm gonna get canned by Adam.
Snack. I like a stroop waffle.
You do love a stroop.
Yeah, a stroop waffle, like a honey zinger, a stroop waffle. Yeah, those usually like digest pretty well for me, and I don't feel like. Usually they don't upset my stomach.
Yeah. A lot of glucose in those boys.
Well, that's the point, you know?
Yeah.
That is the point.
That is true. What's your, like, you're on death row, what's your favorite meal?
Some sort of garlic bread or breadsticks.
Yes.
Oh. So, like, the La Marsa bread.
I was just going to say, yeah.
Hot La Marsa bread with the garlic sauce.
Shout out La Marsa. Can you sponsor the Huron 100 with Aid Station?
Yeah,
that'd be great.
That's actually the bread that I would probably eat.
Yeah.
At an Aid Station. God. That La Marsa bread.
Yes.
So that and
our
then,
first date was at La Marsa, technically.
Well, if you're not considering Kensington and BCAT as a date.
Work a shift, get off early, go to La Marsa, get really annoyed that the girl is not coming fast enough, even though she's right on time.
She's coming at her prescribed time.
Stop.
Okay, La Marsa bread and garlic sauce. Maybe like some like pesto pasta. And then
Nudes
like
and Company or just like homemade?
Homemade. Noodles is fine, but like, you know, homemade.
You could do it yourself.
Yeah. And then MSU Baker's like sugar cookie with like the frosting on it. If you went to MSU, you know. Like it was like
if you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Like every game day they would have these cookies in the dining halls. They were like these sugar cookies that were like
to die for.
Soft, and there was frosting. You could also custom order these cookies with like something printed on the frosting. So if you had like someone's birthday, you could like print a picture on the cookie. So that would be dessert.
Real talk. Can a Wolverine eat a Spartan cookie and get away with it?
Well, sure. I don't know. I haven't had an MSU baker's cookie since
being a Wolverine.
I've graduated. Yeah,
Wow.
I run across the block. Nothing. Well, I mean, bad stuff has happened to me, but I don't think that.
See, that's another thing too. Is like, I went to Western, and it's like, if I run on the block M at a different school, like,
if you're,
what does that do? Also, the M is flipped upside down, and it's a W.
If you run across the block M as a Michigan alumni, like, do you get like audited by the IRS?
Right.
Like, we
don't know.
Is it like identity theft? Like, what's the equivalent? Because like the thing is, like, you fail your blue books, but like,
yes,
are they still doing blue books? Like,
we don't know.
When I was in college, I had one blue book exam, and it was a green book because it was MSU.
Oh, you're talking about like the color of the pamphlets?
The blue books, yeah. Like if you had like an essay test. Like an essay exam.
We had a very different college experience.
What, you guys didn't have blue books? You just typed on your computers?
No, we didn't type on the computers. It was, I don't even remember, honestly.
Well, did you take like humanities at all? Because I had to do a blue book for like a humanities class.
Yeah.
It was like a Latin American history class or something.
Yeah. Man, this has been fun. One final question. What advice would you give to people who are looking to kind of just generally improve their lives through any of the domains we talked about today? And you kind of might have already answered that, but...
Wow. Improve their life. Get enough sleep.
Sleep.
As a mental health professional, sleep is like one of the most important things you can do for yourself. Mental health wise, physical health wise.
I feel a lot better when I get sleep.
You can't like catch up on sleep.
No.
Like once you've had a deficit, like you've got a deficit.
Yeah, you feel it.
Yeah. So sleep. Get off your phone. Like put your one of my colleagues,
as people are watching this recap on a phone, probably.
One of my colleagues wrote like a blog post about like he works with a lot of behavioral addictions, and he wrote a blog post about like technology, and he said like
it's wild.
What if you when you're at home, like keep your phone in like a different room of the house.
Yeah.
Which like feels like simple, like, but a lot of
I bet a lot of people can't do it.
Yeah. So I've been trying to do that, like keep my phone in a different room, or, just like.
That was one of the things that attracted me to you too. Initially, was like you're not on your phone all the time,
and
like you kind of keep a distance from texting me sometimes, which is nice. Like I don't feel like constantly crammed by it. So.
Well, sure. Sometimes I have to because I'm like
the nature of your work.
With the nature of my work, I can't text all the time.
Yeah,
that would be unprofessional. But yeah, like get enough sleep, get off your phone. Delete social media. No.
Delete all the dating apps. Delete social media, except Strava.
Let's just keep Strava.
Final question: is Strava a dating app?
In my experience, no.
But could it be?
I mean, it could have been. I don't know. Like, did it help us court each other? Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, I'm saying mostly just referring to like the DM feature.
I don't know. I mean,
although we like sarcastically send DMs now, like
I don't know. I'm not. Well, neither.
What?
I'm not. I'm not single, and I'm not DMing people on. Are people doing that?
I don't know. Like that's
like it was joked about, but like, did that actually happen?
I mean, jokes come from somewhere, so who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, it's a great way to see who is dating, like who's running together, and then like, oh, you're spending the night at somebody's house because you ran from their house. Oh.
Story of our entire relationship.
I mean, that's probably how people figured us out.
Some people didn't. We won't shout them out publicly. Joe.
If you know, you know.
All right. Well, I think we're going to wrap here. Thank you so much for coming on, Margaret. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks for checking out an episode from the Aid Station Cuisine podcast, Season 1. If you like the podcast, please share it with all your friends. Give it a rating on whatever platform you're on. And stay tuned to our PawAnRepeat Media Instagram for more information on upcoming episodes and other podcasts we may have available. Other than that, I hope you all have a great day, and take care.
Thank you everyone for tuning in to our overnighter live stream. There's quite a bit of content on here, so it should keep you engaged over the next 6 hours while we don't have any cameras on runners until 6 a.m. approximately. We might go on a little bit earlier than that. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the stream so far. And I'm recording this a couple days before the race, so I might be a little tired. Maybe you are too. But hey, you can always come back, rewatch this overnighter stream, get some excellent content. We've got stuff from the pre-race podcast, stuff from my podcast called Aid Station Cuisine, as well as some other Huron recaps. So yeah, enjoy the content. Please subscribe to PawAnRepeat Media LLC if you haven't already on YouTube and Instagram. And yeah, hope you all have been having a good day or whenever you're watching this. And yeah, take care. Enjoy. Welcome to Aid Station Cuisine, a podcast for connecting endurance athletes and their personal experiences with the intersection of food, culture, and athletics. The show is presented by PawAnRepeat Media LLC, and I am Kyle Petronio, your host, producer, founder, and owner of PawAnRepeat Media. So our show format is a bit more open-ended than other podcasts out there, so listen in and we'll give you a general rundown. So, our guest, they are known as the chef. That could be the master example of a cooking legend, whether that be through food or athletic ability. That's up to you to decide, of course. And the host, typically yours truly, although that may vary, will ask the guest several open-ended questions before allowing them to discuss a topic of their choosing. So you're looking at about a 30 to 45 minute episode counter each time, which is a great duration for those of you who like to multitask or would rather intentionally listen. Nothing too crazy here. Now, to introduce our guest. Our guest today doesn't need much introduction, but for those of you who do not know who he is, this is Adam Hughes, my good bud. He's doing the peace sign, I think, to the camera.
That's
Hopefully
right.
not flipping it off.
That's right.
Yeah, that'd be good. A devoted real estate entrepreneur. I said you were like a property manager, which that's not really...
That's like part of what I do.
Okay, part
so
of what you do.
I changed it up to be real estate entrepreneur because I do...
That's funny. Mid optometer. What were you?
I was at the optometrist.
Optometrist appointment.
First ever eye exam today. Passed
nice.
it, flying colors.
Perfect.
Perfect eyes.
Yeah.
Same can't be said for you, unfortunately. It
No,
seems,
yeah, I got the glasses.
The old
rocking,
specs.
old specs. But it's funny because like I was sending him the show notes and you edited
Dude, I
in
know
the
how to
middle
get in
of
there.
the.
I'll get in there.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this guy knows what's up, and I'm like, oh, it's Adam. That makes sense. You're also a podcaster, which we probably know.
Fellow podcasting. Let's cheers
Fellow
our mics.
podcast.
Cheers our mics. Cheers. Cheers. Cheers.
Just the tip.
Just the tip.
Yep.
Touching tips here.
Touching tips. You are an ultra marathoner.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I try to be.
You try to be. You know, what's the word?
Aspiring.
Aspiring ultramarathoner.
Perpetually aspiring to ultramarathon.
Perpetually aspiring.
Every now and then I do it, but it doesn't last long. You're only as good as your last performance, baby.
Yeah. Well, we understand that. And of course, nanner lover.
Dude, big nanner lover.
Big nanner guy.
4011 for life. That's
4011.
That's the produce code on nanners.
Oh, that's the produce code. Good to know.
Should get that tatted, honestly.
You should get that tatted.
Speaking of tats. Dude, shout out to Keith and Carly for the sickest tats ever.
Yeah.
We won't dive into that, but Keith, you're the man. If you ever listen to this,
We'll
your
have Keith
tattoos are amazing, bro.
Keith and Carly will be on here. I don't know if we'll do a joint or...
Dude, you step
not
into
a
the world
joint.
of joint podcasting. It's
Joint
tough.
podcasting, yeah.
I've started having like 4 people on at a time.
I saw that.
It's not a
Must
good
Be
idea.
Nice.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun, but it's challenging. I think the listen ultimately is good, but
Yeah.
it's a tough...
You just need an Omni mic and just like record the whole room. It's like,
we won't
crazy.
get into it, but yeah, good times. Good times. Thanks for having me today. I'm
of course,
excited for
man.
this, Kyle.
Of course, yeah. This has been a long time coming.
Yeah.
We've
It's good to be
talked-
on like someone else's setup. And
I was gonna say that was my first question. Is actually like, have you ever been on a podcast outside of your own?
I've been on one other podcast.
Which one?
Shout out to Josh Peterson, Chasing 3.
Ooh.
Josh found the PRP randomly a couple years ago and started listening to it, and it inspired him. I wouldn't say it solely inspired him to start his own pod, but he got a podcast rolling Out in Omaha. He lives in Omaha, Nebraska.
Okay.
And it's honestly, I love his. He's got a pretty similar
setup,
different structure on the sods, but kind of same vibe as PRP vibes, where he like no one's off limits kind of deal with the guests. You know, we got elite people coming in, and then we got average Joes, weekend warriors.
Tommy runs all the way up to like my mom, who hasn't been on the pod yet, but I feel like my mom will be,
that,
like,
and I
on
think
there.
that's the beauty of the conversations and the journey I've been on with the PRP is like.
Let me ask you this: like, what's the most valuable part of those conversations for you? Like, what do you get out of it? I guess
I think it's the relationship that I make with the person that comes in. I think what I've found, I think my podcasting journey, to not get like too intrinsic here, is that like you start it for whatever reason that you start it for. And then you think it's going to be this thing, and then it turns into something else.
Some other child,
Yeah, and I think one of the bigger lessons I learned early on was just to kind of let it grow the way it was going to grow and not try to force it. You know, there's a fine line between like willing something into existence versus listening to the world and listening to life. And so I think, you know, it's been a series of kind of listening to it and me allowing myself to listen to it in terms of just kind of letting it guide me. And I would say at this point, it's the network. It's a little bit of a cheesy answer, but it's like the network and the community that comes out of it. I'm not really looking at the metrics on the listening side of things. I'm not a huge social media guy, as you know. I'm not doing reels and all that kind of stuff. So for me, I
feel that
it's the conversations with the people that then become the homies.
Yeah.
It's the people that listen to the pod that reach out to you that then also become the homies.
The pod's just kind of a byproduct of like you, and it's not necessarily like you're looking at the analytics, which
let's go.
Go.
That was very in-depth analysis from you, my friend.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's kind of, I would say that's the biggest value. It's easy answer, long-winded, but it's just the crew and the people. And I will say to that point, I would say the community size that the PRP is at right now is close to the maximum that I want it to be.
Yeah, you don't want it to go bigger.
I just want to be able to respond to everyone that reaches out. I want to be able to be personable, and whether that's a flawed way of thinking or if that's just I don't
think that's flawed. I think we're just so used to, we were just talking about AI and stuff and all the different like components we probably don't even realize are like being integrated into our interfaces.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And like
I want it to be personal.
Yeah.
And so it's taxing enough on my time and energy as it is now, and I'm blessed to be in that position, but I feel like any bigger and I'd have to start icing people who reach out, and that doesn't feel very genuine to me. So
that's not you.
If I got to cross that bridge, I'll cross it, but I would like to not.
Yeah.
So we'll stay on this side of the river for now.
Well, you came over here, so you know that's a start.
There we go.
I'm gonna go check and see if the door's locked because
yes,
I can't
please
remember.
do. Don't let someone break in here. I'm gonna take my jacket off while you do too. All right.
So let's see. We just left off with, have you ever been on a podcast? I just want to go into kind of the background on our friendship, which I think started in A2 Zuki 2022. Or like I met you there and I'm like, who is this?
We probably crossed paths. In 2022 is when I did the first season of the pod in 21.
Yeah.
Fall of 21, and I was pretty outside of the Ann Arbor, Southeast Michigan running community.
Yeah.
I'd been running for a few years, but it had been a very solo pursuit. And then, I met Brent at the end of season 1. And then 2022 is when I really dove in, like all in on Bandit and helping set up Bandit. So I would have seen you at Zuki.
Yeah.
And then I remember communicating, talking more, bullshitting more with you and Aiden at Treetown. That's when I remember more integrating with you more and like communicating with you a little bit more.
So where I thought we became friends is probably where we just met, and that's just like what I remember, which is funny.
I mean, it took time. I mean,
it takes time to
we didn't
develop.
dislike each other, but we weren't best friends right away.
Yeah,
but then you started coming more Bandit stuff.
Yep.
I think when I learned more about you too, I became more endeared to you. When you came on the pod, and I actually like learned more about you.
Yeah.
I thought you were older, bro.
Yeah.
And then I realized that you were just a wee little lad.
A wee little lad.
But then we had shout out to Quinn.
Shout out to Quinn.
He was a great addition to that
guy,
episode.
when we went and ran Highland a couple weekends ago, we're just like, all right. It was like when it was super cold out, and Quinn's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna like, camp over by the Ford's house and Highland Rec in the woods. And yeah, Nick and Keith were just like, was that Quinn? Like, he's just pulled up over there with his bike. Like, this dude just camps in like negative 20-degree wind chill.
I wish I could, I wish I was at the level of free spirit that Quinn's at, but I'm not. Just like personality wise, I'm just not quite there. I aspire to be that way. But
I think you and I are in the same boat. Like, that's very aspirational, but we're kind of like corporate 9 to 5.
That's right. Just need a little more drugs in my life, baby.
Something like that. Let's see. We also did like the women's ferry 5K before my PRP.
Oh yes,
which was a lot of fun.
Yes, you're right. You came and took you
randomly took pictures. And
so
I talked with Jess and she was like, "What?" Yeah, like she couldn't even remember like why I was there.
That makes sense. I remember that you and I started kind of talking more summer of 23.
Must have been Zuki. We were like, hey, can we like collaborate?
Because at Zuki Packet Pickup, you came to ARC and then I took you up to the podcast studio.
Yeah,
and you were like, wow, this is a jam. And I was like, yeah.
And then, of course, the Huron 100, which I don't know. I guess common misconception, you and Dan Hughes are not related.
Yeah, it's a common one.
But
that's a funny one, though.
It is.
It's funny that people that have known us for years find that out.
Yeah.
I always make the joke that I'm way better looking than Dan, so how dare someone think that I'm related to him? Did Austin think we were brothers still?
Austin was like, are they related? I'm like, no, dude, not at all.
Boys. Anyways, yeah. So if we want to dig into Huron 100 lore, I mean,
sure, we got some time.
The first year that it ever happened, it was me, Dan, Lauren.
Oh, you were on that inaugural, like OG 2000,
and we recorded a podcast for it, bro.
Yeah, I still have to listen.
It would have
been.
It would have been 2020. It was May of 2022 that we did it the first time, and just Dan did it.
Okay.
I paced him. Sweeney came out and paced him, and then Lauren and Lauren's dad were the other pacers that were part of that, and then we then it turned
into a big monster.
It's turned into something crazy, man. And I think like intrinsically and like when I'm thinking about the Huron, I'm so I'm so happy and I'm so excited about the future with that event because people are really loving it. But I will say, the romantic in me, it has changed my relationship with Dan a lot.
Yeah,
and I think Dan would reflect and say the same thing that like I kind of just miss being Dan's friend.
Yeah,
because when Dan and I are together, it's Huron. It's Huron all the time, and not because one of the other forces it on each other, but just because, man, cooking up 100-miler. Without any pre-existing infrastructure, you're part of the ground floor with us. You have a window seat into certain things. Like, it's sky's the limit with how much shit you can get organized and how much stuff we're working to figure out. So I think in 5 years, when this thing is running itself a little bit more, I think Dan and I's relationship will turn back into a little bit more like, hey, do you just want to go grab breakfast and not talk about Huron the whole time? But for now, it's freaking all Huron, baby.
But here's the thing: is I think if you went up to Dan and asked him like, "Hey, you just want to get breakfast and just like shoot the shit? Let's talk about something else." Like, I'm sure he'd be happy to.
Yes, he would. But then it would inevitably spiral just by both of us. And again, it's not his fault or not my fault, but it just is.
You guys are just both locked in.
It's percolating, bro. Yeah, it's just there's so much stuff to figure out. So, anyways, we're stoked that you are part of the Huron thing. I'm stoked that you, independent of Huron. I'm really stoked at the position that you're in with us. Like I'm on the board. I'm doing a lot of the partnership stuff. I'm doing a lot of the technology stuff. But having you as our live stream, you're like our live stream coordinator. But you've also positioned yourself to be kind of helping us as a third party provider.
Yeah.
So that you can grow the live stream thing in your own realm.
Yeah.
Which I don't know where your aspirations are on that, and we can talk about that. But dude. That seems to be where this sport is trending.
Yeah,
and like we've talked about before too, it's like it's not just ultra running; it's gravel cycling. I mean, there's a whole slew of events that would probably be interested in having the ability to live stream. So I think you're barking up. You're putting all your fingers in the right pies, or whatever we said. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not breaking that clip up again, but I swear, I've looked at that line so many times, like fingers in the wrong pies. People are probably like, what are you talking about?
That's some good inside jokes there.
Go listen to the PRP, my episode, if you need more context. That's all we're going to say about that. I had a few points on that. So Austin Lewis kind of mentioned, like, you were talking about your relationship with Dan and how that's kind of changed a little bit over the years. Austin was saying, I guess it's tangentially related, but something about the need to adventure rather than just like race all the time. And I feel like you go deep.
You're going to get me going now.
Yeah, I know.
You be careful about what Pandora's box you're going to open up.
I know what Panera. Yeah, Panera.
Shout out to Panera.
Box. Shout out Panera.
And now an ad from Panera, our sponsor. I have some. I think that
we'll get into that in a little bit.
Okay, let's save it. Yeah, let's save it.
All right, we'll get into Adventure Boy in a little bit. Okay. That's actually one of our later questions. But outside of running or just in your day-to-day, if you had to ponder on, what inspires you currently, what do you think pops up?
Gosh, that's a good question, bro.
And if you need to sit on it, like, we got some time.
I think I'm inspired by... I think what inspires me is always keeping an open palate and... some cheesy things to integrate into that, but I just think that I just never really been embarrassed to be a beginner or act genuine about not knowing a lot about something, because I think a lot of the time you're going to build better relationships when you go into something saying like, hey, look, I don't really know much about this, but I like it. You're going to get people that want to share their knowledge with you. Yeah. And that's like a little social trick to then start engaging with people, right?
Yeah.
Figuring out. So I think my whole thing is I'm a little bit stuck in my ways. I'm feeling that as I get older, but what inspires me is just kind of always keeping my palate open for different things and not acting like, oh, I'm this guy who does this. I'm just kind of like, what's life going to bring today?
I'm this guy who does a lot of things.
Yeah, and I don't have to be the best at any of them. I don't really care. I've kind of given up. I come from a background of collegiate sports where I was in the competitive mode and I did want to be the best. And even early on in my running career, I had some palpableness of I maybe want to try to be one of the best. But I think I've kind of given up that mindset. Not to say that's a right or wrong or better or worse. It just is where I'm at. And I'm not really concerned about being the best. I'm concerned about being genuine about what I pursue and being genuine to the people that fall in line to the things that I'm kind of doing, like the networks of the communities that are within wherever I am. Because running, backpacking, art, whatever you want to kind of put in values, there's always people in those spaces that are some maybe harder than others to crack into, but there's always people there. At the root of it all, it's connections with people. So I think that's what inspires me. Just I'm trying to be a good homie. I'm not trying to I'm a little bit of a people pleaser, which is a bad thing sometimes in relationships and business. Yes. And I've had to work through that, especially as an entrepreneur. But I also think that for the most part, it's better than being a dick. And some people are dicks in this world, man. There's a lot of dick energy out there these days. And I just don't really understand it. I don't vibe with it.
No.
I'm not here to be a dick. I'm not trying to talk shit. I'm not trying to say anything other than just all right, if we're not jamming and meshing with each other, then
it's not a problem.
It's not a problem. We just don't need to overlap now.
Yeah.
So that's what inspires me. Just trying to be a good person, dude.
Yeah. Austin Lewis had a similar point on what inspires him. I think it's just people being kind to each other, or maybe that's what Margaret said, but very similar sentiments.
Yeah. That gets me jazzed up, bro. Watching people be good to other people
without needing approval or anything. Correct. They just do it just because they do it.
And also you could be good to someone and you also don't need to post it on social media.
Yeah, you could just we don't need this parasocial.
You could just take that feeling home with you, bro, and then take that feeling into the next day of your life and let it influence the next decisions you make.
Right, because otherwise it erodes what true feelings you actually obtained from that interaction.
Yes. Astute observation there, Kyle.
Well done. It's I don't know if you've seen those Discord memes with the mod. He's like, "Ooh, yes, my lady." It's that kind of vibe.
My lord, my liege. Yes.
Yeah. I love it. Let's get into the next question here.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of how I want to word this. I'll just get right into it.
Okay.
What is your favorite recipe for your workouts, or it can be specifically in cooking? I don't know if you cook a ton, but...
So I've got a good situation. So shout out to my partner, Lindsay. She is a nutritionist, registered dietitian. She works at University of Michigan Hospital. So not only is she well-trained in the food space, but she also has a very big passion for the culinary arts.
Amazing.
So basically, we kind of split the responsibility on grocery shopping, and then she's the chef, and I am the fucking dish czar. And I'll tell you, there's no mess in the kitchen that I'm afraid of anymore, bro.
Yeah.
No intimidation.
No.
I will get after any kind of mess. I know exactly how I'm going to tackle it. I know the process. I know how I'm going to get it tidied. That's not going to fit in the dishwasher. That's going to need to get hand washed. That knife can't go in the dishwasher. Give me 15 minutes, I'm done.
It's all like Tetris puzzle.
Yeah.
Like,
So, but I'm, dude, like in the food world, I'm super blessed. It's put me out of cooking more myself. But I'm still kind of a little bit of a sponge to it. But man, I just live a life of whole foods, fruits and vegetables. We have a couple to a few of like recurring recipes, but Lindsay's such a little hound with it that it's always kind of circulating. So even our staples kind of evolve. So I feel like I've had staples with her that have lasted a long time.
It's moving pieces.
It's moving pieces. So she's a big soup person in winter, doing a lot of root vegetable soups. We have a chicken thigh recipe that we really love. We've got a great steak marinade on a steak taco that we love. So I live a really really high level life in the food world.
And food is fuel, like
big time.
So in so many ways,
big time. And there's some bullshit in the running world with food and nutrition and
yes.
I guess I don't, lack of a better word, like stereotypes, and I think we don't have to dive into that hole, but being with someone who understands the value of nutrition has helped me fuel my body outside the running world, but then within the running world and in the event space or adventure space in a whole different light. I think a lot of the road runners try to get away with underfueling, which is just unbelievably detrimental to your performance and your recovery.
Yep.
So if I sit on any fence in how food and fuel relates to endurance sports, I'm on the overfueling train big time.
100%.
I think that's what most ultra runners have realized.
Most ultra runners probably, I
would think most overfuel or on
don't like feeling empty in the stomach when they're like.
These events are too long, bro.
They're too long.
You might be able to sneak out a marathon underfueled, but you ain't sneaking a 50 mile or 100 mile out.
See,
underfueled.
like I felt really self conscious after you guys gave me a bunch of shit for the the bottle, and then like last year I barely used the bottle, and then so Austin Lewis and I were talking about the vest versus the double handheld situation.
Sure.
And I think it's to each his own, to each her own, whatever. I personally like the double bottle just because
it's a comfort thing.
Yeah, and it's just like the chest gets really sore.
Yeah, I think when I first started ultra running, I felt like the vest was almost like a badge of honor.
It's like what everyone else does.
Where I liked it a lot.
You're just kind of mirroring.
Now, as I've gravitated out, I think I'm on your. If I can, I'll go double bottle.
Double bottle.
Just because the vest is a lot of extra baggage.
Yeah.
And, it gets you rashed up or whatever, and add to that. So
we don't love the chafe here.
No.
One other component to this question, or I guess this is a separate question. What's your favorite fuel before a run, during a run, or after a run?
Oh my gosh, bro. Well, these are integrated into everything I do.
Nanners win all of the categories.
I'd like, if I have a perfect situation, perfect world, I got all the groceries, I'll do Lindsay, back to the chef. She's in her sourdough era. A few
So
years,
is my mother.
A few years removed from COVID. So I'm going untoasted piece of fresh sourdough.
Yep.
Chunky peanut butter, banana. That's done.
Yeah.
Easy. During, love to eat bananas during. Just tough. It's a tough thing to do, bring on your own.
Yeah.
And a lot of aid stations will chop them up, which I'm just like, come on, bro. Just give me half a nanner. I can understand not distributing full nanners. But
full
these
nanners
fucking
might be a lot,
these 2-inch chunks of banana.
Come on.
I'm not here for it.
Not loving it.
I was a Spring Energy gel guy.
Okay, let's talk about that real quick.
I mean, we deserve it.
Yes.
Especially with the format of this show.
Yes.
So I was pissed at the Spring Energy gel.
I had just started using that specific gel too, and I was like, this tastes so good. And then I'm like,
man,
what's happening?
I mean, it's criminal. So here's my take from it. We'll talk about the adventure stuff more.
Yep.
But I'm not a performance based guy.
Yeah.
I'm not optimizing, but I'm aiming for staying alive. I was a Spring Energy gel awesome sauce guy for 5 years.
Yeah.
And I would take Spring Energy gel calculated
during ultras.
No, into the Grand Canyon, deep into the mountains, bro. This is my caloric intake to be out by myself for 18 hours.
Yeah.
These are my carbs. These are my calories.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because why? Because it's printed on the label, dude.
Yeah.
So should be able to trust that.
Yeah.
So when this whole thing came out, I know there was a lot of people from a performance side disappointed, which I understand. But me, I just felt a little cheated on the.
Yeah.
Look, I know how much and I've spent a lot of money.
Yeah.
And the FDA not catching this, or we don't have to get it. But it's like, dude, you're lying about the amount of calories and carbs.
It's such
by
a bizarre,
almost 50%, dude.
Yeah, like
It's
such
not
a
just
bizarre thing to like lie about too. Like why? Yeah.
And they didn't own it either. Their response was bad. They basically said they had one bad batch
for 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't own it. They didn't own up and own it. But you know what the
Yeah.
crazy thing is? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what intrinsically what their sales look like and everything, but
Yeah.
I still see it. It's
Yeah,
still being sold.
still around.
That didn't collapse them, which is crazy to me.
No.
So, anyways, bummer deal. If you're a
Bummer
food
deal.
company, especially an endurance food company, just be real about what's
Don't
in the
lie
thing.
about your labels, guys.
Just don't lie about the carbs and the calories. That's
Yep.
criminal. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
If you're an athlete and you're looking for more, this is the only preaching I will do. And I'll keep my sermon
enough.
short. If you're an athlete looking for more performance and you haven't cracked into the fueling nut, you're overlooking something huge.
Yeah.
And the fueling nut is not just during your activity; it's the whole comprehensive picture. So it is quite technical. But man, if you're trying to cheat the system and not eat,
not gonna work.
it ain't gonna happen, baby.
Food is love, fuel is life.
Dude, you gotta feed yourself, baby.
You gotta feed yourself. All right. Well, I could also, so I'm going to combine these two questions because I
let's
already
do it.
know what we're going to do.
Okay.
I said, how would you like to spend the rest of our time today? Which I'm assuming is going to be talking about travel stories.
Yes.
So
you know me.
Crack that one.
So you know me.
All right. If we had to go, let's do like a 3-parter here. I'm just thinking on the fly.
Okay.
Maybe an early childhood or teenager trip memory.
Oh, wow.
Let's start with that.
Okay.
And then I'll think of the other two after we're done with that one.
An interesting, maybe interesting, maybe not. I have aunts and uncles, extended family in like the Virginia, Washington D.C. area, and
Okay.
so every 2 years, my like main family big summer vacation trip was going out to North Carolina, the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Before they were cool, before there was a show.
Before there's a show.
Before the show, guys. And doing like a week in a beach house out there. And that part of the country is just super special to me. It is a kind of a unique space in that it's got, the island is less than like a half a mile wide, and it kind of runs the whole length of the coast of North Carolina. So on one side you have a sound that has a little bit of a tide, but nothing huge, and you can wander out there and fish in the morning, and then you can go to the east side in the afternoon and swim, and that's where you have real tide, real ocean. So that was just a big space for me to have access to the ocean. I mean, I grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah, so I was also going out to California.
You hit both coasts, right?
I hit both coasts, but
Yeah.
California, colder coast. Not as beautiful beaches, but I would say in terms of like swimming and getting in the water, the Atlantic and being closer to the Gulf, warmer waters, being out there in summer was always more fun. And then just getting exposure to like East Coast seafood, little stuff like that. So that was my OG family vacation, and we do that every other summer. So the Outer Banks holds a very special place in my heart. And there's a 100-mile ultra marathon out there these days that goes from the top of the Outer Banks all the way to the bottom.
Wow.
So it's a cool little situation out there.
Where does it extend to and from again?
It's
Kinda
north.
missed
It's
that.
basically the whole coast. So the coast of North Carolina is like this, and then the island runs almost the whole length.
Oh, wow.
It's like a skinny little island chain.
Little thing there.
So
That's awesome.
not the best place to be in a hurricane, but other than that, top shelf.
Yes.
Top shelf.
Fantastic. Was this like full family?
Full family, the whole
Okay.
deal. Yeah, swimming all day, fishing all morning, Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts, sunburns, and
yeah, Pop-Tarts, and then as you get older, maybe some beers, but
some burrs.
That took some time,
Yeah.
I'm the youngest of the bunch. So
Yeah,
everyone was beering before I was aware. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
And then I grew into that.
Are all your siblings older?
I only have one sibling, and
Uh-huh.
he is older. And then all my cousins were older too. So I was like,
So we're in the same boat.
For real, the young buck. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a young buck guy.
I'm a
like
young
me.
buck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's good.
It's probably why we get along.
We have less responsibility.
Yeah.
And we just get to absorb
We just get
all.
to record podcasts all day.
That's right. And absorb all the knowledge. Watch
Just
all
let
of our
everyone else,
elders fuck up and
mess
then
up.
yeah. That wasn't a good idea. Probably not
Don't
do that. Yeah.
Yeah. I love it. All right, and then I guess second question would be favorite travel experience to date since kind of that teenage
Being an adult.
As an adult, yeah, that's the proper phrase.
I'll preface it by saying I am I'm a little bit stuck in my ways. I'm a creature of habit. I love to go new places, but I also, when I go find a place, I love to go deeply explore it. So I'd like to do more international travel, but I'm pretty damn well traveled domestically in the United States. If you would have asked me this 2 or 3 years ago, I probably would have told you the Lost Coast up in Northern California. It's just an unbelievably unique and remote area. But as of the past couple of years, man, I'm a full-fledged convert believer in the Grand Canyon, bro.
Yeah.
That place is the
You've been hyping that place up a lot.
That place is the
It's
most
pretty cool.
spiritual place I've ever been. I just feel a certain way when I'm there. And I think there's probably some of my dad that is in there. I lost my dad a couple years ago, and
Yeah, I didn't want to bring that up unless you wanted to talk about it a little bit, but
yeah,
we can keep it brief.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to talk about my dad. I love him and I miss him, and he was always a big photographer. So I think that's what also has had me dive into the photography space a little bit more over the past couple of years. But
Margaret's dad was too.
Really?
Quite a bit. Yeah, he was deep in the photography.
Oh my
Just take
gosh,
pictures
bro.
of random people and
we gotta get Margaret to start diving into the photography.
Yeah, she's starting to a little bit.
There you go.
Putting the seed there.
It's a good way to connect with people that aren't no longer with us. Get down on their hobbies. But the Grand Canyon is it's
insane.
It's insane, bro.
I haven't been, and I've been around.
You gotta go, bro.
I know. Lauren Buckner just went out there. Looks like she had a solo trip. Just looked amazing.
Yeah, I was giving Lauren all the recos.
You were,
and she followed. I told her, she's like, oh my gosh, thank you so much, and I was like, you don't gotta thank me.
Yeah,
you just gotta pass this knowledge
pass
on
it
to the next
down to
person.
someone else. Exactly.
So I've rim to rim twice now. I've done more, even longer days exploring other areas, but I have so much of that space to explore still. And I feel when I go into the canyon, I feel a little different than when I go into the mountains. I don't know if it's the reverse in that you're going down right away and then you have to hike up to get out, or if it's
different sensations in the body too.
For sure. Because you can get pretty far in there and think, oh, this is not going to be
and you're like, oh shit,
too
I gotta
tough.
hike
You gotta
back
get
out. Yeah.
Mhm. But it's just from a technical side, from like a nature geek side. I've spent most of my time there in late winter to early spring to late fall. I've avoided the summertime months for both the temperatures and the crowds.
Yeah.
But it is insane, bro. It is insane to be in a space where you start your adventure in full layers, freezing cold, using Yaks tracks, crampons, in ice and snow. And within 2 hours of running, you're 8 miles in and you are in shorts and a t-shirt and you're sweating and you're in a desert.
That's
Because
just
that
so
change of
cool.
elevation, you change climate zones, you change plant
Topography.
biomes, everything, bro.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
And you can also kind of see those biomes change, like on the flat rock that's next to you, but then also on the slated rock, you can see those layers. So Grand Canyon's the best. If you're listening, I'll put a cork there. But if you haven't gone, and I will say this too.
Yeah.
I grew up out west. I didn't go to the Grand Canyon for the first time until about 3.5 years ago.
Yeah.
And I always thought,
whatever.
And when I did go, I put one day on the itinerary and was like, I guess I'll stop there because I'm in the area. And it fucking blew my mind. So go to the canyon, adventure.
Yeah.
If you need recos on how to do it, where to do it, when to go, I'm your guy. I'm happy to share that knowledge. But we got to get you out there, bro.
We do.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
All right. And then final piece of this where I know you talked, you want to go international. Have you been international anywhere
Like
yet?
Mexico, Canada, but never like to Europe and stuff. I got to get out there.
Yeah. I guess where would you go? Why? And
gosh, that's a good one
man,
too, bro. That's open-ended as hell. I
I
really want to go to Japan.
Oh my gosh.
I really want to go to Japan.
Same thought.
I want to go to Mount
Austin and
Fuji.
I were talking. Okay, I wasn't thinking Fuji, but like now that you say that sounds amazing. We should do a Japan trip sometime. But Austin was saying like what world marathon major would you? I'm like, Tokyo maybe.
Yeah. I want to go to Japan big time. And there's obviously like several places in Europe I want to go. And
yeah,
I've got a cousin who spent some time in Germany and has spent a lot of time in like the Swiss Alps.
Okay.
I have a good buddy of mine who's an endurance guy, and he has also spent some time in the Alps. And I think that, Chamonix in the, French Alps, Swiss Alps, I mean, I think you kind of can't go wrong out there.
Yeah.
So I need to get out there. I need to experience that kind of alpine, and that'll come. But, that's an expensive endeavor. And I think what I've learned about myself is that I'm a bit of a travel junkie and I need it often. Yeah. So for me, it's like, I can go to...
Once you open up that door...
I can go to the Lost Coast, the Grand Canyon, the Porkies, all within a series of 4 months for probably cheaper than I can go over to Switzerland, right?
And probably for a longer duration for all those trips combined in the one trip.
Correct. Yes.
Which is also like very, I guess, friendly toward the land in the sense of like you're not overstaying your welcome in another country where like, Americans are probably looked down upon in some ways.
Yeah. There's also just a respect side. And if you're in someone else's culture doing something else, wanting to learn, you can't come in with that ignorant American energy. You got to be there as a passenger. You got to be polite. You got to not have your vision or expectation of what it's going to be and just let it unfold.
Austin Lewis said it so well last time. It was like, he's like, just be curious. Come in with a curious mindset.
And don't bring expectation in.
Yes.
Because that's like the biggest lesson I've learned in my whole life in everything is like the more I expect things to be a certain way,
it's just never going to happen.
It never happens. And then you're like, I thought it was going to be different. It's like, well.
And it's also like half the time outside of like you're perceiving it from previous expectations. And like that's a whole psychology thing.
Yes. Yes. We'll get Margaret in here.
We'll get Margaret in here on that next time on Aid Station Cuisine. No, not really. Man, where are we at? We can dabble just a little bit more. I guess I kind of already talked travel. Is there anything else you want to talk about before we wrap?
We could just put a little bow on the adventure stuff. I think I would challenge, again, I want to preface this by my ability and my access to being able to do this stuff is... it doesn't go unseen or unheard on me that it's a privileged thing to be able to do. But I will say this. If you're in the ultra running world, if you're even just in the road running world, I just urge you to, especially if you're coming up and hitting your head against the wall a little bit on your running experience, I think running for me has enabled a sense of freedom that has then encouraged me to be able to be capable in other departments of my life. And there has been, for me personally, it might not be the same way for everyone, but like designing an adventure, a 50-mile, 70-mile, whatever it may be, day where you are just going to go explore a part of the world by yourself or with a buddy, without infrastructure set up, without aid stations, without it being formalized, is one of the most empowering things that I have undertaken as a human being in this very vast world. So I just would urge people that, like, especially those of you that are getting in, that have that ultra bug and you've gone out there and you've done it and you felt good doing it, like, what's the next step in this? It doesn't mean you have to do this and then never race again. There's aspects of racing that are always going to be phenomenal, and having people there, and like we talked about at the top episode, like integrating with community, like that stuff is enriching and always will be. But can you go do this on your own? Is there a place you've always wanted to visit?
What's stopping you from doing that?
Yeah, and just like, don't be intimidated. I'm not telling you to go out there and be reckless and die, or go, have to be rescued off the side of a mountain. But there is this added satisfaction and empowerment in scouting somewhere you want to go, figuring out the route, figuring out the nutrition that you need, figuring out if you have service or not, figuring out all these little details, and then just going out and doing it. Man, it's an adrenaline rush. And I like to say, like, it's funny when people's like, "Hey, you're gnarly," and in my brain, I'm like, "Well, look, I'm not gnarly. The motherfuckers that are climbing Everest and like rock climbing are gnarly." But it's all relative. But to me, this ultra running adventure thing, this beyond the bib, as Ricky Gates has coined it, thinking beyond the bib, for me, it's like the most controlled, safest version of being an explorer. Maybe it'll migrate into some form of mountaineering at some point. Right now, I don't see that being the case.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I have my circumstances under control for the most part when I'm out there. But yeah, I would encourage people, whether it's, running across the Grand Canyon, whether it's going up and doing the Pemi Loop. If you have never heard of Ricky Gates, he's just put together this incredible thing, 50 classic trails in the United States. He's got 2 other people that he's collaborating on it with. They have an Instagram page up there working on writing a book.
Oh,
but it's just cool. Like big time, amazing, must-see trails. And they have this really cool like little set of, what makes a trail classic. And there's 50 of them, and they're all in the United States. And like, crack that thing open next time versus getting on Ultra Sign Up. That's kind of my challenge to people in the ultra space. Like, don't just use Ultra Sign Up as your Bible for your next adventure. Cool. Get a race in. Keep your Western States qualifier alive. Keep your Hard Rock qualifier alive. But challenge yourself in the design world.
That's how you prevent it from getting stale. Because I think
for sure.
That's how the pros burn out. And like, I mean, love the Boulder Boys, but like sometimes I just listen to them. I'm like, how do you guys like talk about this all the time?
Constant the same thing kind of deal.
Yeah,
right?
I'm like, go like I kind of jokingly sent a little shout out for them. And by the way, if any of them are somehow listening, if you guys want to come run the Huron 100,
do it
and experience a little bit of humidity.
Come
which
on
you
out.
might not have seen.
Come on out. Come and get on the watershed, baby.
The watershed. I'm going to throw you into the watershed tomorrow. Jeez.
But yeah, it's a great way to keep it on stale. And I just think there's more to discover. I think there's aspects of running and empowerment that you'll discover in the adventuring space that aren't going to be found in the ultra racing world, right? So anyways, that's my little tidbit. That's where I'm living life right now.
That's where you're living life. Okay, I think we can wrap in a second. I do have one final question.
Okay, let's hear it.
And I think you've asked something similar in the PRP, so kind of funny.
Okay.
What advice do you have to people who are looking to improve their lives through any of the domains we talked about today?
Easier said than done, and something that needs to be reminded and brought to, filtered to the top of mind all the time. But I think your version of your life, if we relate this to running, but let's try to even make it broader, like your version of your life is yours. And we live in a world where, we'll talk about the parasocialism or whatever we want to do, where like validation is occurring very externally and very digitally.
Yes.
I just think like the more you can get away from that kind of validation, and the more you can look internally about what really gets you excited without having shame about whatever it is you find, that's where I think you can really start to grow and have empowerment and cultivate confidence, which then bleeds into other things. It's just like, it's not about doing something and then posting about it. And it's not about doing what other people are doing because you want to be part of a community that you think you know what it's all about, but it's not. It's like, I've been blessed to always have something that I feel like I want to do. And I've seen with my, maybe with my older brother or with my partner, Lindsay, I've come across individuals where, well, it's, find what you want, find your why. Well, that's a fucking hard thing to do when you don't really even You've grown.
You can't even conceptualize that.
Yeah, you can't conceptualize that because life's got ahead of you, and now you've like focused on your career. And like with my brother, like he's an amazing dad. He has 2 wonderful children. Yeah, and like that has become his life, and now they're getting a little older. And now he needs to kind of turn and look in the mirror and like what gets him going. Like, is it music? Is it this? So I think, it's a whole thing, and it's not going to happen overnight. But find the places that you have natural interest, where you don't have to convince yourself to be interested, and then don't have shame in that space. Occupy that space
fully.
Yeah, and be authentic in that space. And you don't have to. It doesn't have to be like posted about. It doesn't have to be. If you want to document it for yourself, outstanding. That's a great way to journal something and then look back. But
everyone else doesn't need to know about it.
You don't need to do everything and have it always be posted. And you got to find the real kind of the girth behind the real ability to have something that you love. That's where you're going to have. That's where you're going to inspire change in your life. That's where you're going to have.
That's where the epiphanies happen.
Yeah, it is, dude.
Yeah.
And the epiphanies won't come like you think they will, in the sense of like, oh wow, now that's an epiphany. It's like it's going to be slow burn, slow trickle, and then all of a sudden you're going to be making decisions differently than you did in the past. And
life's just a slow burn, man.
Life is a slow burn, bro.
Yeah.
And then it's over before you know it. That's the scary part.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have days that feel like they last forever, and then all of a sudden 4 months has gone by, dude.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well,
the past couple of years have felt like that. Like you're just floating through time and space, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like that's happening quickly.
It's a trip, dude. Yeah. It's a trip. And also just be good to other people. Because I think
don't be an asshole.
Don't be an asshole. And I think that, at least in my life, and I believe this, I don't feel like I'm lucky with this. This is a great point to end on. The more people you're nice to, and the more effect you have on other people with the way you treat them, the more likely that person is to re-enter your life at a further date and enhance your life somehow. I just think that you can't plant enough seeds in this world, because the worst version of you planting a seed is that you plant the seed and nothing ever happens with it. So who cares?
Whatever.
So who cares?
Yeah.
But guess what? There's a seed you planted here that then pop back up in 5 years and turn into this incredible connection or opportunity for you. And why did that happen? It's because 5 years ago you were living under the vibe of let's just be nice and let's just, and you rubbed off on someone a certain way.
Yeah.
Now it comes around.
You never know.
It's like karma. That's kind of my religion. I think it's like believing that there are more good people than bad, and believing that when you act good or act good, just act good. But like when you're good to others, the world has a way of returning. It doesn't work that tangentially, and it's not that black and white where I did good today, so good comes to me tomorrow.
Correct.
But I do believe in the overall scale of life kind of balancing out, and especially as it relates to human interaction. The more you're good, the more good comes back to you. So
we're gonna end on that,
dude. Mic drop.
Kyle,
drop. You're the man. I'm excited for this project, bro.
I'm so excited to keep this going, and yeah, like my last 3 guests were foundational to this, and Huron, and just my life. So,
dude, one step at a time, baby.
Really appreciate you guys, and yeah,
love it. Thanks, Kyle.
Love you, brother. Take care.
Thanks for checking out an episode from the Aid Station Cuisine podcast, Season 1. If you like the podcast, please share it with all your friends. Give it a rating on whatever platform you're on. And stay tuned to our PawAnRepeat Media Instagram for more information on upcoming episodes and other podcasts we may have available. Other than that, I hope you all have a great day. And yeah, take care. Thank you everyone for tuning in to our overnighter live stream. There's quite a bit of content on here, so should keep you engaged over the next 6 hours while we don't have any cameras on runners until 6 a.m. approximately. We might go on a little bit earlier than that. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the stream so far, and I'm recording this a couple days before the race, so I might be a little tired. Maybe you are too.
But hey, you can always come back, rewatch this overnighter stream, get some excellent content. We've got stuff from the pre-race podcast, stuff from my podcast called Aid Station Cuisine, as well as some other Huron recaps. So yeah, enjoy the content. Please subscribe to PawAnRepeat Media LLC if you haven't already on YouTube and Instagram. And yeah, hope you all have been having a good day or whenever you're watching this. And yeah, take care. Enjoy.